And a very pleasant good afternoon, everyone. Blake Gazaway here with you, joined by Mike Frogley, or Frog as he's known, as we're getting set for the first game of the 2026 National Intercollegiate Wheelchair Basketball Tournament. As Frog, glad to be working with you again, and we should see some exciting games this tournament.
This is always what March is about, getting a chance to see the best teams to get together to play the best basketball in the country.
Absolutely. These two teams very familiar with each other. They faced up twice four times, twice for Mizzou getting in the win column and twice getting Edinburgh in the win column. As quickly turnover there as it will go back as the Fighting Scots, the number 9 seed, taking on Mizzou, the number 8 seed. And quickly Mizzou will get a chance to score scoreless, but we're very early in the ball game here.
Yeah, early foul by Yoder from Edinburgh, losing, not stopping his chair and controlling it, running into the Mizzou player and tipping over. And those are the kinds of things, that's not the way you want to start the game, with an offensive turnover.
And just 10 seconds into the ball game here, so Mizzou will have the basketball. As we said, 2 wins and 2 losses in the 4 matchups for both these two teams. Saleas will have the basketball, give it off to Clements here on the near side, as he will kind of survey the defense, hold that basketball on that far side. Now Saleas with it, he'll fire up a long 2, no good. Pollard will get the rebound and go the other way for the Fighting Scots.
Right off the bat, Edinburgh really compacted in their defense. Missouri's going to have to figure out how they're going to spread them out.
3-second call there, will turn it back over. Not the start that Edinburgh wanted, as they had the basketball twice. It's gone back to Mizzou twice.
Yeah, sometimes teams get into this environment, they get into the big court like this, and they're a little bit anxious. They're pushing just a little bit harder than they need to. They need to slow down a little bit or pay attention a little bit so they can deal with this environment.
9:05 left to go here. We're still scoreless in this first period of play. Cross-court pass will go into the hands of Clements. 10 on the shot clock. Trumper fires it up, free throw line. Missed it. It was just a little bit short. Rebound comes down to Moore.
Yeah, Missouri right off the bat, not quite able to create the space they want to get some of those pick and rolls. They're settling for 2 outside shots and not getting to the rim quite yet.
Johnson has the basketball. He'll give it off to Pollard as he works around the perimeter here on the near side. He'll have 10 on the shot clock. He'll be cut off there by Clements. He'll give a cross-court pass. Now straight away there's a shot up. That one no good by Johnson. Offensive board by Pollard. They'll reset the offense, give 20 back on the shot clock, as we'll have another turnover. It'll be 3 seconds. Last 2 possessions have been turnovers because of that 3-second violation.
Yeah, 3 turnovers and a long 18-footer by Edinburgh. They're not quite getting a chance to create the spacing they need to be able to attack. Missouri doing a really good job staying underneath.
Down low to Saleas. His shot up good, and he's fouled. He's going to go to the free throw line, have a chance to give Mizzou a 3-point lead. They lead by 2 here with 8:12 left to go.
Yeah, and you can see right off the bat that time, Missouri able to pull that Edinburgh defender out just a little bit farther, open up that gap for Missouri to get into into the key and get a shot at the rim.
Saleas free throw no good, hit the iron, falls out. Mizzou does have a 2-0 lead. 8:12 left to go here in this opening period of play, as Evans will have it on the far side. He'll be picked up by Trumper. So he'll work the basketball with the right hand, steer with the left. He'll give it down low, shot up no good. That shot by Moore, but it'll be number 1 on Aljuma, team number 1.
Yeah, nice pick by Edinburgh's player, number 22, Moore. Did a good job setting his pick, letting space get recreated so that he had a gap to roll to the basket.
Moore coming in here, getting 2 free throws. He sits at a 46.2% free throw shooter. Looks like Trumper had to trade out one of his wheels, so he's back ready to go. First free throw up by Moore is no good.
Yeah, he kept us waiting on that one to see whether it's going in or not.
Yeah, I think bounced about a dozen times or so it felt like. Second free throw, that one in and out, no good. Rebound comes down to Pettit. So Mizzou will have the basketball. They still lead by 2-0 score as we're under 8 to go here in this opening period of play. Saleas has it, looks far side. Instead, he'll fire it up. That one no good. Pollard gets the rebound as he will take it the other way for the Fighting Scots.
I love the way they attacked out of the back pick, and I love the pass fake by the Missouri player to look to create an opportunity. If they keep doing those kinds of things, they're going to get great opportunities today.
Evans had the basketball. They'll feed it to Pollard in the lane. His shot up good. We're tied at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where Missouri player that's guarding that point, offensive player, they need to quickly sag when they see that cut to stop that cut. The cut is a greater threat than the person out at the top of the key.
So we're tied first time here today, 2-2 the score. 7:20 and counting left here in the opening period of play. Aljuma with the basketball. He'll work it over to the far side. Trumper will have it straight away near side. Clements with it. He'll give it back to Trumper. He fires up a long 2 on the iron. No good. Got his own rebound. They'll reset the offense. As they need to reset the shot clock, they will do so. As with it is Saleas. He'll pump fake now. Instead, give it off. There's a long 2. Rolls in. As got the shooter's roll there, did Clements. His first points. Mizzou back on top 4-2. Well, the Fighting Scots with the basketball as Evans has it working to the far side. He'll feed it down low. Scoop shot up good by Moore.
Much better job by Edinburgh that time. You could see as they came down, they took their time to really spread out that Missouri defense and create good picking angles. And you saw the pick and roll to the basket by Edinburgh that gave them that opportunity. Much better patience.
So we're tied once again at 4 apiece. 6:19 left here in the first. Clements will have the basketball. He'll give it over to Trumper. He'll eye the bucket. He'll fire it up in and out. No good. Pollard again with another rebound as he will give way into the hands of Evans. Evans has it straight away now, puts the brakes on, works over to the far side. There's a pass tipped out, and it will stay on this side of the court. Good job of Pettit not to give the wide open shot there.
Yeah, again, you can see Edinburgh settled down a little bit. Those first couple possessions with the turnovers, they were pushing just a little bit faster than they are this possession. Now they're getting a chance to push a bit slower, think the game a bit better, and get some opportunities.
Long 2 up there by Evans as he drains that one. That's our first lead change of the day. It makes it 6-4 in favor of Edinburgh, but Mizzou has the basketball here on their side of the court. Clements has it, gives it off to Aljuma. He'll spin around out front, now far side with it. Trumper, he'll feed it down low to Pettit. He'll line it up, he'll fire it up good. We're tied 6 apiece.
There you can see now Missouri's starting to get some of that same type of spacing, and that's letting them get pick and rolls and cuts to the baskets. And we've seen a couple of times now when they're getting right down 2, 3, 4 feet from the bucket.
Yes, again down low, shot up by Evans. He's got 4 points as that unties the ball game, makes it 8-6.
Now what's happening is Missouri's getting too focused on their side defensively. They're not checking their shoulders to understand when those cutting threats are happening so they can sag off an outside player, collapse to help stop the cut.
Risky pass there. Soleil is able to get it, fed it around. It's off the hands of Aljuma. I don't think he was expecting to get a pass there.
That's a lot of traffic to try to dump the ball inside, and you had a help defender rotating. The person that's open there, there's an offensive player offside of where that help rotated from. That's where they've got to see that and dump the ball there.
So it's a 2-point ball game at 8-6. Again, Mizzou listed as the home team, Edinburgh listed as the away team. With the basketball, Evans has it, gives it down low. Pollard, his shot off the glass, good. He's got 4.
Yeah, much better job ball side by Missouri that time. You know, one of the things I could see Soleas helping and sagging off on the ball side. The offside now can't give up baseline. That's a 2-on-2 shadow game. They can't let somebody get in that easily.
Shot on the other end by Trumper, a little too strong. Rebound comes down for Edinburgh once again, as taking it across the timeline, working here the near side is Evans. He'll have it deep in the left wing. Now cross-court pass over to Pollard. Pollard with it, working around, starts right, goes left. He'll be through the paint. He'll flip it off to Evans. He'll line up, and another 3-second violation. That's the third of the day we've seen against the Fighting Scots.
Yeah, one of the things I really liked that time with Missouri, you could see their players are starting to check the shoulders to see when they're help, and they're starting to sag off of non-threats and taking away some of those cutting and picking lanes.
We're under 4 minutes to go here in the opening period of play. It is a 10-6 advantage in favor of Edinburgh. As Mizzou will have the basketball, far side Clements will have it. They'll have a little help over there. 7 on the shot clock. He will need to get rid of it though. Does so to Aljuma. He'll fire it up, that shot blocked. It'll be taken away as the Fighting Scots will have it. There's room. Pollard wheels in, shot up good.
I love the defensive rotation by Edinburgh that last time. They not only had a triple switch, they had a 4th person rotating to help and guard 2 players. Really nice defensive possession by Edinburgh.
You just had to fire up a shot there with the time winding down. Didn't have numbers the other way. So it's a 6-point ball game for Edinburgh at 12-6. Again, time winding down. We're near 3 minutes to go. As far side with it, Saleas will have the basketball. We're under 10 seconds now on the shot clock. 5 now. He'll have it. He'll give it off to Trumper. He'll fire up the left-hander on the iron. No good. Pollard will get the rebound.
Edinburgh is starting to get dialed in on their defense, and you can see how quickly they're triple switching. And so it's really difficult for Missouri, 1, to get pick and rolls and cuts, but 2, to get wide open jumpers because of how quick that rotation's happening.
Another shot down low by Evans. He has got 6. He matches Pollard with 6, as it'll be a 30-second timeout called here. As Mizzou, they came out pretty strong, but have since they've given up a couple of buckets, really just point-blank range.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that Edinburgh has done is they settled themselves down after that, those first few possessions, and they're taking their time to really try to spread out that Missouri defense so that Missouri has to guard greater space. And they did a good job on the ball side, creating some pick and rolls that would get them to the basket. Missouri adjusted. They started giving help to that ball side. Where they have to improve is on the offside. Sometimes what you have to do, if you're that help defender, you're not just helping to the ball side, you're helping to the offside to stop cuts, because there have been a couple of cuts at the elbow. So that help defender now for Missouri's got to see that they got to help, not just ball side, but offside too.
So 2.5 minutes to go here, as there's some substitutions in here for Edinburgh. As they'll feed it down low, Aljuma flips it off, shot up, no good by Saleas. But there's going to be another foul, as that foul will be called on Pollard. That's his 2nd, team 3rd.
Yeah, great job, nice unselfish play by Missouri, willing to pass the ball there. You know, not just Aljuma, but then seeing his teammate and dumping it off for a better shot.
Saleas will be at the free throw line once again. He's shooting about a 34% free throw shooter. First one is no good. He's 0 for 2.
One of the things I know when I was looking at all the different stats as we were getting ready for this tournament and stuff like this, noticing the free throw shooting of a lot of the players. And what I would say to young players out there, one of the things that it tells me, you know, that practicing your free throws is not glamorous. It is a tedious, monotonous thing, but it's what you see great players do, because great players end up getting to the line a lot. And so if you're a young player out there, one of the things that I'm looking at if I'm one of these college coaches is are you willing to do the monotonous things? And one of those things is practicing free throws.
Shot on the other end up by Pollard is good. That makes it the first double-digit lead at 10, as there's a shot up by Clements. He cuts it down to an 8-point deficit for Mizzou right now at 16-8. Edinburgh will have the basketball. We're at a minute and a half to go, and there'll be a foul there, as that'll be on Aljuma. That'll be number 2 on him, team 2nd.
Yeah, that's a little bit different possession than we saw from Edinburgh. Edinburgh, on the ones where they've gotten pick and rolls and cuts, they paused the ball at the three-point line. That time they took the ball and they pushed it in. That collapsed the Missouri defense a little bit. I think they need to pause the ball out at the three-point line to get the space they want for cuts and picks.
Aljuma checks out. Junior Henry checks in. He's a 1.5 freshman. That'll be a shot by Evans, is up and good. He has got 8. Good-looking shot there. The Mizzou trails by 10 once again at 18-8. Clements will have the basketball, working far side to Saleas. He'll fire up a long 2. That one up and good.
Yeah, when you're watching them, if you're watching the spacing right now, and you'll see if the teams come out and they use the three-point line as their spacing to draw the defense out to there, they'll get the spacing they need. They're starting to push the defense in and trying to run their offense just inside the three-point line.
Beat it down low once again, shot up by Moore, the senior. He's got 4. Again, kind of an unstoppable force right now for the Fighting Scots. Down low underneath the bucket, back to the 10-point advantage at 20-10. We're at 30 seconds to go here before the end of the first, and there's contact and a whistle. That'll be called on Moore. That'll be the senior's first, team 4th.
Yeah, if I'm on defense and I'm pulling and I'm getting the offense to have the ball just inside the three-point line, I'm going to play under a lot on those defensive reads to try to force those 17, 18-foot jump shots. And that's what we've seen the last couple of possessions.
Mizzou will have the basketball. Saleas with it. We have a substitution for Edinburgh. There's a shot up, no good by Mizzou as Julavon Buckley, the 2.0 sophomore, he checked in for Yoder. 10 seconds winding down here as they'll get it out front to Johnson. They'll feed it down to Pollard, far side, his shot up good. He's got 10 as that will wind the buzzer down, and that'll take us to the end of the first after one. It's a 20 to 10 score, a 10-point advantage, Edinburgh over Mizzou here at the moment. Well, first half, we saw Mizzou get out a little hot, but kind of cooled off. We've seen that. I've seen that covered Mizzou for the regular season. That's kind of been an Achilles heel for them, but also for Edinburgh, we've seen them take advantage of some of those turnovers, regroup, and be able to put points up.
Yeah, there's a pace that Edinburgh can play at and execute. And we saw those first few possessions, they were going faster than they can execute. And you can see how if they slow themselves just one gear down, they take their time, they get the spacing they need, and they can then create those pick and rolls and those cuts offside and get to the basket for wide open shots. Missouri, what I'd like to see them do, and it'll be really interesting to see, I'd like to see them pull Edinburgh out just a little bit farther because Edinburgh's done a great job in defensive rotation. If they can pull them out one chair length farther, Edinburgh's going to have to recover one more chair length. I think that's going to open up Missouri for wide open jumpers and ball reversal and some of those offside pick and roll attacks that I think could really get them to the rim a little bit.
Yeah, Mizzou needs to find their rhythm a little bit there on offense. We only saw it one time, but where they just ran out of time. They weren't able to find a higher percentage shot, had to throw that up. So that's something that's been another kind of Achilles heel all season, just being able to run the play, run it as it is, and be able to find a higher percentage shot. So we're about ready to begin this second here as Mizzou will have the basketball. Clements right down in front of our table will start the inbound into the hands of Trumper. So we're underway here as with the basketball. Far side, that'll be Saleas. He'll have it. He'll give it off to Trumper out front. Now near side with it is Clements once again. He'll work on the near side. Looking down low, nothing there. He'll give it off to Trumper. He'll fire it up free throw line. That doesn't go in. Pollard comes down with it.
You know, one of the things that you see is you're seeing 2-on-2 screen games on each side, and you're not seeing an attack through the middle. And that attack is starting to open up through the middle.
There'll be a shot up. That one no good by Evans. The foul will be on Pettit, the junior's first, team first. Couple of shots coming here for Evans. He's got 8 points. So he's looking for double digits if he could hit both of these. Going up and good.
Yeah, what's starting to become a threat that Missouri has to see is not just that the ball side pick and roll, but cutters. And they need to begin to be willing to leave threats that are outside to help teammates stop cutters.
Free throw up and good. So he makes both of those. He's got 10. It's now a 24-10 advantage for Edinburgh over Mizzou here as we're early in this second. And Saleas will have the basketball. He'll have a seam. He'll fire it up. No good on the iron. Rebound will come down to the Fighting Scots as Evans will end up with it. He'll take it across the timeline himself as we played a minute here in this second. He'll work it along the baseline, near side, fire it up. No good. Pettit will get the rebound for Mizzou.
I like the way Pettit was sagging that time, and he was looking to both sides of the court to be the help. He was the middle defender, and he was looking to help on both sides of the court.
Junior Henry will have it in the paint, shot up good. The freshman has his first points. Mizzou still trails by a dozen here at 24-12. As Pollard will have the basketball. He'll feed it far side into the hands of Buckley. He threw it over the head of his teammate, and it will go all the way to the other end of the court. Should be Mizzou's basketball. That is the call. Turnover number 5 unofficially for the Fighting Scots compared to 3 for Mizzou. Way to get everybody back as now we'll be underway as Clements will get the inbound pass. He'll give it straight away to Saleas. Zaleas with it, started right now, goes back left. He'll have it free throw line, won't take the shot, 8 on the shot clock. There'll be a shot up by Clements. That one a little too strong. Rebound will come down and go the other way as Johnson gets that for Edinburgh. Evans with the basketball. He'll be cut off on the far side. Now give it straight away to Johnson. Near side, Pollard will have the basketball in that right hand. He'll wheel the chair. Almost threw it away, but Evans able to get the hand on it and puts it up. He's got 12.
That's still not a bad defensive possession for Missouri that time. They did a good job taking away cuts and picks and forced Edinburgh to take an outside shot.
Mizzou will have the basketball as Zaleas has it down low to Pettit. He'll gather it up, he'll fire it up. Good, he's got 4.
Nice ball side pick and roll. I like the way Pettit paused when he got the ball. It's so important to take the time that you have to shoot. He had a little bit more time, so he took a little bit more time.
7:07 left to go here. This time continuing to wind down, feed it down low. There's a shot up good by Moore, and he is going to be fouled as that one was on Trumper, the junior's first, team second. Just got the bump on it as 28-14 score in favor of the Fighting Scots. Free throw coming here. That one is up and good. Moore has 7 now. That pushes the lead 29-14. There'll be a ball knocked down, almost taken away. And there'll be a foul there as Moore being aggressive. He'll pick up that foul, but just about got a steal.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where this is a great thing for young players. You can see the Missouri player and the Edinburgh player right there making contact. All that Missouri player needs to do is just pull back just a little bit. So all Trumper had to do, just pull back, get a little bit of space. That would give him the passing angle.
They'll feed it down low again to Pettit. He'll be working near side, has the ball knocked out of his hands. Into the hands, though, of Mizzou. So they'll keep it as it ends up in Zaleas. Trumper with it, 8 on the shot clock, back to Zaleas. He'll fire it up, that shot no good, but he is going to be fouled. That'll be number 3 on Pollard. JP picks up his 3rd, team 2nd.
Yeah, I think that's gonna cause Edinburgh to make some adjustments. To get 3 fouls this early in the game, and Pollard especially. Pollard's one of their key players, and his height, his ability to attack inside, with 3 fouls, that should force an adjustment. If I'm Missouri, I'm not directly attacking him. But what I'm doing is I'm letting my players know he can't reach anymore. He can't pick that. So when you're attacking him, you don't have to worry about him reaching on you. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
He averages close to 15 points a game. Shot on the other end, that one no good. They say it's Missouri's basketball as Zaleas does make the back half of the free throws, so he hits 1 of 2 there. Cuts it to a 29-15 advantage. Mizzou does get the basketball here.
Yeah, Mizzou is gradually starting to pull Edinburgh farther out to the three-point line. That's giving them picking angles and cutting angles. You can see that Solaris and the offside's able to get in because of that. They've got to all recognize that and attack together.
Trumper will have the basketball. Zaleas long 2 up, no good. He'll be fouled. Once again, he'll go to the free throw line. Again, that foul on Moore, that's his 3rd for the senior, team 3rd. So a couple players here with 3 fouls, both early here in the ball game. It'll be a second before we shoot these free throws, as it'll be a timeout called here by Edinburgh.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how Coach Speed addresses this. 2 players with 3 fouls, 2 key players of his with 3 fouls at this point in the game. That he's going to have to make some kind of adjustment, either talking to them about how they're going to have to back off defensively, or he's going to have to put subs in to fill that gap.
Moore averaging just over 9 points per game. And we said Pollard, he's averaging 15.7 points a game. So that's a good chunk of their offense between those 2, both having 3 fouls now. Still expect to see them have the aggressive style they've had, but as you mentioned, they got to back off just a bit because you don't want to pick up for sure your 4th foul in the first half of play.
And there we see Pollard is on the bench now. He's sitting. And what they have to recognize for Missouri right now is now they'll have a height mismatch in one spot. You still have Evans that's out there. He's got decent height, but they don't have that second tall person. And so one of either Pettit or Soleas is going to get to be open. That's how you adjust in this, is recognize where the height mismatch is in one of your reads.
Soleas makes both free throws, so cuts that down to a 12-point deficit. Jordan McCowan, the senior, he's checked in for Edinburgh. Also in there as well as Jeffrey Kurtz, the 3-0 redshirt junior. McCowan has the basketball, gives it far side to Evans. He fires up a long 2 in and out, no good. Rebound will come down to Soleas as he will take it the other way for Mizzou.
Yeah, Soleas, I really liked his defense that time, looking both sides of the court, going quickly in and out.
He'll fire up a shot, that one no good. McCowan will get the rebound as the Fighting Scots will have it. Give it off to Evans. 5:20 left to go, continuing to count down here before halftime. As they'll feed it down low to Kurtz. His shot up, good.
That's a big one for Edinburgh. So Kurtz coming in to spell a couple of the players and pick up foul trouble. When you can get that kind of production, that's a bonus. That takes pressure off the rest of your players when you have a player come in off the bench like that.
Under the halfway point now here in this second. Soleas with a down low shot up, too strong. Rebound will come down into the hands of Evans as he'll quickly race the other way. Does not have numbers in his favor. He'll settle in on the far side. Now bounce pass to Kurtz. It was too low. It'll be a turnover. That was at his feet. With the basketball, Trumper will have it. Mizzou could cut down this deficit they face here. It's 14. There's a shot by Pettit, banked it off the glass. Good, he has got 6.
I loved how Pettit took his time again. You could see him pump a little bit, take his time, realize that there's nobody that can contest that shot now on Edinburgh for him.
With the basketball, Evans far side. He'll be cut off by Henry. He'll hold it in the left hand, give a cross-court pass to Johnson. Now far side back to Evans. He'll work it over there, 10 on the shot clock. Back to Johnson, long 2 up, no good. Rebound comes down to Soleas.
Nice defensive possession by Missouri. You know, working together to take away those cutting and picking angles and forcing a long outside shot.
Soleas working it over here to the near side to Pettit in the paint. His shot up, no good, missed it. Rebound will have a jump ball as Soleas in there getting tied up.
Yeah, Pettit had more time that time. The last 2 shots, he took his time. This time he rushed it a little bit. There isn't a tall player out there from Edinburgh, so he's got the time to gather himself and take a quality shot.
Fighting Scots will have the basketball, nearing 3.5 minutes to go here before halftime. It's on the far side. Evans had it. He'll give it off. There's a shot up by Johnson. That's up and good. He's got his first points of the day.
That's still not a bad shot. Forcing Edinburgh to take outside shots and not letting them get to the rim. That's a good defensive possession.
Trumper will have the basketball for Mizzou. 33-19 score in favor of Edinburgh. Far side, Soleas will get it. We're nearing 3 to go here before halftime. Cross-court pass to Clements. He'll fire it up, no good. He will be fouled, as that foul will be called on McCowan. The Pennsylvania native picks up his first, team 4th. Clements will go to the free throw line. He's got 4 points.
You can see that was a good possession by Missouri. They reversing the ball really well, getting Edinburgh to move a lot in rotation. And so Edinburgh's having to recover the triple switch, 4th person rotations a little bit farther. That's part of what put them out of position to pick up that foul. And it's put Edinburgh in a situation where they're starting to accumulate some fouls, and that's gonna have a cost later on in the game.
Clements hit both those free throws. 33-21 score. As with the basketball, this will be Evans. He'll give it off far side in the hands of Johnson. There's a pass. It's knocked out. Pettit knocking it down. It'll be a turnover. Mizzou will take it the other way.
Yeah, that pass was way too low. We have a saying in wheelchair basketball, up is always open. You got to pass the ball up. And the Edinburgh player didn't do that. Hands were in the way.
So Kurtz is going to pick up a foul there. He's getting righted here. Z will pick up his first. That'll be team 5th. So like you talked about, picking up those fouls, they're starting to add up here for the remaining 2:36 left here in this first half. It will be free throws as Saleas will go back to the free throw line. First free throw, no good by Saleas.
And this is where you really want to make it pay. It certainly is going to make Edinburgh pay to have these fouls and have to make adjustments and players on the court. But you've also got to take advantage of it. You've got to hit some of these from the line as well. You know, you can't continue to hit 1 out of every 2. You got to start to go 2 for 2 from the free throw line and make Edinburgh pay just a little bit more.
He makes the back half of those. Makes it a 33-22 score. Mizzou is within 11, closest they've been in quite a while. Near side with it. That's McCowan. He'll give a cross-court pass to Evans. It was behind him. He's able to corral it. There's going to be a pass knocked down, taken away. Saleas read it. He will have the basketball 1-on-1. He'll feed it off to Clements. His shot up good.
Great 2-on-1 transition. They kept nice spacing. And I loved Saleas jumping the ball and reading that ball reversal and just taking it out of the air.
Mizzou's cut it down within 9 now. First time they've been under double digits in quite a little while. But Fighting Scots have the basketball. There's a shot up. That one no good by Evans. He misses that as Mizzou will get the basketball. So he's gone cold from the field here.
Now we're seeing that shift again.
Mizzou will have it down low. Saleas in the paint. Shot up good. He's got 2 more.
Yeah, that's a good timeout by Coach Speed. He's recognizing that his guys have started to, they're not quite creating the space they need patiently on offense, and they're not getting back on defense, and they're opening up gaps, and that Missouri's getting a chance to go to the rim. And some of that's the impact of having a couple of key players having to sit on the bench now in foul trouble, and he's got some players that don't have the same kind of experience out there or same kind of mobility, and he's got to make an adjustment.
Yeah, we definitely are seeing that the game plan changes a little bit without 2 of their starters out there, each with 3 fouls apiece. That's Pollard and Moore. Mizzou, though, taking advantage of a couple of those turnovers. The momentum for very much of this first half has been in favor of Edinburgh, but definitely switching over with Mizzou getting some points off turnovers. They cut it down. It's 33-26. Again, they were down by double digits for a good chunk of that, but being able to put together a little run here.
Yeah. Let's see if Edinburgh comes out of that timeout and shows some discipline to really create some space. You can see they're pausing now a little bit, getting a little bit more spacing as they're attacking.
Evans will have the basketball on the far side. He'll give it off to McCowan. McCowan with it. Now straight away into the hands of Johnson. Back to Evans. And a whistle and a foul. That one called on Trumper. That'll be the junior's second, team 3rd. So this will be an inbound here as Yoder, he's checked back in the ball game. He will start things off for Edinburgh with the inbound. A minute, 5 left to go here. Quick inbound by Kurtz. Shot up, no good. Rebound comes down to Mizzou. So again, we could see them chip away at this 7-point deficit as we're under a minute to go here before halftime. Saleas with it, gives it off to Clements. Had a back pick, now both teams at full strength. Clements rather, fires it up. That one in and out, no good. Rebound will come down to Johnson, so Mizzou cannot close the distance anymore. It's a 7-point ball game at 33-26. Cross-court pass into the hands of McCowan. McCowan with the basketball. He'll load up, he'll fire it up, and that is good, and the foul.
Yeah, the ball goes in, but that's not the offense you want to create if you're Edinburgh. You don't want to create the 17, 18-foot jump shot. What's happening is they're getting settled in now, and they're not creating the right spacing, and they're getting 2-on-2 games on the wings. Those screen games are getting pushed out for those long twos, and we've seen a few of those in this run that Missouri's started to put together. The elbow gaps are what are opening up, and that's a crossing attack that Edinburgh has to recognize.
Free throw up by McCowan is perfect. So now it's back to a 10-point deficit for Mizzou, 36-26 score. Mizzou will have the basketball here as we're under 30 seconds to go in this first half. Saleas with it. He'll have it in the paint. He'll fire it up. It's good.
That was fantastic offense by Missouri. They spread it out, and then they did a crossing attack offside. The help had to rotate there.
Loose ball there, shot up, no good by Saleas as Pettit got the loose ball. It will go back to Edinboro. Time winding down, and that'll take us to our halftime mark. You go ahead and finish your thought there.
Yeah. No, I loved how Missouri came down. They created that spacing, and then they cross-picked offside. Out of that, the help had to triple switch offside. That's what opened up that ball side pick and roll. The help was already occupied because of the crossing attack. That patience from Missouri. Missouri wants to take that possession and talk about how that spacing was created and how they attacked offside with that crossing attack. They want to take that forward into the locker room so that they open with that kind of understanding and space creation to open the second half. They'll get those shots at the rim. Edinboro at the half, what they have to talk about, foul trouble. Now, how are they going to address that at the half so that they don't end up with those height mismatches, and then get back to being patient offensively. Get back to being patient, taking the time to create that space, and they also have to talk about that crossing attack because it's those elbow gaps that are opening up on both ends.
Again, it's a 36-28 score here at the halftime mark. We'll take a look at some totals here for the first half for Edinboro as, again, they're on top 36-28 as their leading scorer with 12 points, tied leading scorer for the contest. But with 12 points, so let me double check that actually. Mizzou will have a leading scorer, but with 12 points will be the grad student in Jeremy Evans. 10 points put in by sophomore J.P. Pollard, 7 points by senior Dakari Moore, 3 points put in by senior Jordan McCowan, and 2 points by redshirt junior Jeffrey Kurtz, as well as grad student Isaiah Johnson to round out their scoring. Taking a look at the scoring for Mizzou. Their leading scorer with 13 points, leading all scorers, is sophomore Logan Saleas. 8 points put in by senior Daniel Clements, 6 by junior David Pettit, and 2 points by freshman junior Henry to round out their scoring. A ball game so far. We've had one lead change. We've had 3 ties at 2, 4, and 6. Mizzou has turned it over unofficially 3 times. 9 turnovers by Edinboro. And taking a look at foul trouble, Pollard and Moore each with 3 fouls apiece for Edinboro. 1 apiece on Yoder, on Kurtz, and McCowan. Taking a look on the other side, that'll be 2 on Aljuma. That'll be 2 on Trumper, and 1 apiece on Saleas and Pettit. So, again, Mizzou finding a bright spot there. They definitely came, we had a little slump, but they came out there and finished on a positive note. But for Edinboro, you know, they just really do what they do. They get out there, they make those shots, they make it look easy, but the 2 starters with those 3 fouls apiece definitely changed that offensive output a little bit. Then we kind of talked about that. We expected it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. The foul trouble with it's really simple. You can't score from the bench. So, and Pollard and Moore, both significant contributors offensively. Now all of a sudden they're sitting on the bench. Edinboro doesn't have some of their ability on the court, and so they have to be a little bit more disciplined. They can do it. They just need to have more discipline, pulling Missouri out farther so they get that spacing. And then they got to recognize the adjustment that Missouri's done and how the gap is opened up and elbow them to attack. I think that's a really key thing that they'll have to talk about. And both Pollard and Moore, they're going to have to show some discipline because they're going to have to play in this game. They've got 3 fouls. I could see them starting the second half. They're going to have a little bit more discipline and maybe get rid of some of the nerves of playing on this big court in this. Missouri, again, a little bit inconsistent. You can see where they've had success. They've had success when they've pulled Edinboro out. They've had success when they've had that crossing attack and occupied those defenders, made Edinboro jump 1 chair length farther. That's what's gotten Edinboro in foul trouble. That's what's gotten both Saleas and Pettit opportunities at the rim because there were gaps for cuts or picks because of the spacing they created. I think those things are going to be key. But what a great opening game with all kinds of fluctuations here at the College National Championships on what is a fantastic venue here in the McHale Center. We're really starting to see the different college programs get an opportunity to host and show what they can do in the main facilities on these campuses. That's a testament to the different programs recognizing the value and the importance and the accomplishment of these student athletes and putting them on these main courts, these main facilities. And I think that's really, really important in showing everything that these student athletes have earned and how this can impact, have a larger impact on their campuses.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've never been here before, so it was a great opportunity to spend a little bit of time before the game just walking around and looking at the McHale Center, and just a fabulous place, a great place to host. And it's different. It's different talking with the Mizzou guys. It's a little different playing over here. It's a different it's a perception on the goal. Things look a little different. It's just a positive thing, but it's different being over here. And so for them, it takes them a little bit of time to kind of get things dialed in, because it is different than what they're used to. And it's a beautiful venue, and so far I think things, we're only halfway into the first game of the tournament, but it's been a lot of work, but I think everything has gone well, and I'm excited for it. We've got a whole lot of game left for our game here. We've got a whole lot of games left for the tournament, and we'll have all those games. Spencer will be in and have coverage of some of those, but we'll have all the game broadcasts throughout the tournament. Well, I think we'll get to work a couple more times together. I'll have the remaining Mizzou games, plus I picked up a couple other ones. So, like I said, excited when I saw we were going to be working together, excited to be back on the air with you. We got the chance last year to work together, and I hope we have many more years to come, because it's you make it easy. You make it easy for me. You do a great job, and you make it fun. So we want to talk about our officials. We wouldn't have a game without them, so we're very thankful that they are out here and getting the calls right. And we had a good chat with them. They told us anything happened that maybe wasn't real obvious, they were going to come out and tell us, give us our own personal explanation, which means a lot. We don't always get that, and means a lot that they were making sure we knew what was going on. So
yeah, so it's so powerful, and it really speaks to the quality of the officials coming over and saying they want to do that. They understand that for us to have a great game today, everybody's got to be great, not just the players, but the coaches. We've got to be great. They've got to be great as officials. All of us have to bring our best. And the reason why we bring our best to the game today, it's because of the respect we want to show to the student athletes that are out there competing. They're getting up first thing in the morning, and they're just like every student athlete on every campus, and they're going to practice at 6:30 in the morning before they've got to go to class. And then they go to class all day, and then they come out of class and they're going to their lifting, and they're going to extra individual skill sessions and game video, and then they're going and doing group work, and then they're going to take care of their laundry and their cooking and all those things. They're doing all of that, putting all that effort in. They've earned our best effort and the officials. So I loved the conversation there. The officials we've got today, it's pretty neat actually, because I remember Gary Neville, and when he first started officiating years ago when I was coaching, and then Daryl Hargreaves as well. I did his first game I was a coach in his first game, and he'll tell you that was a tough one to have me as one of the coaches, grilling him and stuff like this. But it's an absolute testament. I've watched these guys grow and put so much time into their game and their craft. They take this seriously. They put a lot of effort in, and they're phenomenal officials now. And again, that's a testament to their character and the way they view the value of this game. They see what these student athletes are doing, and they've put in the effort that recognizes the quality of play that we see out here, and that's an important thing for people to understand. is the quality or the effort, all the training that the student athletes put in. That's recognized by the effort that you see the officials put in to get better, to make sure that they bring their best game out of sign of respect for all the effort of these student athletes. And I don't want to leave out Kedrick Ford, the third person in this crew as well. And it takes the three of them working together, being focused, dealing with the same things athletes have to deal with. You know, the big court, the big venue, a national championship, all those things. So they bring their best game. So so glad to have those officials here today, and the respect they're showing these student athletes by the efforts they put in to being the best they can be.
And they're no strangers to the game. I know just looking at the information here, there are lots of years. You know, I see a 27 here, officiated basketball for 27 years, 25 in wheelchair. See another one that's 20 plus. So these guys have committed, and you know what, they've hung around, and without them we just really be talking to ourselves. We wouldn't be able to be playing basketball without them. So it's definitely a big thank you to them for coming out and doing that and doing a great job. And you know, as you mentioned about the players getting up early, doing the things they need to do, sometimes you put enough work in, they give you you got to ask for the key to the building, right?
Yeah. Well, what's amazing is you look at our officials, we've got over 60 years of officiating experience on this court today. That's a phenomenal amount of experience. When I look at somebody like Darryl Hargreaves, he's officiated at the Paralympic Games, the highest level in the sport. You don't get there because of a coin flip. You have to be one of the very best to get there. So that's a real testament to the level of play in the college division here, is that we have officials that have that much experience here today officiating, and we have officials from that level of officiating in the sport coming to officiate this. That tells you that we've got great officials to ensure that this game is at the highest quality it can be, to give the student athletes, these players, an opportunity to be the best they can be and show what skills they've got.
Absolutely, just as much as the players need to be peaking and looking at this time to have their best performances. As we said, bringing the officials, they bring their A game as well. And like we said, we appreciate all that. And I want to give a shout out to all the University of Arizona staff that have been putting on, working hard. It started many months ago. The preparation, the planning, all the work to put in to make this a success, and appreciate them extending the opportunity for me to get to call the Mizzou games and call a few others as well. It's you know, the grand stage. Always excited to get to do that, and you know, it's as I was talking with the AD before the game, he said, you know, it's finally here. It's finally happening. They've just worked on this, and now that it's here, and you know, now is not when the work is. It's been the months and months leading up, but so far it's been a good time, and you know, we've enjoyed traveling obviously with the Missouri squad. We've enjoyed kind of getting to see Tucson and see some things, and you know, there's not a lot of grass like we're used to, and we don't have cactuses too awful lot in Missouri and other places. Don't have mountains out the backyard, but it's been great weather. It's been really pretty being here, and just a fun week so far that everybody has had.
Yeah, no, it's I think they've done a fantastic job. Last year, you know, you and I were at the University of Illinois, where Mo Gilbert, the athletic director there, did a fantastic job putting it on, and she really set the bar. And you know, Pete Hughes, the AD here, he answered the call of that. He was down there. He was looking at it last year. He's like, we've got it next year. We're going to add to it, and he's done that. He's gone and he's built on what they did at U of I last year. We have to keep seeing that in the college division. And Pete Hughes, he's done a tremendous job here putting this together and really bringing all that it should have to really showcase the ability of these athletes. And then I got to give a couple shout outs too. I got to give a shout out to Coach Likens. So he was my coach in college. That's how long he's been coaching, and he doesn't have a lot of hair on his head. I think some of that is because he coached me way back in the day. But he's a Hall of Fame coach. Like when we're looking at these individuals out here, he's a Hall of Fame coach. He has 4 Paralympic gold medals. Can you imagine if we had a coach on the stand-up side that had 4 gold medals at the Olympic level, how we would hold that person in regard? And Coach Likens has 4. You know, he's been to, I want to say, I think 6 or 7 Paralympic Games. Really a phenomenal coaching career. He's influenced a lot of athletes and a lot of student athletes to grow and maximize their potential. So just a tremendous coach out here. And then on the other side, we have a young coach up and coming, Coach Speed, you know, former player himself, who has taken that leap to go from playing to coaching. One of the things I've been really impressed with as I've looked at all the different teams over the last little while is the number of former players that we have coaching now. And that is unusual in Paralympic sport. A lot of time we see coaches come from the ranks of their Olympic streams to come over and coach. What I'm really impressed with how the different college programs have recognized and given opportunities to former student athletes and develop them. And a lot of them have gone on to coach phenomenally themselves. I know Steph Wheeler, the U of I women's coach, she's got a gold medal as a coach and as a player under her belt. And I think it's going to be really neat to see how the college division has taken that step to really develop student athletes or former student athletes as coaches and tap into that lived experience.
Yeah, one of the things that I enjoy with Coach Ron is, you know, we spend a lot of time together traveling with the team and doing other things, but you know, he talks about how with the Team USA players it's a little different than the collegiate ones, but you know, he's feeding into them and he's building them up, and not just for on the basketball side, but just for life, on how to navigate things and you know, get through life and be successful in everything they do. So really enjoy that, and he's always got a bit of wisdom about everything. So play underway here as Mizzou started off with the basketball. They had a shot that was no good. It'll go on the other end as quickly shot up and good by Evans. He's got 14.
Yeah, great seal by Yoder, who came out and sealed Evans in to get him to the basket. A really unselfish play. It doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but it's the reason why Evans got that opportunity for a layup.
Well, pressure here on the inbound. Mizzou will break the timeline as Pettit will have the basketball. He'll give it off into the hands of Saleas as he works over to the far side. And Mizzou trailing by 10 once again. Shot up good by Saleas. He'll cut it down to an 8-point deficit.
Yeah, interesting move by Coach Speed to bring pressure like that, but I like the way he's being disruptive and trying to get Missouri out of their rhythm and maybe do some things unexpectedly.
Evans has the basketball, gives it up to Pollard on the far side. Remember, he's got 3 fouls, picked those up rather quickly in that first half of play. He'll have the basketball tipped out to him, and time winding down. They say a 3-second violation. So much of how the first half started, we kind of seen that here in the second half.
Yeah, Kurtz not really seeing where he was and just having his front caster sitting in the key and losing track of it, getting caught watching the play, and then it results in that turnover.
It wasn't much, but it was enough to get the whistle for the 3-second call. As with the basketball, Saleas will have it. He'll give it off to Trumper down low to Saleas. And they say a foul there might have got a break there for Mizzou. Let's see, is that on Moore?
I think that's on Yoder.
See, there. Yep, you're right. Your eyes are better than mine. Yoder picks up his second, team first. So this will be an inbound for Mizzou underneath their own bucket. Quick inbound to Saleas, gives it down low to Pettit. Shot up is no good, but a whistle and a foul.
What I loved about that is Missouri was attacking on both sides. They attacked offside as well. They got a pick and roll offside and for Pettit ball side. And a help defender for Edinburgh had to make a decision. They decided to go help offside. That let Pettit roll to the basket.
That foul called on Evans, his first. Team second, his first free throw. No good by Pettit. He did not draw iron. He'll have a second one coming. He'll eye the bucket, free throw up, that one good. So he's got 7. Clock rolling, near 8 minutes to go here in the third. Again, a 7-point ball game in favor of Edinboro. They'll have the basketball. Evans with it. He'll give it off to Kurtz. Free throw line shot up, in and out, no good. Did everything but splash down. Mizzou will get the rebound.
Yeah, Missouri collapsed in that time, and Edinboro didn't take that time to spread them out.
Zaleas with the basketball. He'll work it here on the near side. And just like we had on the other end, a couple plays ago, Mizzou is going to get called for a 3-second call, so it'll go back the other way. Get a 7-point ball game, 38-31. Near side with it, that's Pollard. The sophomore will hold it in the right hand, control the chair with the left now. He'll switch it up, give a cross-court pass far side to Evans. Evans has it, thought about a long 2, doesn't take it. Yoder, he'll take this shot. That one too high on the backboard. It will go into the hands of Pettit.
Yeah, you can see there, Edinboro again collapsing, packing in that Missouri defense. Not a lot of room, and then they're just sitting still. There isn't that crossing attack. They haven't taken the time to create the space they need. They're settling for long jumpers.
Zaleas, he'll fire it up on the other, and that one too strong. Evans comes down with the rebound as he will race across the timeline. He'll survey here on the near side. He'll be cut off by Trumper as he'll work it now straight away. Free throw line, gives it off far side. Shot up, no good. Good looking play, just couldn't get the shot. However, Pollard's going to take it away, so it'll stay on this side of the court as Evans will end up with it now here on the near side. He'll give it to Kurtz, had it bounce off his hands, got it, shot up, no good. Trumper's going to pick up the foul, his 3rd.
Yeah, you can see like Edinboro's come out again, and they're just not quite settled. And so we saw that in the first half, and this is that spot where Missouri was able to get just a little bit of a lead early on. It'll be interesting to see what it takes for Edinboro to maybe settle themselves down a little bit. Right now, what I'm looking at, I don't see the one voice on the court. I don't see that leader that's speaking up and saying, hey guys, we got this, settle down, take a breath.
Both those free throws missed by Kurtz. Rebound will come down to Pettit, so Mizzou could cut into this 7-point deficit here again. 38-31 score. Pass is going to be offline, was looking for Pettit down low, and pass was just out of his reach. It'll go the other way. Fighting Scots will have the basketball, 6:13 and counting here in this third. Winner moves on to play the number 1 seed Alabama. That is tomorrow at 8 a.m. The loser plays the loser of the next game at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, as there's a shot up and good by Evans. He's got 16.
There's that pressure from Edinboro.
So Mizzou will break the pressure, get it to Zaleas. It's one-on-one against Pollard. He'll fire it up good. Good work there to break the pressure, be able to get points off of it. Evans has the basketball here near side. So he'll direct a little traffic, give it off to Pollard. He'll work it on the far side. Long 2 up, good.
Yeah, nice shot by Pollard. You could see that elbow gap opened up, and Evans cut into the basket. That'll continue to open up, and they've got to see that and identify that gap.
So again, pressure here as Pettit will end up with it. He'll give it off to Trumper, back to Pettit. So he'll give it down low to Zaleas. He'll have it, he'll fire it up, in and out, no good. Pollard will get the rebound. Heading back the other way. Pollard still with it as he will be picked up by Henry through the paint. Pass is going to be knocked out as both teams take a tumble. Zaleas takes a tumble. They're going to say basketball is off of him. Johnson also takes a tumble as well. We'll get everybody righted. Basketball stays on this side of the court.
I love the hustle play by Zaleas. I love the, diving forward, sacrificing his body. That's just a hustle play. There's no foul there.
Inbound will go into Kurtz. His shot missed everything. Pettit will get the rebound for Mizzou. And Mizzou trails by 9 here at 42-33. 4:40 left to go here in the third. Pettit with the basketball. He'll give it off to Clements. So he'll work around the perimeter with it. He'll be picked up there, matched wheel for wheel by Evans. Now with it is Saleas. He'll work it over in the right wing, 10 seconds on the clock. He'll load up a 2, shot no good. Evans gets the rebound. It'll go the other way for Edinboro. Fighting Scots with the basketball. Working on the far side is Evans. He'll give it down low to Kurtz. His shot no good. Rebound comes down to Pettit.
Yeah, Yoder did a neat job sealing for Kurtz, but Kurtz is a little bit short for us to seal for. We want to seal for a big guy.
So Moore is going to pick up a foul there. That'll be number 4 on him. So he's the first player to reach 4. That's the team third. He will come out of the ball game here. Coming in for him is Johnson.
Johnson did a good job when he came in the first half. I thought he was a solid sub. He came in, not spectacular in what he was doing, but I thought his defense was good and his offense was steady, trying to help his teammates get open.
So Mizzou will have the basketball again, a 9-point ball game at 42-33 in favor of Edinboro. Saleas has it, gives it down low to Pettit. He'll fire up a shot, no good. Rebound tipped out, ends up in the hands of Pollard. Pollard will go off to the far side, now go back straight away. He'll give it off to Evans. His shot up, banked it in. He has got 18 points so far in the contest. 3.5 minutes to go here. Get a little pressure put on. Far side with it, Saleas gets the pass from Trumper. He'll have it working over to the far side. He'll feed it down low to Pettit. He'll fire it up good. Pettit has 9 here today.
You can really see the difference in Pettit's shot when he takes that extra second to gather himself. He's got a solid shot.
So Evans will have the basketball as he will give it off to Johnson. He'll fire it up. That one no good. Pettit gets another board. So he'll have it going the other way. In still a 9-point ball game at 44-35. There's a shot up. That one's going to be blocked by Pollard. It'll be taken away, though, by Saleas. Puts the brakes on before he gives over and back. He'll have the basketball, gives it off to Clements. He'll fire it up. His shot is no good, but he is fouled. Good work there to find the open lane.
I love the way Saleas, when the pick was set, he pulled himself away from that pick about 10 feet, and then he slowed and started to turn towards the basket, make himself a threat. That pulled that defender out to him and pulled the defender away from Clements so that Clements could roll to the basket undetected. A really nice job as a pick E to recreate space and be a threat.
Free throw up by Clements is no good. So he misses the first one. He'll have a second one coming. Second free throw, that one up and good. So he's got 9. It does cut it down to an 8-point ball game at 44-36. Evans directs some traffic as he'll take it over on the far side of the court. He'll give it off to Pollard. Pollard will decide to try to cut to the bucket. Has room, lays it up, missed it. Uncharacteristic shot there that didn't go in. Rebound comes down to Pettit. He'll give it off for Trumper, who works it over here to the near side of the court. He'll give it off to Saleas. Work through the paint. He'll fire it up. Good.
Again, you see that. You see that Saleas taking the time that he's got. He didn't rush his shot, even though Pollard had his hand up in his face.
Well, Mizzou trails by 6 now, 44-38. Edinboro with the basketball. And there's going to be an offensive foul. That will be on Kurtz, his second, team 5th.
Yeah, for those young players out there, you pick with your foot plate, you should expect to get an offensive foul. What Kurtz needed to do is just turn his chair and take a better angle so that the defensive player ran into his rear axle instead of his foot plate.
So Mizzou could cut it down even more. Again, they trail by 6. Trumper with a free throw line, left-hander up, no good. Rebound is going to be off the fingertips of Kurtz. Ends up in the hands of Johnson. So Fighting Scots will take it the other way. Pollard with the basketball. He'll try to work it along the baseline. He'll give it off near side to Johnson. Feeds it down low to Evans. Shot off the glass, good.
nice patience, and I love the way the Edinburgh player pulled the defense out. That gave that gap to Evans to finish his cut.
He has got 20 points, does Evans, on the day. Yes. Mizzou will have the basketball, get a little pressure put on here. Pettit will have it. He'll give it off to Clemens. He'll fire up a shot from the free throw line, no good. Pollard will get the rebound. We're at 40 seconds left here in this third. Pollard still with the basketball. He'll work over to the far side with it. He'll stop, hold it in the right hand. He'll spin around the chair. Now give it straight away to Evans. 11 on the shot clock. Johnson with it. He'll start right, go back left. 6 on the shot clock now. He'll fire it up, missed it. That's off of Pollard's hands. It'll go the other direction. Shot clock will be turned off. 15.1 seconds left. That is in this third. And it's a 46-38 score, Edinburgh leading. Trumper with the basketball for Mizzou. He'll give it to Saleas. Saleas working far side with it. 7 on the clock, winding down. 5 on the clock. He'll give it off to Trumper. Free throw line shot up, no good. Rebound will come down, and you'll hear the horn, and that will take us to the end of the third. After 3, it's 46-38 in favor of Edinburgh.
Yeah, we haven't seen either team really get settled into themselves and be able to consistently execute out there. They're both kind of up and down both ways. I liked Edinburgh coming out with a bit of pressure to do something different, to kind of see if they could, disrupt what Missouri had planned. Missouri had a couple of layups out of it, but then they got unsettled a little bit. So it would be really interesting right now. One of the things I'm looking at, I don't see a voice out there leading players. What's so important, what you see in good teams, is you see a traffic cop or you see a coach on the court. You see that person who's an extension of the coach and helps communicate things and keep things organized. That's one of the things that seems to be missing right now. One of those players that can speak up and run things on offense, run things on defense, and keep them focused. But that's one of the things we see in great teams, is they've got that player on the court.
Well, both teams getting their final instructions here. As we said, we've got one period left, 10 minutes left on the clock. The winner will move on in the tournament to face the number 1 seed Alabama. That will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow. The loser will play the loser of the Illinois and Michigan game. That follows this game here, our first game here today. That'll be the second game of the tournament. That'll be at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So Yoder will start the inbound play here. Down by us, right in front of me at the announcer's table here, as we're underway here with this final period in regulation of Game 1 of the 2026 National Intercollegiate Wheelchair Basketball Tournament. Far side with it. Johnson will have it. He'll still have it over on the far side. Now Pollard with it. So he will work down. He'll float it up there. Good.
Nice read by Pollard. He had a bit of a mismatch on Henry at the point, and all he did was do a little fake and then cut on Henry's back to be able to get the mismatch cut to the basket.
He makes it look easy. As I said, he just floats it in there. He's got 14 points now. Saleas will have the basketball here on the near side. He'll have a little room, and we'll have an offensive foul. That is an unfortunate break for Mizzou.
Yeah, what I loved what Saleas did is, as he was out at the three-point line, he took the ball when he had the ball, and he showed shot, and that brought that Edinburgh player out to begin to create that pick and roll. Henry has to just do a little bit better job taking an angle and setting that pick.
And he'll learn. He's just a freshman. That'll come with experience. Now we have an offensive foul on the other end, so both teams giving it back to the other on the offensive foul. So that'll be number 4 on Pollard. So now he picks up his 4th. Moore already has 4, so both of them in some foul trouble here, as it'll be a timeout called by Coach Speed, as he's going to take a timeout here, I think really just to figure out what they want to do, because you're two of your 5 starters with 4 fouls apiece, and that accounts for about 25 points on average for between those two. That's a little bit of a problem.
Well, and we saw in the first half when both Moore and Pollard got into foul trouble and they had to come out, how Missouri was able to come back. They were able to identify some of the mismatches, and then on offense, Edinburgh wasn't quite, they couldn't be quite as aggressive with some of their cuts to the basket. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens here, because 9 minutes to play in this game, it's a 10-point ball game. That's doable for Missouri if they can play consistently down the stretch. And depending upon what happens with Moore and Pollard here, if they come out and give Missouri that chance to come back.
Well, and for Edinburgh, you know, for them, you get to see some guys now that you're calling upon to step up. You need them to step up and play like a starter, as Noah Gorecki, the 4'5" freshman, he is checked in the ball game for Edinburgh as well. So with the basketball, this will be Saleas. He'll feed it off to Clements, far side to Trumper. He'll fire it up from the far side, no good. Rebound taken by Evans. Mizzou couldn't get a shot to fall there. Evans will take it the other way for the Fighting Scots. Evans still with it. He'll give it off to Yoder. Back to Evans on the far side. Now they'll give a cross-court pass near side to Johnson. So he'll be cut off there. Cross-court pass, 8 seconds on the shot clock. Evans left that one short. Saleas tracks down the rebound for Mizzou.
Really nice defensive possession by Mizzou. Great triple switch rotations to prevent Edinburgh from getting to the rim.
And it's a 10-point ball game for Edinburgh at 48-38. There's a shot up by Saleas that rimmed out. Gorecki will get the rebound. He'll give it off to Evans. Evans quickly across the timeline, working down underneath. He'll give it off. There's a shot by Moore, missed it. As again, he's got those 4 fouls that he's working with. Saleas will get the basketball. So he will take it for Mizzou. He'll have it working near side here, spin around, give it off to Pettit in the paint. His shot up, no good. Rebound comes down to Johnson.
It's interesting, Coach Speed brought in a different sub for Pollard this last time. Brought in Gorecki, and that kept height, and that's probably helping prevent those height mismatches that we saw in the first half.
Moore has it, left that one short, got his own rebound. That one also no good. Rebound comes down for Mizzou as Pettit will have it.
Yeah, you see both teams a little bit unsettled, not quite executing the way that they would like.
Lemons has the basketball, back to Pettit. He'll wheel in, he'll fire it up, missed it. Rebound will be taken by Yoder. He'll flip it off to Evans. Back pick there. We'll have numbers for Edinburgh. Now everybody back at full strength now. Near side with it, that'll be Johnson. He'll have the basketball. Again, 10-point advantage for the Fighting Scots. There's a shot up now. It's a 12-point advantage as Evans has got 22.
Yeah, Evans very quietly having a really solid game today. Nothing spectacular about the way he's producing his points, but really consistent.
Saleas has it, gives it off to Pettit as he will be fouled. And I think that's on Moore. That is his 5th, so he will foul out with 6:37 left to go here in the contest. That's his 5th. He exits with 7 points.
Yeah, where he's really been contributing, like first, he can really move his chair defensively. And that speed has been difficult for Missouri to deal with. But offensively, he's very quietly working to set picks and screens to open things up for his teammates. And so we'll see what impact that has, having one of their key players, a starter, foul out at this point in the game with this much time left.
First free throw no good by Pettit. Second free throw, that one also no good. As that ball will go out of bounds, will go with the Fighting Scots. Yeah, for Moore too, he always seems like he finds a way to just get himself through the traffic. He's just able to weave his way through and find himself underneath, down low at the bucket, and he makes a good living down there. So Evans will have the basketball. Yoder with it out front. He'll give it to Johnson here on the near side, nearing 6:15 left to go here in the game. There's Evans, 2 more. He has got 24.
That's one of those ones where Missouri has to see the ball in the air and jump on the balls in the air, not wait till the catch, because that's too late.
6 minutes left to go here in the ball game. 52-38 score in favor of Edinboro. There's a shot that rims out for Mizzou as Clemens takes that shot. Evans gets the rebound. He'll call out what play he wants to run here, as he'll have it here on the near side. Now he'll work it more straight away at the free throw line. He'll fire it up, banked it in. He's got 26.
There we see Evans 3 buckets in a row. So you have Pollard and you have Moore. You know, Pollard on the bench right now, Moore fouling out. You see Evans stepping up and putting some of this on his shoulders, but in a very quiet way. None of these are spectacular things. He's doing some simple, basic, fundamental things.
With the basketball, this will be Henry. He'll fire it up free throw line. No good. Gorecki will get the rebound as he will give way to Johnson. Johnson gives it back to Evans. As you said, he has quietly got 26 points on the day. He's got a good-looking shot. He'll fire it up. Now he's got 28.
That's 4 baskets in a row. Time for a timeout.
Head coach Ron Likens calls a timeout here for Mizzou. As you said, they've given up 4 buckets here, really in back-to-back fashion, as Evans sits at 28. That's no matter who's putting in 28. If they're dropping 28, that's showing that there's a little mismatch there. It's where Mizzou just not able to get over and cover him up like they need to. But he's also a shooter that's able to really put him in anywhere where he's on the court. He's able to have the touch to put it in.
Yeah, and we saw the first part of this quarter was kind of going back and forth. It didn't look like either team wanted to win or quite knew how they were going to go about it. And we're waiting for somebody or one of the teams to settle in. You can see Evans has done that. He's settled in. He's found his spot behind the screen on the offside. He's now starting with the ball with him, and he's getting good spacing, and he's already decided to catch and shoot when he's getting that ball. He's already made that decision. He's not trying to run a pick and roll or anything like that. He's going to catch and shoot, put it on his shoulders at that particular point. So we've seen that person that's rising up to decide he wants to win and then focus on the tiny things he controls to do that.
And Evans, we've seen him score up close. We've seen him score way out, almost in the three-point land. We've seen him score in between. He's just got a great touch to it, and just, you know, there's really no doubt about it. When he puts it up, it's probably going in. So we're at the halfway point here in this final period in regulation. Again, it's a 56-38 score. There's a shot up by Saleas. He has got 20. It's now 56-40, Edinboro leading.
And that's one of the things you always want to see as a coach. You know, call a timeout and then score coming out of your timeout. Always used to drive me nuts when we'd have a timeout and then we'd go out and we'd turn the ball over or have a foul or something like that. I felt like we'd just wasted 30 seconds or a minute of our life that we'd never get back.
There's going to be a turnover on Pollard. Is not something we see that often. You're allowed, you get your dribble, you can push your chair twice, you got to dribble again. So they say he didn't have the right combination there. Goes back for Mizzou. Saleas will have it. He'll feed it to Pettit. Down low, shot up, crawls across the rim. He has got 11.
Yeah, no help by the Edinboro defender that time. Nice pick and roll by Pettit and Saleas.
Evans with the basketball once again. He'll give a cross-court pass to Pollard. He's checked in. Ball is going to be knocked out. It's a race to get there. It's going to go into backcourt, as it's going to be off Saleas. Good heads-up play there by Johnson to know the situation and know who last touched it, and he just lets it go out of bounds. Possession will stay with the Fighting Scots.
I like this. Missouri coming up, recognize 9 seconds on the shot clock. Come up, put pressure. Don't let them get a quality shot.
Pollard will have the basketball. He'll be straight away, fires up a three. That one goes out of bounds, did not draw iron. Just like you said, Mizzou giving themselves an opportunity here as they forced the Fighting Scots to basically throw up a shot, not be able to run the play they wanted to. 3:45 left to go. Saleas with the basketball. They'll spin around far side. The Mizzou trails 56-42. He'll fire it up good. He has got 22 points of his own. So 56-44, Edinboro leading. Clock rolling down here. Evans with it. And we have a whistle and a foul called. That foul is going to be called on the Tigers. That'll be on Pettit. That's the junior second, team second. Will be an inbound here. 3:16 left to go in the ball game. Yoder will get it into Evans, fires it up, good.
Just a really nice soft touch. You can just really see how focused he is right now.
Absolutely, he has got 30 points. Like I said, very impressed with his shot. Mentioned it, light touch, he just knows exactly what to put on it to get the bucket. Saleas, he'll fire it up, that one a little long. Rebound is going to go out of bounds. It should go the other direction. That will be the call, as Fighting Scots will end up with it. Nobody there to touch it on either side. So Edinboro with the basketball. Evans, and as we said, sitting on 30 points. Not sure what his career high is, but he might be close to it or exceeding it here with 30 today. Pollard with the basketball. Again, he's got those 4 fouls. He'll fire it up baseline, good.
Nice read by Pollard. He saw the mismatch and just turned, squared himself up, took his time with the shot.
That shows exactly why it's a big challenge when he is on the bench, because he is also a shooter that seemingly can make it from anywhere on the court. There's a shot up by Clements, that one no good. And we've got a whistle and a foul. That one on Saleas, that's his second, team third. 2:15 left to go here in the ball game. Again, it's a 60-44 score. Edinboro will get the inbound started. Now give it off to Pollard. Pollard working through the paint. He'll fire it up. He's got 18.
What I really like there on the inbounds, I could see Evans talking to his teammates, getting them organized as to where they needed to be, what they needed to do on that inbounds play. That was one of the things we talked about, is needing a voice on the court, somebody that could speak up and get a team playing consistently.
Saleas has it in the paint. That shot up no good. Pollard will get the rebound as he will take it the other way for Edinboro. Nearing a minute and a half to go here in the ball game. There'll be a pass down low. Kurt's shot up good. He has got 4. Under a minute and a half to go. In 64-44 advantage, biggest of the day. With the basketball, Trumper will have it for Mizzou. He'll fire that up. That one no good. Pollard's going to let that one go out of bounds. It will be out off of Mizzou. It'll go the other way.
Yeah, and there you can see just the inconsistency that Missouri's had. There have been some possessions. They've done a great job creating space, the right picking angles, and they've had cuts and pick and rolls to the basket, or wide open jumpers because the defense had rotated away from them. But then you'll see the next possession, it'll break down and they won't get the space they need. So they've been inconsistent throughout the game. They've shown flashes of what they can do.
Evans fires that up, missed it. It rainbowed over the bucket. There's a shot up by Pollard. That one will go out of bounds. 2 uncharacteristic misses from both of those guys. Mizzou will end up with the basketball. 44.1 seconds left as time will start now. The Trumper touches it. He's going to throw it away. Was looking down low for Pettit. Too tall for him. I like the idea, just a little bit too tall on the pass.
Yeah, the read was right. He had Pettit on a mismatch down low. What he's got to do is he's got to think about dropping that ball in a glass. What I always used to tell players, you got to think of it like you got a glass that you got to drop the ball into, dropping water in the glass like that, and he fired it across. That's a tough pass to catch.
Evans will have the basketball here. Cross-court pass over to Johnson. He will start right now, go left with it. He'll give it off to Pollard. He'll have it near the free throw line. Now Evans with it once again. He'll be picked up there by Pettit. He'll wheel to the far side. Yoder with it. That's a mismatch there as he's picked up by Pettit. And there'll be a shot up, no good by Evans. Yoder couldn't get a shot off. He was hounded by Pettit. So shot no good. Rebound comes down for Mizzou. 5 seconds on the clock, winding down. Pettit with it. He'll give it off to Trumper. Turn around and shoot. Shot no good. But that will be the final horn as our final score. The Fighting Scots 64 and Mizzou 44.
Yeah, a slight upset in this game. The 9 seed beating the 8 seed. Really, the difference was there was that gap in the middle of the second half where Evans all of a sudden just settled in and found his spot and hit a bunch of shots in a row. Missouri came down inconsistent possessions, and that was the gap that separated things and gave them the spread. It moved things apart. So Missouri inconsistent. They had some moments when they created the kind of spacing they wanted. They got pick and rolls and they got wide open shots or cuts to the basket. But it was inconsistent. And that little bit of consistency by Edinburgh in that one gap is what gave them the spread that they needed to be successful in this game. They settled down after coming out, a little bit unsettled, a little bit jumpy, and managed to navigate that. That'll be important. They got those jitters off because tomorrow they got to face Alabama. And Alabama, that's a team that they're going to try to make you jumpy. They're going to put a lot of pressure on you. They're going to be physical. And you're going to have to be able to keep composed. So that'll be a challenge for Edinburgh. For Missouri, you know, a lot of potential. They'll continue to play in the seeding out games here, and continue to use that time to grow and work on that consistency because they've got a couple of young players on this squad.
Absolutely, and you know, like we said, that these two teams very evenly matched, 8 versus 9, not a lot separating the two. They matched up 4 times in the regular season, 2 belonging to Missouri, 2 belonging to Edinburgh. So now Edinburgh has the edge at 3-2, but very, very evenly matched. We'll take a look at your totals here real quick, like as Jeremy Evans, the grad player, he had 30 points on the day, 18 points put in by sophomore J.P. Pollard. 7 points put in by senior Dakari Moore, 4 points put in by redshirt junior in Jeffrey Kurtz, 3 points by senior Jordan McCowan, and 2 points contributed by grad student Isaiah Johnson. Flip the page over for Mizzou. Their leading scorer with 22 points was sophomore Logan Saleas, 11 points for junior David Pettit, 9 points for senior and Daniel Clements, and 2 points for freshman and junior Henry to round out their scoring. So as you said, we know what at least the first piece of the bracket looks like after the first game, as Edinburgh will move on to play Alabama. As you said, Frog, it's the #1 seed, so that's going to be a tough task for Edinburgh. For Mizzou, they'll drop down. They will play the loser between Illinois, the #5 seed, and Michigan, the #12 seed, who will be matching up here in just about 29 and a half minutes or so. But for both teams, good way to start the tournament. Mizzou not the way they wanted that first game to go, but as you said, lots of potential, and they've got some players that just need a little more playing time, but they'll get it here. And for Edinburgh, that's really the game that you know, they probably weren't expecting to have 2 starters get into foul trouble, but they made the adjustments, had some guys step up, and really, you know, they were able to transition and do well.
Yeah, the 2 things that I would say for each of these teams, if they had to think of a single word that they should use to guide them as they go into the next games that they've got. For Mizzou, it's learn from what happened and apply those learnings in the next game. And for Edinburgh, it's improve. It's take the things they did well and grow those things so that they're ready for the next game.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for our first game of the day. Any final thoughts before we get out of here?
No, great way to start at this fantastic venue here at the McHale Center at the University of Arizona. Really excited as all the games move forward for all these athletes to get a chance to play here in this fantastic venue in the best basketball of the nation today. Absolutely.
Well, it was a pleasure working with you again. Great job. It was a lot of fun. Like I said, you make my job very, very easy, make it a lot of fun. And it's just always great to get to work with you. We'll get to do a few more games before the tournament's over. So for Frog, I'm Blake Gasaway, as that's going to do it for our broadcast here. We're going to take right about a 25 or so minute break, and we're going to change our broadcasting crew a little bit, and then we will get the second game of the tournament. Again, that'll be number 5 Illinois taking on number 12 in Michigan. That will be it's the second of a handful of games today, but we will have that on the air here shortly. As again, it's been our pleasure bringing you broadcast coverage. Until we talk to you with our next broadcast, so long and have a great rest of your afternoon.
shots anyway. Oh, that's why. He's on PA. That's why.
Stuff I saw. Not Missouri. One chairman farther out. And when they had crashed like that, but it was really good back. It was good game. Yeah. It was, you know, outside jump shot. And then when they were Edinburgh was able to triple switch and recover. Take shots contested.
Yeah.
Jump shot, crushed.
Now it just means I have to actually fill in a game board for it. Because I was kind of hoping that they So at halftime. Not yet.
I'm Joseph. They wanted me to let you guys know that they're going to do a celebrity tip-off right after introductions, and then we'll do the session. They didn't know if you guys do it.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, no missed calls today, right?
Shot. Nah, let's just see if it's true. Thanks, guys.
Yep. They're using the same exact feed. I need to say something. Yeah. Yeah, they gave us all the bios. Bios? Yeah, I wanted your officiating coordinator game to do it live. So I give us all the stuff. Try to listen. Try to listen. Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Game 2 of the 2026 International Intercollegiate Wheelchair Basketball Championship. Your starting lineups for the Michigan Wolverines. Number 1, Steven Tinden. Number 10, Sula Christensen. Number 23, Daniel Delgado Cornell. Number 30, Drew Dane. Number 32, Johnny Osborne. Their head coach, Jessica Wynn. And now, your starting lineup for the University of Illinois. Number 2, Sebastian Milan. Number 3, Grant Pierce. Number 5, Jack Linsfield. Number 13, Ryan Fitzpatrick. And number 21, Latrell Stevens. Their head coach,
Jake Sierra.
every once in a while, folks, you have a legend in the house. Tonight's honorary tip-off is none other than Coach Mike Frogley. Then the captains, get ready for the tip-off. Come on up. Just an honorary tip-off with the captains. Get a quick photo. Coach Mike Frogley has 4 gold medals and 4 knocks. Thank you, Coach Frogley. Thank you, Michigan and Illinois. Let's play some ball.
Edinburgh has already pulled off the first upset of the 2026 NIWBT. So what's in store next as the University of Michigan Wolverines look to make their mark here in their first ever appearance in the Intercollegiate NWBA Championships? And they got a tough one against one of the most storied programs, if not the most storied program in college wheelchair basketball in the University of Illinois Fighting Illini. Welcome to everyone watching around the world. I'm Spencer Thompson alongside the Paralympian gold medalist in Mike Frogley. Proud to be with you in Tucson, Arizona. Mike, long day of media days for everybody involved, including us too, who got to talk with a bunch of different teams throughout the last couple of days. And the one thing that impressed me the most in talking with Coach Jessica Wynn for the Michigan Wolverines is that they played in D3 previously. This is their first year of intercollegiate play, and she said going in, we may be a 12 seed on paper, but everything's open. There's nothing that this Wolverines team cannot accomplish.
Yeah, I'm so thoroughly impressed with the Michigan program and how quickly they've grown, how fast and how much they've grown over the last couple of years. To start from literally not having a program or any players at all to being here today is a phenomenal statement, and it goes to the leadership in their program, and that will carry down to the athletes for sure.
Mixture of community and college athletes for the Michigan Wolverines, a key point that Coach Wynn told us, and they wanted to make sure everyone was involved throughout their entire program history. And Illinois, trying to go inside of the paint, will draw the foul to start off the first 11 seconds of this competition.
Yeah, right off the bat, you know, Illinois, they've got really some remarkable speed and quickness. And so they're going to use that. We're going to see that as a mismatch today. And there we see right off the bat Jack Binsfeld with that little fake cut to the basket, and it's tough for this young Michigan team to be able to match up against that speed right now.
You mentioned Jack Binsfeld shoots about 46.5% from the stripe as he goes up for his first free throws here in Tucson for the week. Leads the team in assists per game, averaging about 11.8 points per game as well. The sophomore out of Vandenay Heights, Minnesota, was a part of the All-American second team for this year's season in the NWBA.
Now, what I love about watching Jack play, he just has an engine that just doesn't quit. He's full on all the time, and that's just a lot of fun to watch an athlete giving that kind of effort every single second of the game.
Winner of this competition goes against the Moving Mavs of the University of Texas at Arlington, one of 4 teams getting a first-round bye. Changed this year with it being 11 teams in the men's division last year, as the ball ends up in the hands of R.J. Fitzpatrick, another one of the stars we'll talk about throughout the game. But Jack Binsfeld, again, he can do it from the stripe, he can do it in the paint, he can do it pretty much anywhere on the floor.
Yeah, really subtle thing that happened right there. Martrell Stevens for U of I set a pick to get his teammate open as opposed to letting that defender rotate. A very unselfish thing, a very smart thing. That's one of the things we're going to see from Stevens, really high basketball IQ.
This is an Illinois team that averages about 64 points per game. They're shooting about 44% from the field as they try to get a defensive stand here against Drew Dame and company, the junior out of Kentwood, Michigan. As he's got a tough defensive maneuver to try and get around here. They'll get it back out to, there goes Delgado Cornejo, who is very particular about how he wanted his last name pronounced, and as you should be, it's your name. As going inside, Binsfeld will rim out on that shot, but the finish made by Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, we're going to see this from Illinois. They want to run up and down the court. Again, Jack Binsfeld epitomizes how this team loves to just push. All of his teammates, they can all push like that. You saw them push the ball up the court, and then you saw Illinois right there for the rebound in the case there was a miss. Great follow by his teammate.
Couldn't even get it past half court before a foul was called. Shows you how physical this game is going to be heading down the rest of the way. Pass inside to Drew Dame from the sideline. And Stephen Tinnen, one of the community players from Ann Arbor, Michigan, is heavily involved in the adaptive athletics and just adaptive world in general. Works for Exobionics and was telling us at length about his company and how they're making exoskeletons to get people back to restoring their generative abilities. And one thing I love that he mentioned, this Michigan team had not been to Tucson or over in the Arizona area, most of them the first time they're visiting, and Stephen Tinnen, as he possessed the rock for a moment, had fears of, they did a mountain climbing activity. They were scaling some of the mountains here in Tucson and said it was a great experience at the end as they will get out on the sideline. The Illini will get the ball back, but that shows you kind of the culture that Coach Wynn is trying to establish, that yes, we're here in Tucson for nationals, but we're still going to get some sort of vigorous exercise activity in.
Well, it's so important. What you see as a common theme throughout all of these university programs here is the importance of holistic athlete development. They want to develop the whole athlete, the whole person, the whole student. And that's what makes these programs special, I think, in this day and age, and why so many of these student athletes are going to go on to be leaders in their community and have a social impact way beyond what they do on the court here today.
And Coach talked about that as well on the Michigan campus. They were always trying to increase access, and the community was the heartbeat of one of many things that make this Wolverines team so special. As they try to get something going here, a shot from beyond the arc that will not get in, and with the expiration of the shot clock, the Illini have gone on to a 7-0 run for the first 3 minutes in this play-in game, as you call it, maybe wild card, first round, whatever label you want to put on it, but 7-0 run here for Illinois to start.
Yeah, you can see Illinois right off the bat, and this is a really important game for them. They've been very successful against this Michigan program all year. They want to make sure they continue with that success, and for them, it's about really paying attention to their execution.
How about that execution from Sebastian Milan? Normally is about 24% whenever he's outside of the key, as that is going the other way for a 3-second violation.
There's a lot of value to Sebastian looking for that shot early. It shows that he's willing to take it, and he's going to force those Michigan players to come out. when they come out to honor that three of his, that's going to create space for that pick and roll attack and those cuts to the basket for his teammates like Jack Binsfeld.
And you could tell this Michigan team likes to have the ball controlled through their 3.0 junior, computer science major, as this gets passed inside, looking for some sort of opportunity here to go back outside. Drew Dame was in the area to receive the pass, but goes out of play, and Illinois will get the ball back. And if you're Coach Wynn, you don't like to see these simple mistakes being made early on.
Hey, you don't want to beat yourself. You want to make sure that Illinois has to come out and cause the turnovers, cause the missed shots. You don't want to have poor execution yourself.
Stevens got the pass in, the finish. It'll be an N1 play opportunity for the man who's, if I'm not mistaken, has scored pretty much every point so far here for the Illini thus far. The 3.5 sophomore will go to the line to try to make this a 10-point lead.
Yeah, and again, you see that cutting, and I've been so impressed. I've had a chance to watch Jack Binsfeld all year, and he is so strong going to the basket. He really identifies a little fake that he's got. He attacks the back of the defender, and he's got the athleticism to finish with contact like we just saw. So really, really impressive from Jack.
You know, for a guy who is leading the Illini in total personal fouls at 58, he can also take them and put his team in a situation to go up on more. It's a 10-0 run to start out about the first 4 minutes of the game. Trying to break it up with a kiss over there was Delgado Garnejo, but graduate student not able to get it to land as John Matthew Davis will go inside, and his shot will go in with the kiss.
You could see Illinois just pushing to get down court and beat each one of the Michigan players, and that's giving them these transition opportunities.
5:50 left to go in this first quarter. 12-0 lead already for Illinois. As Mike Frogley mentioned to you all about 2 minutes ago, this is a Illini team that's had Michigan's number throughout the year. Obviously, teams within the same conference in Big Ten, not just in the NCAA, but in the NWBA intercollegiate scene. And both coaches talked about that as well. We talked about how three of the final four teams in the men's tournament are here in the NWBA participating in wheelchair basketball. And the general consensus is that it was not a distraction for any of them or any sort of, well, now we have to match that level. It was a, you know, this is great. We appreciate it. And a lot of teams are trying to think, where are we going to watch the semifinals on Saturday when everything is all good and done, as this gets rebounded by Adkins. Another shot going up, and easy to clean up there is the junior out of Canton, Mississippi.
Yeah, it really speaks to the mindset that these players have, that they are part of their university communities. They are not separate from them. They are every bit a part. And a great example is I remember seeing earlier this year, Arizona, their men's team, being celebrated at, I believe it was their football game, at one of their football games for their national championship. And that's recognition of the contribution their student athletes made to the community here on this campus. And I think that's why we're seeing, you know, these student athletes so excited for what their counterparts are going to be doing in Indianapolis this weekend.
Arizona, one of 4 teams getting a first-round bye in the men's division for all the tournaments here in Tucson. Great cleanup, great finish by Fitzpatrick, and it's a 16-0 run for Illinois as Michigan is going to call a 30-second timeout.
Yeah, right off the bat again, you know, we saw Martrell Stevens in that transition set a seal for his teammate on the ball side. He could have kept driving in and tried to call for the ball himself. Selfless play, opened it up for his teammate to get an opportunity.
Coach Tyree mentioned it as well, going back to that Final Four subject, said it was cool for both to be in for the rest of the playoffs and such, and he also was very complimentary of this Michigan team, and specifically mentioning that the Illini program, the first collegiate wheelchair basketball team established in the United States, and was so impressed that this is still a time for first to happen with Michigan starting this year, and felt that the Wolverines were still disciplined in all of their games. And you're seeing that play out here for the last couple of minutes. Again, we mentioned about the trying to shoot yourselves in the foot in a way, but Michigan has started to tighten things down a little bit, just haven't been able to get their shots to land.
Well, and this, it's so important that, you know, they're a young program, and there we go. The three.
Perfect three there from a player wearing number 0. We'll make sure we get that to you in just a few moments. That's Alexander Forstner, the freshman out of Charlotte, North Carolina. You want to talk about futures looking bright for programs? If you got a guy like that draining shots from beyond the arc in the first year of his collegiate career, there's only one way to go for him, and that's up.
Well, and right off the bat, you saw Illinois, they started their defense at the three-point line instead of above the three-point line like they had before that timeout. That tiny little bit opens the door for Michigan.
Trying to break up what was the 16-0 run to start out the competition, and they've still got the ball on their offensive end of the floor. Chance here for Jonathan Osborne, the Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan native, who's a 1.0 freshman pursuing sports management. And he'll get the ball again, and he'll drain it in, and maybe trying to go on a run of their own here, the Wolverines. It's a 5-0 run after that basket. Back on the other end, the Illini know how to quickly respond to moments like that. And when you have a guy like R.J. Fitzpatrick on your side of the offensive schemes, what are you going to do, right?
Well, and you can see one of the things that I think the Illini are really strong at, that speed and that agility and athleticism they've got in their athletes, they use it to cut to the basket a lot in transition and in half court. And that's what we saw from Fitzpatrick.
Dame faked a 3, and it ended up with a Jonathan Osborne bucket. And right now it's a 7-2 run here for Michigan as they try to respond. Going inside for the 2 on this shot, and it manages to find its way in. Another one from the business markets and management major, standing at 4.5.
Yeah, and again, you see the cut to the basket from Illinois. So Michigan's going to now have to make an adjustment, and they're going to have to help down off of players outside to help their teammates stop those cuts and deal with the speed of the Illinois players.
Another 3 attempt on the distance. It had a good amount of leverage, but just got almost wedged between the backboard and rim there. 7-4, the scoring in favor of the Wolverines the last couple of minutes, and a foul on the floor. Our officials today, Yosef Simon, Jake Livingston, and Sierra Brand. A lot of experience combined between these two. Jake, 20-plus years, 29 years for Yosef, and Sierra, a total of 5 years officiating, and a good amount of them have the majority of their experience in the wheelchair basketball scene. A lot of great officials that are working here this weekend. From the stripe, Tanner Adkins, that one will air ball, and Michigan will retain possession. Speaking of new coaches in the collegiate scene, although Jessica Wynn, this is her 5th year overall in the coaching side, also a prominent alum for the basketball program for the Wolverines. On the other side, Jacob Tyree, also a part of the Illini program. This is his 2nd year coaching at the helm after graduating in 2014. Another great shot there from Agata Cornejo. Lands this on now a 9-4 run for Michigan. But I like what Coach Tyree mentioned when he asked about his coaching style and what he learned from his first year heading into his second. And he said, he's not the full coach that I know I can be, as that basket from his junior out of Wichita goes in from Grant Pierce. But it's nice to see, especially with you being an alum of the Illini program, you have that sort of humility on the head coaching side.
Well, it's so important for coaches. We want our athletes to constantly be looking at improving. We have to model that ourselves. So we have to have that mindset, constantly growing, constantly improving. You can't ask your athletes to do something you're not willing to do yourself. And that's what Jake's doing. He's modeling what it looks like to constantly strive for improvement. His athletes have that role model right in front of them every day.
And a graduate student out of Los Angeles was getting hot for a moment, had an air ball and a shot there, did Danielle Delgado. Averages about 22 points per game for the Wolverines. One of 2 players that managed to get stats for the Michigan program, as this shot usually lands in for Davis in that angle, but this time it won't land.
Yeah, you can see if Michigan gets that little bit of a window, they've got a couple of athletes that can put the ball in the hoop. That'll be important for Illinois. Don't back off. Continue to continue to push and be disciplined, because you can't give Michigan that little bit of a window.
And you can't give the graduate student at 4.5 that much range, almost close to the logo on that shot too. He's got some good range, does Danielle Delgado Cornejo, as it is a 9-4 run right now for Michigan and trying to claw back in this lead, only down by about 13. Outside Pierce thought about an angle, no cut back. Pierce on a switch, chance on the outside for this to land in. Perfect angle for the sophomore out of Knoxville.
You can see that pressure up court. This is something that Illinois really likes to do. Mix up the levels of their pressure. And we've seen them at the three-point line, we've seen them at half court, and now we've seen them at three-quarter court.
I'm liking what I'm seeing on this sort of full court press, if you will, on these players, and it's benefiting with the Illini to get the ball back there, trying to force those 10-second violations, as that shot will not land for Grant Pierce. And end of period number 1. And for those who are used to the NCAA and March Madness, they changed the rule this year for the NWBA. It is 10-minute quarters in both the women's and men's wheelchair basketball scene. So with that, we're at the end of the first quarter with a score of 24-9 as Illinois is leading over Michigan.
Yeah, I liked how Illinois came out. They're doing a lot of their trademark things that they've been working on all year. So they're not deviating from those things. And they're really working on the technical level, really being precise in their execution. You can see that how they're changing up the levels of their defense, and some small little things that I'm seeing out there, how they're talking, how they're rotating their chairs after contact, so they're ready for the next move defensively, and how they're always ready to push, always leaning in their chair. That's something for young players that are out there watching this game. Watch the players and watch and see if they're leaning forward ready to push, or are they sitting upright and they're going to take a second longer going. That's one of the things that I think differentiates players in terms of their quickness, is whether they're leaning ready to push or sitting straight upright. On the Michigan side of things, we've seen as soon as they get an opportunity, get a little bit of space, they have the ability to execute. I think a big thing for them, looking at them, is being able to attack with that crossing attack. They can't sit still and let Illinois make contact and pressure the ball. They've got to be able to attack off ball, especially with crossing attacks at the elbows, because that's where things are opening up for them.
You mentioned how these teams feel like they're immersed within the university and part of their communities. And for the Michigan Wolverines, and Coach Winch, he talked about how Dusty May, recent new coach on the block for the Wolverines, gave an open invitation to their practices so that not only she could learn, but the rest of the players could have a chance to just learn and soak things in. And same thing with, she's very inspired with Coach KBA and how supportive she's been on the women's basketball side. And it's one thing that most of the universities we talk to in the intercollegiate scene are very praising of that, and how the athletic departments are open and try to invite them as much as they can. But one of those where the universities that don't, you wonder why they haven't at this point. But an opportunity, if Dusty May is inviting you to come into the court and learn and experience as much as you can during practices, then why not other universities doing that step?
Well, and I think this really speaks to when you see that kind of an interaction with the wheelchair basketball programs. What it speaks to is the senior leadership at universities understanding the value that all individuals bring to the campus.
Tanner Atkins on another basket, another player who is on the All-American second team for the NWBA this year. And this is another one of those Illinois Fighting Illini teams that, although they're a number 5 seed, one of the more dangerous ones. We were talking about this throughout the last couple of days, that once we get to this quarterfinal round, it's going to be a very large amount of competitive matchups. But if there's one person who has something to say about why are you counting us out, it's Danielle Delgado Cornejo.
Yeah, Cornejo, he's on the three-point line for that shot. The ones he's missed, he's one chair length off. And that's something for Illinois to recognize, is where they need to start their defense to keep him that one chair length farther off the three-point line. Because you're right, if you give him that look, he's showing he can hit it.
I like that smart move by Alexander Forstner to allow that just to bounce out of bounds. And even though he started pursuing it, he just let up and decided, let me use my chair to block and not allow any of the Illinois players to go after it on the corner. As freshman Luke Bowman gets it back in possession, they try to find some opportunities inside of the arc as we are 2 minutes into the second quarter. 26-12, Illinois over Michigan. High up pass to Alex Sala, who will take the shot, and good follow through inside of the paint. Couldn't get it on the third time there. Luke Bowman possessed it at the top of the key, was able to get himself inside of the paint for a follow-up opportunity. As Adkins will almost lose the ball, Binsfeld able to clean it up inside. Matthew Davis will send it in.
Yeah, you can see how effective Illinois is in the open court when there's that space that allow their quick and fast players to cut and slash, and how unselfish they are. They're willing to give the ball up to any teammate who's open.
Junior from Kentwood, Michigan, trying to go hastily, and it's going back the other way on an offensive foul.
Yeah, this pace would be difficult for Michigan. This would be an Illinois pace. If it's going up and down like this, Michigan wants to slow things down a little bit at this particular point.
Quick insight to the rest of the coaching staff for either side. For the Wolverines, Luke Swanson, their main assistant coach. Kurt Beach as the athletic trainer for the Wolverines. On the other side, you got Matthew Poland, who doubles over as an assistant coach for both the women's and men's team for Illinois. 3-second violation going the other way. You also have Euban Ham, who's their graduate assistant in his second year. And a lot of folks that were on the staff as well for Illinois, and we'll get into it throughout the rest of the tournament, but every coach given the opportunity to highlight their coaching staff and their assistants and what they meant to them. As this three-point shot from Alex Sala, good range, won't land. Some of them even said before we asked, do we get the chance to embarrass our student managers a little bit? Which shows you how appreciative they are of the support system they have.
And they really understand, each of the coaches here, how it is really about a whole team. And they've got a team, they are part of a team. Their role is to be the head coach, and they've got people whose role it is to be an assistant coach or be in charge of performance analysis, or the athletic therapist or trainer, or strength and conditioning. And they understand you need everybody doing their role to the best they can to be great and to support these student athletes to the best of their ability. Nobody's more or less than another individual.
Hey, they've started giving the rock over to Alex Sala the last couple of strides. The Livonia, Michigan native at 3.0, graduated from Wolverine country with a degree in social work in 2020. And it's part of what we were mentioning earlier about this community player side, where they're able to integrate several other players around this roster that some of them don't even have college degrees, but there are chances for them to go back and pursue it if they want to, but some of them just happy they're able to get involved in the game of the collegiate scene of basketball, as that first free throw will land in for John Matthew Davis.
And when you look at the history of all of these college programs, that's how the majority of them have started, where it's been a hybrid model, and that allowed them to build and recruit, because a lot of times you can't just start off, and even if you had all 12 full-ride scholarships, you can't give out 12 in 1 year, because then what do you do the next year or the next year after that? And so you have to build gradually over the years. So those players that have the opportunity to play that are part of the community are critical to starting out all these programs. We're seeing it with Michigan right here. That's how Illinois started. Not all of the players were students at the university. Some were veterans that had returned from the war and were living in the community. We're going to see Auburn here in a little while. Same thing, we're going to see each of the different programs, whether it's Edinburgh or CUNY or whatever. All of them have started out for this hybrid, and they've built to the level of the 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds we have here that are going to be, hopefully competing for a national championship. At least that's what they hope for.
And one conversation that came up with that too is people were pointing to other programs that had facilities when others had to double over on their rec centers, and the main conversation that came up from that was a sort of sentiment of, well, it's nice when you have those, but that shot will drain in there from Sala as the bench is excited for him to make that basket.
Yeah, and Michigan's doing well here.
Yep.
The last time they played Illinois, they didn't get out to this kind of a start. And so this is improvement on their part. You can see they're not, we saw that one unforced turnover we saw early, but we haven't seen a lot of that lately. Yeah. You know, they're showing their composure. They're not beating themselves. They're getting more open shots, and they're hitting those open shots. So that's a testament to the improvement that Coach Gwyn's causing in the program.
So just to finish that note I was talking about with that basket, as Binsfeld will miss it, follow through goes in. There's the sentiment of that, well, it's nice when you have this amount of facilities or you have this amount of scholarships, and you know, some of them say the amount of money and resources that they can have, but and it's to your point, you have a lot of these teams that are now 4 seeds, like an example, and we'll talk about this more in depth when we get to call an Auburn matchup later on in the week, but Coach Taylor was talking about how when he started with the program about a decade or so ago, that it took a while to build things up, and now they're the #2 seed and looking for a potential national championship here in Tucson. But that's the same sort of thing Michigan is trying to build here. And what more can be said about Illinois and the history they have? Total of 15 national championships with the men's wheelchair basketball program, but that basket goes in from Binsfeld. It's, again, one of those, it takes time to build these things, and sometimes in the beginning you may not have the success on paper where you have some administrators that ask about recent success on championship side of things and don't look at the small victories, which that's what coaches like Coach Wynn are looking for, is what are we doing right in moments.
Yeah, and it's so important to take the time to build something right. And that means making sure you've got the right culture, you've got the right structure of resources around individuals. It takes time to build all of that. But a program like Illinois or a program like UTA's that have been around for, you know, decades, they took the time to do that. And now, year in, year out, not only are they competing for national championships, they are helping to develop young men and young women that are going out and having a significant social impact in their community because they've taken the time to build themselves right. That's where Michigan is right now. They're starting off, they're building it right, they're going to take that time, and there will be the day when they're going to come here and they're going to compete for a national championship.
Man, that is one of the most clean plays on a, I know they won't record that as a block shot, but how about Binsfeld? You saw Delgado knew about the shot clock. He was loading up, but just to keep his hand on the basketball and not let him get off a shot.
That's basketball IQ right there.
Yeah.
Being so aware of exactly how he has to place his hand because he knows what he can do. He knows he doesn't need to flail about or swing or anything like that. He knows he's going to get the turnover on that. And that's just a basketball IQ play right there. That's a great move by Binsfeld.
Timeout on the floor, 3:01 left to go before we get to halftime. It's a 20-point lead for the Fighting Illini over the Wolverines. And as you mentioned, Mike, it's one of those that, yes, on paper it's a 20-point lead. It's starting to get out of hand. But for Michigan, it's a better start than they've had in the previous matchups against Illinois.
Well, like I commented on, like, there's improvement.
Yeah.
You know, they're showing more discipline as to where they need to go in the court, their spacing on the court, and how to create scoring opportunities that fit within the context of their athletes right now.
So go on a switch to the other side, going for two there, hits off of the rim. If I'm not mistaken, that was Noah Eckelberg who took the shot there for the Illini, as it's actually Mohamed Moalim, the senior who is a native to, sitting 90 minutes north of here in Phoenix, sitting a class of 1.0. He shoots about 51% of the field. What a good steal there from R.J. Fitzpatrick. Dump back, Grant Pierce. He'll go in and couldn't get it to land as this gets swatted out. Drew Dame could have gotten it in his possession to get the rebound, but Illinois will keep it on this end of the floor.
Yeah, I love the way Illinois keeps looking for their teammates. They just give the ball up to whoever is open, and that person accepts the responsibility of trying to hit the basket. It's just a very unselfish team.
Back in from the baseline. Moalim, this gets loose again. Drew Dame trying to fight for it again, as you got the Illini set to pass it in again. As a team, as we mentioned, shooting about 44.5% from the floor, beyond the arc 18.2, which their next matchup against UTA, you're going to have to use beyond the arc to try and capitalize. Try it 2, not 3 times the charm, but make it 4. This time it goes to another player, and a man who's been very successful so far in the day, in Jack Binsfeld.
Yeah, I loved Grant Pierce backing in to set the seal for his teammate. I thought that was absolutely awesome, and you don't always see those middling-sized players do that. Really unselfish play on his part.
Forstner loses the ball, it goes back the other way. This is also a Michigan team that Coach Wynn talked about how this team always sticks together in terms of trying to remember the end of the year no matter what happens, and that they stick together. And you talk about establishing winning culture. She told us that she's okay with the team making mistakes. She wants everyone else around to know it's okay to make mistakes because that's where you're going to learn.
Yeah, I think it's so important, and sometimes we really get down on people making mistakes, and we make that out to be a really bad thing. And the reality is, if you're going to push yourself to be the best you can be, you're going to be doing some things that you're not comfortable with doing and that you're not familiar with doing. That means you're not going to do them perfectly the first time. What you always need to take a look at mistakes as an opportunity to learn and get better so that you can make that growth.
Binsfeld off the glass again. Gotten out to a 40-14 lead for the Fighting Illini. About a minute 20 left to go as you see that one go in off the glass.
Yeah, for those young players out there, they should be looking at mistakes as a positive thing as long as they learn from them. If they don't learn from it, they repeat it, then you're right, a mistake's not worthwhile. But you got to make mistakes in order to grow. It's part of the creative process, part of the learning process.
Back out to Pierce, junior out of Wichita, Kansas, over to Fitzpatrick. He's thought about loading up for a 3 several times on his shots, but this one will head back out the other way. Dump inside, 2-pointer, no good from Binsfeld. Good rebound by Tinnen in the paint. He'll try to go for it himself. You know, in media days, we gave the opportunity for the players. Sometimes you, in higher levels, either in college or professional sports, you have this requirement of speaking to the media. We opened the door for everyone and said, if any of the players want to come up and talk to us and tell us about your stories, you're more than welcome to. And Stephen Tinnen, one of those open, and he just kind of, not laid out, because that seems like the wrong term for it, but he opened up is the right way to phrase it, about just his entire life, his career. He mentioned that he didn't even know about wheelchair basketball. He was the unfortunate victim of a hit-and-run incident that paralyzed him. But he mentioned that when he got into the game of wheelchair basketball, he was very enthusiastic about it, loved the game, loved being a part of it, and he's even considering starting his own podcast to cover the collegiate wheelchair basketball scene. And was talking with our other colleague in Laith Sinclair, who's doing some PA and play-by-play work this weekend. So another one of those that didn't even really know about it, but once he got immersed, he's wanting to go all in.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we saw in the podcast is all the athletes talking about the impact being in the sport and combining it with their academics has had on their whole person. You don't see that when you hear the press conference when we listen to the press conference in Indianapolis this weekend. We won't hear that from the athletes, them talking about how it's changed their lives and developed them holistically. That's why this sport is so important for these student athletes and for other universities to recognize they've got students that would benefit from having this kind of a program on their campus and really establish, communicate why you go to university. It's not just for not just for the academics, it's for the growth of all of you as a person.
Halftime here in Tucson, 42-14 the score. Illinois, the number 5 seed, leading over the 12 seed in the University of Michigan. You'll hear some ambient audio. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here for the 2026 NIWBT.
We have 2 teams on the court. Team Carolina
shots, man. Like, you guys got some good three-point range. It's great. I didn't about this guy draining shots, man? He's good. Since you're just listening around, if you want, that mic is hot, but you can put on the headset if you want. Oh, yeah, yeah. The mics are hot, continuously, like they're hot right now, so just. Zach Smith, the operations coordinator for Bama. He said you would frog our team. He goes, he didn't travel out because his wife was due any day. I'll probably mention something about you. One of the things you'll notice on this game is that when it comes to these kind of one-sided games, like I barely was calling any baskets or like going to be because we're just mostly talking about especially starting programs. Once it starts getting out of hand, it's like there's only so much you can call them baskets. Yeah. No, and I mean that's why I'm making sure to try to present it a little bit, but it's still, you know, it's 30, like almost 30 one of your stories. The whole team is Illinois. But yeah, it's weird because they have the kind of darker color schemes. Otherwise, you have usually the white is where the lower seed is always the home team. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter which side of the bench you choose. Tip-off, you learned from you. I'll take it. So Jake, I gotta ask, these kind of like games that get sort of inside of these things, what are you guys looking for as professionals to try and keep the game under control?
At that point, it's exactly that. It's just management. You know, there's still going to be content. There's still going to be some calls. You tend to let that go a little bit, especially if Illinois is up by 35. Doesn't all just play that much because that becomes a game in rugby. And then if we call it down here, we got to call that smaller shit down there. And then the game just players are frustrated. And that's not what we're going to do. It's their game. We're here to step in when we have to. That's all it is.
I mean, I always tell people when it comes to this, there's 3 teams on the floor. Way home, guys are trying to take it. So you guys are trying to do a good job.
One of the best things I ever not let one go when it's wrong. Don't be talking to me or the audience.
We welcome you back to Tucson. Score of 42-14. 12 seed Michigan and a 28-point disadvantage to the 5 seed in the Fighting Illini. Spencer Thompson, Mike Frogley here from the Kale Center at Alchemy Arena, campus of the University of Arizona, the great southwest of the United States. And we continue getting along in this tournament. The winner will move on to the Moving Mavs, the University of Texas at Arlington. And this is one of those matchups where, as you mentioned, Mike, the improvements are noticeable for Michigan, and certainly all the teams have a minimum of 2 games that they play here in Tucson. And it does shape up for the loser of this game will face off against Missouri, who was upset earlier, and 2 teams that now certainly Michigan has plenty of time and not trying to count them out with 20 minutes left. But if it ends up being Michigan and Missouri, not only do you have 2 schools with the starting on their letters there, but you have 2 teams that are in their respective rebuilding phases. I know Michigan first year in the collegiate scene, but you have 2 teams that have had their struggles on the year, but it should shape up to be a really interesting match between those 2.
Well, and it comes back to in the opening game, Missouri was inconsistent. They had their moments when they did some really good things. And so what they want to, and I was talking with Coach Likens after the game, they want to be more consistent. They want to have the discipline to stick with what's working and not start breaking away from that. And so they've got an area to grow and improve. And then same thing with Michigan. Every single one of these games these Michigan players get, they contribute significantly to their learning at this point in their development, where some of these players, they've got 20 to 50 wheelchair basketball games under their belt in their entire lives. And so both of them have a lot to be gained from a game between each other.
Get back to action here, 44-14, as basket is made right off the gate from the Fighting Illini. As Delgado Cornejo trying to get something going here. Has to go out on the sideline. Wolverines will keep it here.
Yeah, Martrell Stevens, some really, really quick hands. My only fault with Martrell is sometimes he relies on his hands just a little bit too much to play defense, and not enough on his wheels. But unbelievably quick hands, especially as a Class 1. And you can't show him the ball, or he's going to pick your pocket.
And those quick hands named him to the All-American first team for the NWBA. Was also part of the All-Rookie team during his freshman year, and he was last year's team MVP for the Fighting Illini, as this just gets laid up and in by his star teammate, the NWBA All-American first team, and was also the player of the year for the NWBA men's collegiate division this year in R.J. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, great layup, but that's the 3rd time we've seen Martrell Stevens race up the court and seal to get a teammate open. Martrell was trailing the play and worked to get ahead of it so he could seal his teammate in. Great play by Martrell.
Binsfeld trying to show once again why he's one of the best players in the country, but dumps it off to Brant Pierce. I mentioned how Binsfeld coming into this tournament, 108 assists. He's leading the team by a far margin, and it's because of passes like that.
Well, it's emblematic of this team. It's just so unselfish and willing to give the ball up to each other.
Delgado Cornejo trying to possess this again, top of the key. Can't find a clear outlet inside. Some good positioning there, and Tinnen will get the N1. A good dump off by the grad student over to his teammate in the community player who's a native of Ann Arbor. And instead of an N1, it was called an offensive foul there, although the shot did go in from Tinnen.
Yeah, I think Tinnen tried to use his arm to protect himself and deny the defensive action, and that's where it was. It was a bit of a push-off on the part of the offense that time. Something you don't see a whole lot of wheelchair basketball because you got to use your hands to push.
Don't see that often either, where Fitzpatrick draws the foul on the other end of the floor. He'll go to the stripe as he gets a chance to shoot 2 free throws here.
Yeah, I like how Illinois is played deep. They're playing a lot of players on their team today, making sure everybody gets minutes in anticipation of games later on. You want to make sure everybody's got the rust off, everybody's gotten a chance to play on the court, and remind everybody they have a contribution to make in some way, shape, or form as they move forward.
And that's what Coach Tyree was talking to us about this week. He mentioned it's important to win where it matters, and that he felt he had a team full of all-stars last year and was having the question of how are we going to mesh. And that's continued here, and you're seeing a lot of these guys starting to come in from off the bench. And it's not that the rest of the bench isn't good. It's that when you are facing against a moving Mavs team, you have to try to bring out the best of the players you have on the floor. And you give valuable minutes to your guys when you can, especially with the way the game has gotten to at this point.
Yeah, another thing that's been really, really important for this Illinois team all year, it's been establishing their identity. They're a young team with a lot of young players, and they were trying to figure out who they are, and they struggled with that. And you saw inconsistency, different flashes of brilliance early in the year, but inconsistency. And they look to me, as I'm watching the discipline with which they're playing, they've started to figure out who they are and what it takes for them to be the best team they can be.
Binsfeld sent the pass off to Pierce on that last stride, and the Wolverines managed to get the rebound. And spin around by Drew Dame will pass this across midcourt, almost an over and back, kind of close there, but good maneuvering by Delgado Cornejo. Keep himself. But how about this pressure and positioning? Nowhere for the graduate student to go.
Yeah, and this is where his teammates, and right here we see it right in front of us, one of his teammates needs to come back and pick this player back here. Pick off ball in the open court against this pressure. They were trying to stay and attack the line, and Illinois was keeping their line flat. And once they started to do that, that started to give them a bit of an opportunity. Great defense by Illinois. And this represents actually where the game is going, this extended pressure full court. And we see this from all the best teams. They are able to extend their pressure in multiple spaces throughout the court, throughout the game. Not as a junk defense that they only do every now and then, but as part of their defensive game plan each and every game. This is where the game's going, because it can only grow the width of the court. It won't grow up because we can't really jump our chairs that far off the ground, but it can certainly grow to use all the space in the court. So really smart play by Coach Tyree to be teaching his players. We see this from a number of the top teams, though.
Yeah.
They do this kind of pressure full court. For those young players that are out there, this is something to watch for. Look at how teams play defense full court, and think of how you have to develop your chair skills to be ready to advance this level of play if you want to play collegiately.
We saw earlier the University of Alabama was watching the Missouri-Edinboro competition to see who they were going to play against and get a first-hand account or scouting report, shall we say. And trying to look around here, I believe the moving Mavs are somewhere here in the arena as well, as they look to see who will be their opponent in Illinois or Michigan. Either that or they're watching to stream, one of the two. So it's going to be a great matchup between the two teams in the quarterfinals on that respect. And the other side, Alabama and Edinboro, 1 versus 9, will fight for a right to be in the semifinals on Friday afternoon. As Binsfeld from the right elbow gets this back off to Fitzpatrick as he loads up for a shot that'll airball, and it goes back over to Michigan.
Well, we saw there, interesting thing about Michigan. So this time they had a chance to get set up on defense, and we see how compacted they are defensively. This would be a challenge for Illinois to be able to create space out of this really compacted defense and figure out how to get to the rim and not be forced or settle for outside shots. So this is a valuable learning opportunity for Illinois to figure out how they attack a collapsed defense like this. Their transition game won't always be there against other teams.
Whistle here for a substitution. Joshua Pierce, the 3.0 junior out of Champaign, will get onto the court. He was nominated, won the award, I should say, of most improved player for Illinois on last year's season. This year so far, he's shooting about 42% from the field, and he's 1 for 2 from beyond the arc. Minimal amount of not evidence, but body of work to show for it. But it's always good when you get to tell people, I'm shooting 50% from 3.
Yeah, but he's another one of these guys that, you know, Illinois goes really, really deep. And and his contribution doesn't always show up in the stats because of the things he does off the ball, the way he pushes, the way he plays defense, things like that. So there's another place where he contributes to this team, and he's one of those guys who's a bit of a social glue guy as well. He brings everybody together to do other things. So he's an important player on this team.
What was your three-point range during your playing career, Mike?
You know what? When I first started playing, we didn't have threes.
Ah, okay.
So, but that's how long ago it was for me. But I'll tell you, I played for Coach Likens, and Coach Likens, he gave me a lot of freedom to shoot, and I think part of that was because we weren't a very good team. So he told me one time that if we had an open 17-footer, that was considered a good shot with the team that we had, and to take it. And if I didn't take it, I was considered selfish, and he'd sub me off. That's about as green light as you can get, I think, for a shooter.
Speaking of shooters, Jack Binsfeld lands another one in there. Mentioned he's averaging about 12 points a game anytime he steps on the floor for the Fighting Illini, and he's potentially got a date with the UTA Moving Mavs in their next competition. That game's at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Going for the shot just outside the right elbow there was Forstner. Didn't get it to land.
Yeah, I'd like to see Forstner just take the three. He rolled in, and he was just inside the three-point line. So he's taking that 19-foot, two-point back shot.
Man, if Fitzpatrick had finished that, it would have been a great play with Stevens tossing it almost half of the length of the court. As Fitzpatrick normally lands those sort of shots. It's a reason of many of why he's leading the team in points per game at 17.
Yeah. Unbelievable pass. Tatum right on the hands. And yeah, tough one that Fitzpatrick missed that one.
3:42 left to go in this third quarter, 52-14. Illinois leading over Michigan. Winner goes against the moving Mavs of the University of Texas at Arlington in the quarterfinals. That game's set for 10 a.m. tomorrow. Dump inside, two-point shot will arc over as Fitzpatrick will go back to the line. Another tidbit on Fitzpatrick, he was also a gold medalist with the USA Under-23 team in 2025. So part of the Men's Americas Championships as well. And back in the FISU World Uni Games, he was a bronze medalist for the USA 3x3. And always good to see. That's another element that some people may not realize, is that the college scene in the wheelchair basketball world helps to be a fodder system for a lot of these athletes in Team USA.
Well, and not just Team USA. When you look at a lot of the international athletes,
right?
A huge number of the Canadian national program athletes came through the U.S. college system. Pat Anderson, as an example, at University of Illinois. Joey Johnson at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. David Ang at the University of Texas Arlington. It's been a feeder for national programs, specifically Canada and U.S., but other national programs now for slightly over 2 decades. And that's because of the quality of the coaching here and the amount of time these student athletes get to spend working on their game, working on themselves, and working on their academics.
NWBA also gives out awards for scholar athletes throughout their respective seasons. A shot clock violation will head this the other way. A lot of various awards that they give out for that, and especially another sentiment that the coaches throughout their media availability expressed is that they want to make sure that they're training these players to be students first in their student athlete role, as that one goes off the kiss from Binsfeld.
Yeah, and that goes back to something we've commented on, is that all these coaches look at the holistic development of the individuals in their programs. They want them to be great students, great athletes, and great people that go out and have a significant social impact and become leaders in their communities. And they develop them with that in mind.
Offensive foul going the other way. Dame tried to get inside of the arc, and it'll head back to the other side.
Yeah, in so many ways, when we see wheelchair basketball this weekend, both in the men's and women's side, this epitomizes what college athletics are supposed to be for. Developing the whole person so they go out and they become pillars of their community, leaders in their community, and make society better through their social impact.
About 2:16 left here in the third. 57-14, Illinois leading over Michigan. Fitzpatrick going to the outside as go up for this shot, and that one won't land. Just trampolines off of the arc, and Michigan will get it back. A couple of folks we know are watching. I know the comment section going wild on this stream. Also, congratulations to Zach and Chelsea Smith out of the University of Alabama. They expecting their first child in the next couple of days. Usually Zach makes the travel out with the Alabama wheelchair basketball teams, the operations coordinator, and major tradition for Alabama, Olive Garden and Chipotle on their pregame meals, and easy for them. Usually get set up in the conference rooms in their hotels they stay at. Sure, a lot of other teams do the same thing when they're doing their catering side of things, and congratulations to them on the incoming birth of their new child. A lot of other coaches around this weekend too, also having their trying to think, I don't want to say struggle because it's a strong word on there. So Coach Morgan Wood for the UTA Lady Moving Mavs, she just had a child within the last couple of months and flew separately with the team and is bringing her kids. And interim head coach for SMSU, also his wife gave birth to their child 4 weeks early on Friday, when he was not expecting it to be that early of going into labor, and had to get everything situated, all good in that circumstance. But it's like it's the season, I suppose.
It is. I'm particularly impressed, and we'll use the UTA program as an example, what they did with Coach Wood, not giving, but basically working with her to support her in the time that she needed to be able to give birth, spend time with her child early on, but then also support her when she was ready to come back and get back into her coaching role. She's going to have her child with her this weekend when we see them later on. And I think it's a phenomenal statement about how UTA values not just the people in their program, but specifically how they look at providing opportunities for women with disabilities to be either athletes that compete or student athletes compete, or professionals. And I think that's so important. It's a model for how other programs can look to do this, because I know this is a big thing we're looking at now across sport and in women's sport, is how do we create the environment that allows women to continue to have, if they want to, have a child, be a mother, and be a professional or be an athlete. And they're working to do that. And so really hats off to UTA for doing that. They're going to make there's going to be some bumps and mistakes along the way, but that's part of the learning process. They have the mindset to move in this direction, and that's where it all starts.
John McPhail, the interim head coach since January up until the last couple of weeks, as he was telling us, he was happy to step into the role and gave a lot of great insights into the team in Coach Wood's absence. We know she's on the way. She was actually in flight while the Lady Moving Mavs were in the middle of their media availabilities. This gets swiped by the junior, and Joshua Pierce trying to go up himself for the shot. Easy basket, and the Fighting Illini crowd are ecstatic.
There you can see, his role in the team and how important he is. That's an emotional basket. When he steals the ball like that, goes in, you can hear the ladies behind us cheering him on. You can hear his teammates going wild. They recognize that, and he's one of those special type of connectors on a team that every team needs. They don't always show up in the stat sheet, but they're part of what brings the team together to build that special team chemistry.
Also, to give a name to the interim head coach for SMSU, that's Brian Powell, who is expecting a quick, unexpected birth, but, well, expected, but just not at the time that it happened, to clarify. But 12.6 left to go here in the third quarter, as the Illini celebrating their small victories here with those shots going in, and as you mentioned, rotating between the bench, making sure that they can get everybody valuable minutes, and especially on the floor of an NCAA team.
Yeah, and what's important for the coaches when they're playing deeper in their bench, that those players that come on continue to use the time properly. They continue to carry out the game plan, to be precise in their execution, and continue to have the mindset of improvement that the whole team needs. because they could step in. There have been times when I've been coaching, and I've had somebody who's deeper down the bench who's had to step in and had to fill a really valuable role because of things that unfold on the basketball court. And so every role is valuable, and they got to continue to use that time. And so they need to play well. They can't just go out there and just push up and down the court and fill time doing whatever. They have to grow and have the same mindset as everybody on the team. Take advantage of those minutes. Always improve.
One of the questions that we asked all of the coaches as we were heading into these tournaments is that what do you hope, regardless of what the final result is on your showing in Nationals tournament? We asked them, what do you want this season to be remembered for? And all of them gave their sort of respective answers about team and culture and sticking together and things along those lines. But Coach Wynn, she said, I'm not trying to avoid your question, but I'm undecided on that because anything can happen in this tournament, so I don't want to sell ourselves short or overhype ourselves and disappoint, which I thought it was a great answer. And she even was like, I'm not trying to avoid your answer. I'm like, no, it's completely fine to have that approach.
I think it's so important that when a person, whether it's a coach or a player, when you're asked a question, if you don't know, say, I don't know. And that's what she said. I think that's a very authentic, and that's a very truthful answer. And I think that's important that, yeah, if you don't know something, don't make it up. Just say, I don't know. And that's important because you model those things for your athletes then too. She's modeling for her athletes that it's okay not to know the answer. And then showing them how she's going to deal with not knowing the answer. The process she goes through to learn what the answer to that question might be.
A lot of teams are behind us. Actually, I want to give a shout out as well to Coach Peter Hughes, director for the Adaptive Athletics program here in Tucson. He's running public address announcing this game. So he mentioned he had done it a lot for his high school in the area and done a lot of stuff for their basketball teams and pretty good at it. And the reason I say that is because he told all the other teams you're free to watch courtside before your game is happening. And we got a lot of players all behind us. Coming up next here around 6 p.m. local time, the Warhawks of Whitewater collide with City University of New York. Someone labeled them as they're a 30-plus school system within the CUNY University system, and someone chose one of their mascots and just labeled them the Beavers, even though their team members have said, we don't have a mascot. Like, it's one of our schools that has the mascot of the Beavers, but as a whole, we don't have one. But CUNY Beavers set to collide with the Whitewater Warhawks in that next matchup as we get to the other side of the men's bracket.
Well, and CUNY, another one of these teams that's just started out the last few years, and they started from nothing and are building their program. Really impressed with the person who started their program, Ryan Martin. You know, he former student athlete himself.
Right.
He fully understands the value of a wheelchair basketball program for individuals with disabilities, whether it's men or women, and took it upon himself to start one from scratch. And that says a whole lot about his character, but also how much value is reflected in these programs, that somebody would do that kind, make that kind of a commitment to start a program from scratch.
That three won't land, gets rebounded by Binsfeld. Speaking of Ryan Martin, we could see him over by the backdrop for photo ops for the NWBA as we're about 30 to 40 seconds into this fourth quarter as Illinois tries to wrap things up so they can prepare for their next matchup against the UTA Moving Mavs. How about that being such a great quarterfinal between the 4 and 5 seed coming up in the next couple of days?
Oh, it's going to be a phenomenal, phenomenal game. And again, two teams that absolutely go with, they just put the gas to the floor and they just go. UTA, they have no off switch. They come at you and they're going to go, They talk about being just relentless, just coming at you, no quit. And Illinois, they love a track meet. That's what they want to do. They want to push. They want to be quick. They want this to be like that. And so that's a phenomenal matchup that we've got coming up to see those two teams play each other.
50-point lead for Illinois about a minute into the fourth quarter. Inside, Jack Binsfeld for another basket.
Again, the unselfish play of Illinois, willing to get that ball to anybody who's open. And then Martrell Stevens, maybe a little bit more flash than I'd normally want, dumping that ball behind his head. But there's his basketball IQ. He's seeing the whole court. He sees his teammate trailing behind, and the way the defense is rotating, dumps it back to him unselfishly for that open shot.
That'll send Delgado Cornejo to the line for 2. One of the things I thought first time walking in here earlier to the McHale Center is that there is more of an echo last year in the State Farm Arena out in Champaign where these championships were. So I have to make sure we have sort of a golf-like volume to the voice when these free throws are going, because I don't want anyone pointing over to me saying you're the reason I did not land any of these, as that probably helped because he made the first shot.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of these players shoot their free throws over the last little bit. Trust me, you're not the reason they're missing it. They're missing.
1 for 2 on that stride there for Delgado Cornejo. Makes it a 41-point difference between these two teams. That one won't land. Binfeld almost got the rebound there and just had a sort of ping pong effect to go out on the sideline. Stay here for Illinois. Hope you stick around with us for the rest of the matchups of the day. I mentioned coming up here at 6 o'clock, the Warhawks of University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, 7 and 10 seed, face off against 10-seeded City University of New York. And then the night finishes with Southwestern Minnesota State University Mustangs. They collide with the Eagles of Eastern Washington, the 11 seed. That'll finish off the games for the day. And then we got full quarterfinal action tomorrow, as well as the women's bracket will get underway in the semifinals tomorrow night. As this shot will bounce in and out. Sebastian Milan trying to get something going as he was in the starting lineup. And the native of the Bronx in New York, we haven't called his name a lot, and it's just a testament to how loaded this Illinois Fighting Illini team is.
Yeah, he started the ball game, and then in their initial sub-rotations came out, and he's sat since then. One of the things that I always like players to do, if they've sat for a long period of time like that, take a couple of possessions playing up and down before they come in and take a shot like that. Sebastian came in, he loaded up from the three-point line, and he's got the range, but he's coming in cold. Give himself a couple of possessions up and down the court to get warmed up, and then look for that, especially the way the game is right now. If it was a 1-point ball game and they got to come down and they got 2 seconds to play or something like that, that's a different situation. But if you have the time to get a couple of possessions in before you load up from that distance, take that time.
Forstner will dump it back over to Dame. Finds himself at the top of the key, but has to pass it off to his teammate Daniel. He'll just pass it off to the other side. He gets swiped away. A deep lob. That was Pintor who got the rock, and Milan trying to go in there. No shot. Ruled on the floor. I beg your pardon. Oh, I was right. It was Alessandro Pintor, the freshman out of San Clemente, California, getting some good action in. He was part of the first team all-tournament at the Turnstone and West Coast Regionals during some earlier action in his career, and got class awards as well in mechanics and culinary class, which might have to ask him about any good dishes that he can maybe cook up for us in hospitality in between games. They certainly got a lot of time before their next matchup.
Yeah.
And also a big fan of Kobe Bryant, the Lakers, and the San Francisco 49ers.
What I loved about him was I loved his court awareness. The second he caught that ball, he turned himself in a position to be able to throw the long pass, and he looked up for it right away. He didn't, wait for somebody to call for it. He made the read, and he put himself in the position. When he saw Sebastian breaking, because he was in position, he was able to make that long pass to Sebastian to give him that opportunity to score. So great job positioning himself, great job seeing the court before Sebastian actually got open. And that let him make that play.
So we got a stoppage here on the floor. I was hearing it looks like an air pump was being used on one of the tires over on the Illini sideline, trying to fix one of the game chairs. And Coach Wynn having a conversation with the official and score table just to make sure everything was situated as they try to fix one of the players' game chairs. And thinking about it for a second was Fitzpatrick, but dumps it off to Sebastian Milan, who will land this off the glass. And again, one of those that, you know, Fitzpatrick not leading the team at close, but he had 60 assists heading into the competition. And smart plays like that, where you think about loading up yourself and then dumping it off, has really been beneficial for Illinois, and one of many reasons why they're the 5 seed.
Well, it means that teams that are preparing for them, they have to prepare to guard everybody. They don't get a chance to say there's just one guy we got to stop and that's it. This unselfish team means you're going to have to guard everybody. Everybody on the Illinois team is willing to take the shot. Everybody on the team can hit those shots. That makes them a real threat as this tournament advances.
Pregame trying to go for a shot in there. Milan on the rebound. So it's back the other way. Milan was mentioned how he was the native of the Bronx, and he was actually the first adaptive athlete in his high school back over in the New York area. And he was one of 2 in the class of 2024 to play in a Division I sport after his high school days. And sure that high school he graduated from is very proud in seeing where he is now here for the Illini.
Well, that's a testament to them understanding the commitment that he's made to be a great student athlete, period, and recognizing the athleticism that's involved in wheelchair basketball. And that says a lot about the culture in that school, that they would recognize that aspect of Sebastian.
Last year, as a second-team All-American and All-Rookie for the NWBA, he led the Illinois men's program in three-pointers and three-point percentage total. As looked like we had some, I guess we missed a technical foul there that they called, and a couple of shots there for Milan, and inbounder coming in for the Illini. Looked like maybe with Michigan it could have been a, I believe it's a technical if I'm not mistaken, for the, if you have a lineup that's over the points threshold. It looked like what it was, because it didn't look like anyone said anything.
Yeah, I
didn't
really see anything that was, I'll say, unsportsmanlike, as we normally would associate technicals. But as people know, you can get a technical foul if you have too many points on the court in wheelchair basketball.
It was funny, Jake Livingston was one of the officials on the floor. He's mentioning that they would come over to us if there were any kind of wonky plays or things. It was either Jake or the coordinator for the officials that was telling us about this earlier. And I guess it was one of those, sometimes you forget about it, not an obligatory thing, but like we've mentioned earlier, this is a well-experienced crew, each of them having a minimum of at least 5 years of officiating, though 2 of them are 20-plus years. You have Sierra Brand, who's on the near side you see on your screen. She's in her 4th year officiating wheelchair basketball, 5 years total. And mention how she enjoys the officiating side because it allows her to stay active and challenges her to think. Said she always loved playing basketball, and it's her chance to get back to the community that gave so much to me. Also, wheelchair basketball is another community that was always there for you, basically a second family. And we talk about community all the time. The officials feel like it's a good community as well.
Well, and they're part of that community. You know, we were just talking with them before the game, and they were talking about how important it is for them to bring their best game here today, because they recognize they have an important role to help this game be the best that it can be. If they don't have a great game, the game itself can't be great. And so they really understand their role and how important they are. They're not separate from the athletes, the coaches, from the support people in this game. They are part of this whole community to have a great game on the court today.
Yosef Simon, one of the other officials, this is his 4th college nationals tournament he's worked. He's done wheelchair basketball officiating for 20 years, but total of 29 years. And said he also loves the officials he's worked with over the years. Become great friends and family with many, and says same goes to some teams and players, and that he loves the game of wheelchair basketball. And for Jake Livingston, mentioned 20-plus years on his, and said even though there are some long weekends, late nights, and early mornings, it has led me to a lifetime of experiences, and I'm very thankful that I've gotten involved. 5:40 left to go here in regulation. 71-15 Illinois leading over Michigan as this shapes up for a great matchup both in the quarterfinal and in the second game for both the Missouri Tigers and the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's great opportunities for both of them. I know Illinois, obviously, they've been working towards trying to advance and win a national championship. That's been a goal of theirs this year. For Michigan, it's an opportunity to get, like we mentioned, another game under their belt and continue to grow and improve in this new program.
Last time that the men's side for the University of Illinois won a national championship, 2010. They're trying to, I don't know if you could call it a curse in a way, because this team has always been competitive, but 26 years, and hard to think with the most storied and first collegiate wheelchair basketball program in the United States to go on a 26-year drought. And Coach Tyree also mentioning that's the sort of sentiment of we want to be competitive. We want to keep that Illini culture and try to get back to the promised land.
Well, and that says something about the expectations of the program too. That's a very long time for the program to go without a national championship. They've been competitive and they've been in national championship games since that time, a couple of times, but they haven't been able to finish it off and win a national championship. And other programs, if they're going 16 years, that's just the way they are.
Yeah.
But it says a lot about the tradition of that program. Interesting thing about that 2010 team, that won the national championship had a couple players that ended up going on and representing the U.S. in the Paralympics and were key players. Steve Serio was a captain on that team. Brian Bell was a starter on that team. Two young men who went on to win multiple gold medals in the Paralympics for the U.S. Hiroaki Kozai was on that team as well. He was a key player, and being a key player for the Japanese men's national team, was actually in the gold medal game against his teammate, Steve Serio, in Tokyo in 2020. And there's countless other ones. Another little neat storyline, Aaron Pike for U of I played in that game. Key athlete who's gone on to be in the Paralympics in wheelchair track, and most recently just in the games in Milan Cortina, where he was a Nordic athlete in biathlon. And so there's a whole bunch of neat athletes that came out of that. They played the University of Wisconsin Whitewater in that game, and that Whitewater team had a whole bunch of athletes that were part of the national programs as well that went on to represent countries in the Paralympics.
Tell you, 2024, the women's team for Team USA managed to get silver. Great performance on that side. Los Angeles is going to be even better for the Paralympics scene, coming back to the United States for the first time in decades. Well,
and not to put pressure on Los Angeles, but the last time that the U.S. hosted the Paralympics was in Atlanta in 1996, and it was not, let's say the effort wasn't put into the Paralympics in Atlanta that was put into the Olympics in Atlanta. And LA will be an opportunity for the U.S. to correct that legacy and to be a leader in the Paralympic movement. We've seen tremendous Paralympics offered since that time. London, a fantastic example of that. Rio, they did a great job. Tokyo, the COVID Paralympics, unbelievable undertaking. And I've only heard the greatest of things from Paris. And I'm not even going to mention Brisbane in 2032, because the Aussies will do it right. No matter what happens, they will set a new bar. There's no question about that.
Plenty of time for Brisbane to start thinking about that, but first things first, hard to believe we're only about 2.5 years out from another set of the summer games for both the Olympiad and the games that are very well represented by the Agitas as this goes out of play on the baseline.
Yeah, one of the neat things for those people watching the games this weekend, both the men's and the women's, is to recognize they're watching athletes that will be competing in 2028 and 2032 and in 2036.
Yeah.
And they're getting a chance to see them up and coming. So this is be like, when, somebody getting a chance to watch Jordan when he was, at North Carolina for a couple of years. you get a chance to watch these athletes. And I can see athletes out here that they're going to be those ones we're going to be commentating on in LA, in Brisbane, and beyond. And we get to see them here first and talk about the story of their journey as they move to that highest of levels.
We might need to call Jeremy Lade's agent, see if maybe NBC needs a couple more guys for the wheelchair basketball games in Los Angeles. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, nothing but fun. But it's every single country in the world is starting to value their Paralympic sports. It's in a transition moment now in sport, and we're starting to see the value of Paralympics. These campuses that have wheelchair basketball already understand the value of wheelchair basketball and the things that athletes with disabilities can bring to their programs and the larger impact they'll have on their community.
And just to add on to that point, and not to go too far beyond the wheelchair basketball community, but you mentioned it's in a pivotal time on the Paralympic side. I think as well in the United States, it has helped that the sitting hockey team was able to get their gold medal as well. And it just adds on to that sort of hype and momentum, and call it a swing of the pendulum, if you will. And you think about it as well, you're right about this high standard that Los Angeles has to meet because of all the praise that last couple games in Paris and COVID Tokyo times and Rio and London, trying to step up the game for it. And you also think 30-something years ago, back in the 90s, it was a lot different on that landscape. So there's one thing that the United States tries to pride itself in sport, is trying to do it right. And we'll see how it goes for 2028, but at least for now, you're right. You're seeing a bunch of athletes here on the floor throughout this weekend. For those of you watching from wherever you are, get to see a lot of the great players who, if they're not already on a tryout roster, may have the opportunity to in some capacity.
Yeah. These are the players of the future. It's been this way in the college division since really the early 90s, that significant numbers, and we've talked about this already, of players that have gone on to be successful in the Paralympics. They've come through the college division. College division programs recognize this is a great place for development. When we talk about that moment in time where the value of Paralympic sport is increasing, the best example I could think of is Toyota's approach to sponsorship.
Yeah.
Where they didn't just say, oh, okay, we've got the Paralympics. They actually were insistent that the Paralympics be part of their package, and they had a specific marketing plan to really capture the value of Paralympic athletes as they promoted Tokyo and a larger holistic value to all people.
Joshua Pierce, yet again, a resounding crowd anytime he's made a basket throughout the game. The 3.0 junior, native of main campus of University of Illinois, gets another basket there, and a whistle on the floor. This will stay here. A minute 39 left to go in regulation at a combined 95 points between these two teams. Illinois is going to have a date with UT Arlington, and Michigan will play against Missouri in two matchups that, even with one of them being a quarterfinal, the other being the guaranteed second game, those teams get still a fantastic matchup for both of those games.
Yeah, they'll both be meaningful games. They'll both be, obviously, Illinois UTA. That's a game to advance. You know, that's a game that moves them into, one step closer to a national championship, a goal both of those programs have. For Michigan, it's more games that continue to grow and improve the program. We saw some improvements early on in this game that they made. They get a chance to grow and build on those things against a team that's in a similar spot, looking to use that game time to grow and improve. And so there's value for both of these teams to continue to improve how they're playing and to bring everything they've got.
Edward Ellenberg, community player from Buford, Georgia, got a degree in environmental work, went to the stripe to try and get some shots up there. Nothing doing on that stride, but good to see him getting some action in. Another one of those who's a basketball fan in the NCAA. We were course, with Michigan and Illinois in the Final Four talking about it during their media availabilities. And he was the first to talk about their scores in previous matchups and how he was excited. And that's one of the things these teams are looking forward to, is watching their teams either here in Tucson or back home whenever they travel back.
Yeah, and that's just a testament to, they're like we talked about before, they're part of their community on their campuses in every way, shape, or form. And we've heard the coaches from the different programs talk about how coaches from their varsity programs, like men's Arizona program or the men's Alabama program, those coaches come and they talk with their athletes on the wheelchair basketball programs. They come and watch them play. They let them come in and watch practice because it's a community, and they see the value of everybody in that community.
Coach Wynn, very complimentary of how inspirational Coach KBA has been and her support of the program, and Dusty May opening the men's basketball team practice for their Michigan Wolverines to come along and soak in some of the best in the game right now. Michigan and Arizona set to collide in that semi-Final Four, UConn and Illinois as well. Be a good question for anyone on the campus of UConn if they have any interest in starting an adaptive sports program. Hopefully more college administrators get to watch these matchups, and who knows, maybe we can make a difference by asking the question, why don't you start one? Maybe they'll listen to you more than me.
Well, that's a great question. If a school's going to call themselves a basketball school, and a lot of these top schools, that's what they do. Duke they see themselves as a basketball school. UConn as a basketball school. Okay, why don't you have this basketball? Because this is basketball.
Yeah.
It's done from a wheelchair. It's still basketball. You know, you still have threes, you still got twos, you still got free throws. You've got all of those things. So why wouldn't you? And if you, UConn's a great example because they have such a storied women's program.
Oh, yeah.
They clearly understand athleticism and the value of the student-athlete experience for everybody. So why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they say, you know what? We should start a program in wheelchair basketball because we're a basketball school and we value everybody. We've shown that by the way we've supported both our men's and our women's stand-up programs. There's other examples of it. We have Big Ten schools here, you know, in Michigan and Illinois. Penn State's trying to get something started.
Yep.
That's awesome. Okay. What about Ohio State? One of the largest athletic programs, one of the wealthiest athletic programs in the country. You know, and they pride themselves on that. And I'm, so why not? Why not have wheelchair basketball at Ohio State? And these are great questions for the senior leadership at those institutions to ponder, and then to come to institutions like Arizona, like Illinois, Alabama, Michigan, and ask them, so how do we do it? Why do you do it? And begin to learn from each other.
Final 18.8 in this competition. Now a combined score 99 points, trying to make it 100 on these set of free throws here from Tanner Adkins. Missed the first one as he goes back to the stripe in stride. He'll land the second one. Makes it 85-15 as we got a final timeout called here on the floor. Both teams likely trying to rotate their bench more than they already have, get some valuable seconds in for their respective players. And looking at this shot here of Coach Wynn, I love how you could still see the determination and focus from her, not even acting like the score is even a factor in this. And you like to see that culture from coaches even in these situations.
Well, I love it. You see Coach Wynn, you see Coach Tyree, they're still coaching, they're still teaching their athletes because there's 18.8 seconds left to get better, to improve. That mentality, that part of their culture is part of why Illinois is successful and part of why Michigan is going to be successful, because they have that culture in their program. Constant improvement, constantly striving to be better.
Combined 100 points in this competition. Majority of those points came in the first half for the Wolverines. And again, this is their first year in the collegiate division, played for a couple of years in D3. Michigan's record on the year 3-17, gone 0-11 in the college division, 12-6 within college for the Illini, and 18-11 here, and that'll improve to 19-11 as Michigan looks like they're going to be content to just dribble it out here as it gets tipped away off of sideline, and another inbounder coming up here for the Wolverines. But 78 seasons and in progress here for the Illini, and they try to continue that stride here as Tinnen will just hold it and pass it along. Maybe one last shot loading up here. Luke Bowman, good range, but that will do it. In season number 78 for Illinois, they go to 19-11, and they got a date with the moving Mavs in the second round with a final score of 85-15 against the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, it was a great game today. A great game for Michigan to learn from, and as their first game ever in the national tournament. So it's a big step to actually just be here. And for Illinois, they did a lot of things that set the tone for their next game against UTA. They'll want to take those things that they did well, and they're going to want to continue to build on those. It's all about improvement as you go through the tournament. And so it'll be really interesting tomorrow to see that game. It's going to be a heck of a battle between Illinois and UTA.
It'll be an amazing battle between Missouri and Michigan as well in that game 11 that's set to take place at, says 8 p.m. tomorrow. At some point on the schedule, you'll see it here on the NWBA YouTube channel. For Mike Frogley and all the hardworking men and women that make this run so smoothly, I'm Spencer Thompson saying so long from Tucson. Illinois is moving on against the moving Mavs, and Michigan will collide with Missouri for their final game of nationals as the bracket gets stamped by the Illini.
I don't know about today. Let me look at the schedule. Yeah, you're with me. Yep. Yeah, you're done for the day, Frog. You get to relax. You get to sit around and watch the Okies work in the 8 p.m. one. Yeah. Yeah, check the schedule. You're working this one, man. Okay. Tell me what's the Here, let's actually, these mics are hot. Okay. They don't off in between games. Okay. If you're watching, I love you. they had it so close off, I couldn't get it. You know, he's snooping around taking photos. How do you get it? He's like, I love the idea of a guy at security looking at Alabama, Brandon Bolden, taking photos of Wade. Because he's like, looking like, hey, he wants to see this. And he got his photos. I love that. This is also a tough one because I say it because both teams gave it. So it's not much at all. Really yeah, so you're good. What they've done, I won't be able to speak. Yeah, we got media days the last couple of days and talking to coaches, so I've got like quotes and things like mention team what we're on. You say congratulate my wife. Kids usually talk about history. I'm sure we'll talk at some point about the conference that they played. It's a great gym. It's great. You mean when they play in the practice? I think when they play, where there's multi-courts. That's right. Yeah. Whitewater's last time, 2024. Before that, it was an 8-year gap. Dang, they dominated for that big stint between 03 and 16. Yeah, man, that was my. That's why. I was, there's your rosters. We got, like, if you can read the chicken scratch of writing that between me and Mike Jackson had, these were all. We also got notes from coaches and stuff. Yep. Some of those I can barely read because that was from my buddy Wayne. Perfect game on the officiating side. I don't know about that. Hey, we got Kendrick, Sarah, and Rocco working this out. on, man. Come on. That's kind of what I'm like after the first one. I called something that I was doing something. Why is this happening? Why? How is this happening?
Archie Kane, Sunrise Medical, has spent over 40 years engineering performance, empowering athletes, and pushing their sport to new heights. Innovation isn't just what we do, it's who we are. We believe greatness comes from relentless programs, which is why we're thrilled to be back as sponsors of the NWBA and the 2026 NWBA Championship. Here's to another year of incredible competition and unforgettable moments. Allied World Sports is proud to be the official maintenance partner of the NWBA Championship Series. Always here when you need us. Supplying you with the best adaptive sports equipment for over a decade. That's how we roll. Top End is proud to celebrate 40 years of supporting adaptive athletes at every level of competition. For 4 decades, Top End has been dedicated to innovating custom sports equipment that helps athletes at every level compete, grow, and succeed. We're honored to work alongside our Top End ambassadors, elite athletes who represent what's possible through hard work, innovation, and opportunity. Stop by and look to be our ambassadors to explore our new 4D design labs. Learn more about our industry-leading production time and take advantage of free custom seat upgrades on all 4 chairs. Always remember to keep pushing. Fans, scan the QR code on the video board now and purchase 2026 tournament memorabilia. Click on Get Tickets, scroll, add on, and select the item you wish to purchase, and then proceed to checkout. Timberlake Run and Roll is right around the corner. We're the fastest adaptive nation on September 22nd. Set your own personal record, or just participate in the fun of this unique event. Race options include 1-mile fun run, 5K, and elite wheelchair race. Visit adaptiveathletics.arizona.edu/run and roll to learn more and register today. All athletes competing in the National Olympic Wheelchair Basketball National Championship are true champions. Use federal credit union. We believe champions are built, not just in sports, but through discipline, resilience, and planning for a strong future. We're proud to support these student athletes as part of our Youth Champions initiative. I'm Ben, 30 years old, and get back in Canada. I was 17 when I took off on a plane headed to the other side of the world for a winter event. Young on school, new flavors, new races, but also new lessons about yourself. It moves you through different ways of living, and it opens your eyes to different possibilities for what has to offer. Oh, I'm old now, but if it's something that's spot, then it's a gift. When I get to meet local business together, so I can talk to like, each restaurant, there's certain specialties, the order,
work tomorrow extra hard, and then I'll be okay. We just sit out and wait for us, so we got the chance to bike home, make food. My favorite part of it, the heat, the desert. When you travel through the world, all you have to do is enjoy, and I think every time you do that. I don't know what your adventure in the future holds for me, but one thing I do know, I'll face it with a smile and enjoy the ride.
And now let's meet the starters for the Wisconsin Whitewater Warhawks. Freshman from Bowen, Maryland, number 0, Dorian Salam. From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, number 24, AJ Fitzpatrick. From New Lenox, Illinois, number 45, senior, Zach From Woodbine, New Jersey, sophomore, number 0, Victor Ray. From St. Joseph, Missouri, number 1, Caleb Brooks. Head coach for Warhawks are Jake Williams.
Brian Mark, coach from CUNY. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Arizona Adaptive Athletics Program is proud to bring you the legends of the game. Today's legend is none other than two-time gold medal winner, the man from the Nike commercial, Matt Scott, the Hall of Famer. I'd like to get the team captains out there with the ball. We'll do a mock tip-off since Matt is now retired. Very good. All right, let's play some ball.
2 games down, 2 more to go as we continue along in the 2026 NIWBT. It brings us to a matchup between the 7-seeded Warhawks out of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater and the mascot-less City University of New York. Both teams trying to punch their ticket to the quarterfinal against the Auburn Tigers. Welcome to everyone watching around the world. I'm Spencer Thompson alongside the Hall of Famer Matt Scott. Proud to be with you in Tucson, Arizona. And just like the song, in one shining moment, the ball is up and we are underway. CUNY possesses the ball to start off here. And Matt just got the celebrity tip-off here. Glad to have you with us through this weekend, as that 3 won't land from Chris St. Remy. And one of those matchups that it's always fun when you get to call games for your alma mater. This Whitewater program, as you know, historic and has a lot of great wheelchair basketball in its DNA.
So this was a great way to start this game. I mean, they came out extremely intense. Both teams, you could feel it on the floor. I was just out there throwing up that ceremonial toss. You could feel the intensity from both teams.
This is a CUNY team that has a record of 5-7 on the year in their collegiate level. It's going the other way in favor of the Warhawks. Whitewater at 9-9 on the season of their in-division record as well. So both teams have had their challenges over the years, and we were just talking about this during the break. For a program that has wheelchair basketball embedded in its DNA, it's hard to believe that, yes, they won the men's championship 2 years ago in Southwest Minnesota, but before that it was an 8-year drought, which is something that was almost unheard of with the Warhawk community.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, they've established some really good leadership now. I think during that drought, they were still trying to find that leadership, and now they found a leader in Paralympic gold medalist Jake Williams, who is the MVP of the world on the floor as a player, but also showing that team exactly what leadership means as a coach.
This is his 4th year in the helm here, and was part of the team, to multiple teams that won respective medals throughout his time with the Olympic side of things, Paralympic, I should say, as this goes on a shot here. That was Nouri Abdus-Salam, the freshman, who managed to land the basket but couldn't make it a 3-point play. And first score of the game will go to the Warhawks.
Freshman phenom. I mean, this getting those buckets this early in the tournament, this early in the game from a first-year player, that's not only rare, it's special.
Jake Williams mentioned in his start of his coaching career, as he's been at the helm, mentioned the most difficult part of the evolution of the program under his helm is how the fan side has given him a little bit of pressure, and he didn't mean that in a negative sort of way, as that basket lands in from A.J. Fitzpatrick. Mentioned that it's when he started in the head coaching role, it sort of changed to where and you know this from being an alum, is that the alums have a sort of pressure and standard and not doing anything over the line, but giving this pressure of we should be winning more games. We should be raising up the standard, which it shows how great the alumni involvement is. As that layup bucket goes in for direct.
Fitzpatrick. See, AJ with his Paralympic experience, you can just see how poised and how calm he is on the floor. That was an amazing pass and an awesome finish.
This team represented well in Paris 2024 with throwing 6 Paralympians to that roster that went over to France. Hard to believe it's been almost 2 years since those editions of Paralympic Games, as this goes deep inside. Gorecki again with an easy basket.
That's offense to defense. You saw Nuri Abdus-Salam with the trail on there. We had Alex go into the basket. You seen he had an easy layup. Nuri trailed that and made sure that he was not able to make sure that pass or that shot was going in, and that led straight to the offense to the defense.
Timeout on the floor, 7:50 left to go. It's already a 9-2 run to start out here for the Warhawks, and there's a shot of Roger Shelton, 2.5 senior out of Bayshore, New York, and he mentioned that he knew the task would be challenging, but if they got a win against Whitewater in this one, they would feel validated, especially for a program that is trying to figure things out in the last 5 years and trying to get things started. He really wants to try and have that sort of validation, as he even mentioned, anytime they step on the floor, it's a battle.
I think that Whitewater is really showing their poise and their dominance here. You saw that Chris St. Remy had that really nice post-up shot. Let's see if Cooney can get back to St. Remy for that. He's got some size on him, and he's got the ability to finish. I think he can get some points for them, but clearly Whitewater is looking like the stronger team at the moment.
This goes to the outside, and that's Khalil Harriet manages to get it to drop. That's the 4.5 freshman out of Rex, Georgia. Manages to get a good basket on the left side.
Shooters shoot. That was a great shot.
Got a pass from Shelton before that from St. Remy. Here's another basket inside. This is what the Warhawks have been doing so well. They've gotten under the rim on their shots as Caleb Roach drains another 2.
For everybody watching back at home, you saw how quick it went from that shot down there to the Whitewater just making that basket. So I think that they're looking to score, they're looking to attack, and it's happening quick. Like, they're getting down there as fast as they can and attacking with confidence.
A.J. Fitzpatrick with a good swipe there in the paint as St. Remy tried to get a score on, as results in an inbounder coming up here.
It's a deep Whitewater team. Look at that bench over there. Those guys are all dialed in. Let's look to them to use that bench today as they look to take this lead even further.
Total of 16 players on the roster here in Tucson for Nationals. This is the 53rd season in the historic program for Whitewater, as this gets dumped back over. Good finish and great pass off the glass.
These guys are playing great team basketball. You see how unselfish that was. I really love that finish. The pass, where did that pass come from?
I didn't catch a number on that pass either.
Yes, it was Caleb. It's Caleb Roach. Caleb Roach, he dropped that dime in a really unselfish play.
Shelton, what a reach pass on the catch there. Khalil Harriet can't get the finish on his second attempt, draws the foul.
Staying aggressive. Khalil getting in there. It didn't quite go his way on that first attempt. He stayed with it, and I think Nuri just picked up that foul. We got Khalil shooting 2 now, huh?
Freshman out of Rex, Georgia, and I think that's the first time I've seen that in any level of basketball, where you're starting to warm up at the stripe and you just lose it on the warm up.
They got fouled on the foul line.
Freshman trying to lessen the deficit here. Couldn't get it to land. It's 11-4 with about 6 and change left to go in the opening frame.
Oh, that transition by the Whitewater Warhawks and the unselfish play. I mean, any one of those 3 guys could have taken that shot. Nuri had a lane to the basket. AJ had a lane to the basket. But what did they do? They created the bucket for Zach. That is team basketball. These guys are looking great out here to start the ball game.
The sophomore from New Lenox, Illinois, has really gotten hot in this 13-4 run for Whitewater to start out the competition. Khalil Harriet will bounce it back over to Shelton as St. Remy looks for a chance. Tried to load up as Shelton will also consider loading up, and not really many options with 10 seconds on the shot clock. Cooney has to reset.
St. Remy dropping the dime, and it goes. You know, when that shot went up, I kind of knew that was going in, and I think he did too. He knew that was dropping. He shot that with confidence, and St. Remy dropped that dime on him because he knew his teammate was going to make it happen.
I tell you, Shelton looked like his favorite athlete. Another basket match to the other side. He's a fan of Carmelo Anthony. Looked like him on training that shot from the right wing too.
That was a great shot. He might have shot that from Brooklyn. But as you see, you know, Whitewater took that 3, and they immediately attacked. Like, they are not playing any games when it comes to scoring in the
Man.
with the finger roll finish by Alex.
Yeah, Frazier, the sophomore out of Jamaica, a great move, found opening space in the paint to get something there, as AJ Fitzpatrick will try to find his way in, but settles for a tough shot, and we got a whistle, and it looks like they're going to call it on the floor, no shot.
Okay, what's the call?
I guess they're taking it the other way. It must have been an offensive foul on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the call is. I don't have clarity at the moment.
Basket counts. Just got the clarification there from Rocco Lamachia Jr. saying that the ball rolling out, or I believe a player going out of bounds and not establishing themselves clearly. So that's a technical.
Yeah, that will be a technical foul. You can't go out of bounds and re-enter the court to establish an advantage. So what the ref was calling is that someone went out of bounds to create an advantage for themselves, and they're not playing that game. they're calling that tight.
Good break for Cooney there, as it's now 17-9. 8-point separation between these two, as this team is led by Ryan Martin, who's the director of the Adapted Athletics program for City University of New York, as well, as this shot won't find its way to land.
Both of these teams have incredible leadership at the head coaching position. Ryan Martin has an incredible storied background with you know, his college experience, also playing international ball, and of course Jake Williams, MVP of the world, with his not only know-how but his leadership skills. Both these teams have incredible leadership.
Coach Martin talked to us about that as well. His main goal was to build, ride, and take the ship, especially with trying to get people aware in the wheelchair basketball scene.
What a dime.
Another great finish. Khalil Harriet is warming up for Cooney.
He's warming up, and you know, his teammates are seeing it. They're seeing exactly what he can do out there, and they're feeding him every time.
Another pass inside, and it just seems like anytime Cooney gets a basket, they get a quick response and transition to the Warhawks. Another great one from AJ Fitzpatrick.
Let's look to see that throughout this game. That quick, immediate reaction to the other team scoring. Whitewater is not overreacting to Cooney's buckets. They're just focused on what they're going to do on offense.
Seen Roger Shelton play the last several years, dumps it inside to Harriet, one of the keystones for this Cooney team in their attempts as he goes inside, couldn't get it off the glass, but drew the foul.
Way to be aggressive. Roger Shelton is really starting to warm up in this game. Hit that 3, he's dropping dimes, he's drawing fouls. This guy is really putting the team on his back right now, and I'm really starting to see him. He's fueling this comeback right now as we see the shift in Whitewater's lineup.
This is a Cooney team that their record 5-7, but out of 5 of those losses, they lost for a total combination of 5 points within those respective games. So a lot of close ones. Cooney's starting to try to figure things out, as they were only 2 games below 500, and try to pull off the upset here against Whitewater to go against the Auburn Tigers.
Free throw line has not been good to CUNY. I don't know if they've struck goals from the free throw line yet. Those things are really important. That, you know, you tighten up those free throws, you might be looking at a different ball game.
Fitzpatrick with a great distance shot.
What a stroke, and you can just see the poise in AJ Fitzpatrick. He just does not look phased. He looks like he's ready to go, and he's focused for more.
Frazier tried to go in quick transition and had to settle back out to St. Remy. Back out the other side, Harriet. He has no one to pass to. Finally has Shelton, but goes to St. Remy. That was a tough pass if it had made its way anyway. Cameron Poole getting his hands in there.
Suffocating defense by the Whitewater Warhawks. I mean, they have definitely tightened up their priority on Khalil. He's been killing it, and they know it. And you can see that they're keying in on him as an offensive player.
Shelton will inbound from the baseline. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Tough situation for CUNY to work with. They toss it up top. That was Edwin Puente de Oleo. Gets it back out to Shelton. And a shot clock violation. Good defense by Wisconsin Whitewater.
Well, I can see what CUNY's strategy is. When the time is ticking down, they know who to go to. Well, he hit that buzzer beater the last time. He took this one. We know that they have confidence in his shot, and he has the confidence to shoot it.
Senior out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, loads up for a three. That one almost made its way and hit everything but the net as it's a rebound for St. Remy.
It's a good look, but here we go with CUNY on the attack. Right down the lane.
And St. Remy couldn't get the finish, but a good rebound. It's Shelton again.
He's got his fingerprints all over this game. He is really making it happen for his team and making his home team proud.
I tell you, anytime I've covered games here for the CUNY men's wheelchair basketball team, there's 2 players you see sweating the most out of them, and that's Shelton and St. Remy, as this basket will rattle inside. A good bucket there for Jamie Stanford.
That was a great finish. They're just really playing unselfish basketball. I mean, you can clearly tell that Whitewater doesn't care who hits the bucket as long as they create the shot for the other player. I don't know how many assists they have on each bucket, but most of their buckets that they've hit today have come off of assist.
Stanford trying to go quick in transition, looking for an outlet to the paint as quick as Harriet had on the last drive, but they find inside yet again.
Another assisted bucket. Another assisted bucket. You know what? One thing that I'm seeing that's really strong in this Whitewater team is their ability to pass and get moving. Once they make that pass, they're getting to their spot. They're not just stopping and watching. They're attacking off of that pass, and that's really paying off for them.
And I tell you, St. Remy trying to go up for that three-point shot there ended up bouncing in the paint. He was actually going for a pass. Looked like he's got the range to shoot it from that far, but pass goes out of bounds, and the Warhawks trying to go back inside. Pass off. St. Remy got beaten on that play, and it's a good bucket from the freshman out of Stevens Point, Wisconsin, in Carter Sandstrom.
Incredible pass by AJ Fitzpatrick. These assists are really impressive. I'm very, very impressed with their ability to play together as a team, and this unselfish basketball is really paying off for them on the scoreboard.
Senior out of Elmont, New York. Dump it off to the freshman out of Rex, Georgia. Here goes Khalil. He'll load up for a putback, and it doesn't land after several bounces. Rebound for Stanford. Final seconds here in the first quarter. Just a high up pass, foul drawn with 4.5 to go.
Nice move, nice exploding to the basket by AJ Fitzpatrick. He's gonna be one of the fastest kids that you are gonna see out here in this entire tournament. So to be able to stay in front of him, good luck.
Knows very well how to manage his exercise loads, does the kinesiology major, gets rebounded by Harriet on the missed shot, and that'll do it for the first quarter. 14-point lead right now for Wisconsin Whitewater over CUNY at 29-15, as you see one of several decorated Paralympians coaching up his team right now.
You can just see the leadership in Jake Williams in that short clip. He's going to make sure that his team's on the same page. He's going to make sure that his team is dialed in, and as well as the leadership from Ryan Martin. These teams are so well coached, and this is really going to be a chess match.
Love to see the intensity, especially both of these teams knowing that it's heading to the next round. 29-15 on a 14-point separation between these two. And we mentioned this on the last game, but for those who haven't maybe necessarily been watching the wheelchair basketball scene, they changed the rule. It's no longer 20-minute halves, 10-minute quarters, just like the women's wheelchair and women's NCAA scene is, which I think it's a matter of time until the NCAA men's basketball changes it to that point, because it's hard to expect any team to not get 5 fouls within a span of 20 minutes.
I totally agree with that. And this four-quarter, I like that. It's, you know, you get the little break, you get a chance to strategize, and we'll see what's going to happen out here in this second quarter.
You never fouled out in your career, right?
No, I would not be able to say that confidently. Oh my goodness!
But Fitzpatrick can confidently take those shots from way downtown.
I don't know if the viewers back home can hear the Olay, but that's a tradition of the Whitewater Warhawks. Even back when I was playing, back in I'm not even going to say how long ago that was. We did the Olay on all 3-pointers made.
Good rebound by Harriet. Apologies there, Matt, but great 3-point shot. St. Remy was trying to match up, and it just hit off of the rim.
Yeah, you got to love that confidence trying to answer it. They, you know, AJ comes down, hits that 3. They came down trying to answer it.
Shelton having a little bit of a fight. He's loading it up. Oh, man, that one could have gone in. Rattled in and out. The shots just aren't landing despite the great range from Roger Shelton.
Roger Shelton is really, you can just see the confidence oozing out of this guy. He'll take the shot. He knows that his teammates are counting on him, and he'll take the shots.
So he gets the loose ball and will try to set something up here. Didn't communicate well with St. Remy. It's a turnover scooped up by Poole, and the Warhawks capitalize on it. Another basket from Fitzpatrick.
That was a great pass. That was from Cameron Poole with the dime to AJ Fitzpatrick. Beautiful basketball. We're seeing a lot more ball pressure from the Whitewater Warhawks too. I think that they're starting to zero in on all of the #1 threats. Oh.
They try to, but that one gets into the paint. A good basket there, and that's from the freshman out of Bronx, in Edwin Puente de Aleo.
That was an amazing basket. I mean, I think that St. Remy really noticed that they were zeroing in on him, made the awesome pass.
Another match on the other end of the floor, which has been the case for the majority of the game for the Warhawks, as this goes back to another offensive stride for Cooney.
You can just see it in the Warhawks' face. Whenever they're scored on, they are determined to go back and get that bucket back. They want to get their punch back immediately.
Shelton on a distant shot off the glass, not good. Rebound by Gallagher, senior out of Sussex, Wisconsin. Now, last year, Coach Williams talked about how in their performance in last year's Nationals tournament in Illinois, they played well for 3 quarters. They were in it for about 35 minutes and then ran out of gas in their competition in last year's NIWBT. Falling to the floor, Harriet manages to get the pass off as he tries to get himself back up, have a safety stoppage to get him resituated.
That looked uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I think he's going to shake it off, though. He knows his team is counting on him. And, yeah, he looks like he's getting up to shake it off.
Aiden Fleetwood, the freshman from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, will make his appearance on the floor for the first time today for the Warhawks. 4.5 on his class. Shelton just taking a little bit of a breather as he finally gets to inbound here. This Cooney team runs through St. Remy and Shelton, no question about it, but Khalil Harriet's starting to warm up as St. Remy dump inside. Trying to go for the shot, won't get it off in time, will Khalil Harriet. Once again, the Warhawks showing how good their defense is.
One thing that I'm noticing is the Warhawks are really extending their defense out past the 3-point line. What that is creating is a lot of aggressive stops. However, it is also creating some inside looks from CUNY. But it might be the people that they want to shoot. Let's keep an eye on that.
Fitzpatrick with the pass, and Fleetwood not able to land it with that ball rattling in and out. Would have been great for a first 2 points off the bench. Kinesiology major back on the baseline for the inbounder. Here's the freshman again in Fleetwood. Got 2 men on him. Fitzpatrick trying to help with the screen. Looking for a path around, dump to the outside, and 2 points in off the bench for Aiden Fleetwood.
Nice bucket. Nice bucket. Another assisted basket. AJ Fitzpatrick is looking like a real vet out here. He's scoring, he's assisting, he's playing defense, and he looks really poised out there.
And Shelton thought about a 3, passed it off, and trying to get the rebound. Good move by Harriet. He's got 2 rebounds in a row, and he drew the foul on the 3rd shot.
That's right. He's being ultra aggressive. I mean, he was out there, you know, hitting the ground in the last play. He's getting and ones. He's out there doing the most for the team right now because he knows they need it.
Harriet stepping up to the line, and an interesting note for you, neither of these teams recorded statistics on their season, or really for the last couple of seasons they haven't had it. And when you ask the coaches about it, it's the difficult chance of getting consistency on trying to get people to record the stats. And, you know, some programs do have that with student volunteers, but mentioning how that's a challenge that sometimes comes at the collegiate level is trying to get the support and necessary resources to be able to keep those, because, you know, stats are important when it comes to figuring out what you're doing right on the court.
That's right. You know, when you lack the resources, you prioritize what's important. And I think that this, you know, this Whitewater team, they prioritize the team, they prioritize their training, and you can see it all paying off right here. The way that they're approaching this game, the strategy that they have, I mean, it's incredible. They're such an unselfish team, and I wish they were taking stats, because we would probably see a lot of assists in the stat book.
Cameron Poole, the 1.5 senior out of Rockford, Illinois, landing that basket in from receiving the pass. It's now 40-19, about halfway through this 2nd period, as the loose ball gets into the hands of Jamie Stanford, as Aiden Fleetwood, a little slow to get up. Safety stoppage will stop the momentum there, even though Jamie Stanford looked like he would have been unimpeded to the rim.
Another thing that I'm noticing out of this Whitewater team is it doesn't matter whose number is called. They are all pushing that transition, and they are all attacking with the quickness. Like, they are coming immediately, and they are trying to strike as soon as they can.
What a clean swat by Khalil Harriet to get the loose ball, and the rebound for Cooney to make a stop on that offensive stride. Shelton taking it back down the floor. Got pressure, quick toss up. Chris St. Remy will load up. That shot won't land. And that's one of the things you're seeing so far on the floor here for Cooney. They're getting a great setup on their shots, but the finishes are what are killing them.
Uh-oh. He might have been too unselfish on that one. I think that was his layup. He tried to hit his other player up, and that pass was stolen.
St. Remy trying to pass it in. Luckily, Shelton ended up with the ball to get the pass off to Harriet. A mistake made there by one of the Whitewater players, but they clean up for it. Even when they make mistakes, they know how to quickly recover.
That's right. That's right. Quickness is what this team is all about. Like, they are quick to respond. They are quick to score. They are quick to get back on defense. They are really a quick team, and I think this is really going to decide the rest of the game.
Stanford managed to get 2 on the other side of the court, as Shelton at the top of the key. They got 4 minutes to work with. 42-19. Whitewater looking to go against Auburn in the quarterfinal. Shelton's shot won't land. Gorecki mentioned he was getting hot early on. He's got another rebound and trying to go quick in transition. That is a smart basketball move on that dribble, and it results in a basket from his teammate in Stanford.
That was an awesome pass. Another assisted basket. I know I've said that a billion times in this stream, but they are really an unselfish team, and that is paying off dividends.
Cooney calls a timeout on the floor here with 30:43 left to go before halftime, and both teams trying to coach things up and decide what the next steps are for them as we get deeper into the tournament. We got one more game here on the day. I hope you'll join us for that. We got Southwestern Minnesota State University, the 6th seed, will face off against the Eastern Washington Eagles to finalize the quarterfinal round in the men's NIWBT. Winner of that game will face against the host team, number 3 seeded Arizona. And Winner of this one will face off against the number 2 seeded Auburn Tigers. And from what we've been told, especially with them hosting this tournament, the Arizona teams for the men and women should have a very vocal crowd here in McHale, and should be a lot of fun.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. That's going to be amazing, adding to the excitement of this tournament. One strategic advantage that I'm really seeing out of this Whitewater team is that they've been able to make substitutions and get different lineups out there, whereas you're seeing the same lineup out of CUNY.
There's several teams coming into this tournament trying to go in for the shot. There was Malkeet Singh-Gill. Several of these teams also have a lot of 2.0s and 2.5s that are really skilled. So it gives you a lot of that versatility as this basket goes inside.
There's that freshman phenom again. Yep. He is fast, he is strong, he is skilled. It is nice to see him out there immediately making an impact after coming off the bench.
Shelton, deep pass, trying to go up for the basket. There's Khalil Harriet. Got another one of these bright spots here. And Khalil's a freshman, too. And the awareness he has to get into the paint and not have to worry about getting posted up against has been pretty impressive.
He's a go-to player. He knows it. Everybody in the gym knows it. And he is playing like it.
Not enough mustard on that shot from Roach. Gets rebounded by St. Remy. Shelton will try to get things up to the other side of the floor. 25-point difference between these two. Another safety stoppage, as tumbling there was Alex Frazier.
I'm curious how much fatigue is going to play a role as this game continues, because they are getting a lot of usage out of St. Remy, out of Khalil, and out of Rogers, and those are their go-to guys. Those guys don't really seem like they're going to be able to get a break. So they're going to have to find moments like this. When there's stoppage time, when there's timeouts, they're going to really have to find that time to really catch their breath.
Kenny Gonzalez checking in, the 2.0 sophomore, Staten Island, New York, as Shelton possesses the rock. Shelton, quick pass off, looking, and count it. It'll be Harriet trying to make this a three-point play.
You can just see the team chemistry right there, the eye contact, the beautiful pass, and of course the finish with the hoop and the horn.
Rex Georgian native will try to make this a scoreline of 46-24.
Let's see if they can get a free throw to go down.
Haven't been able to get that done this far.
There we go.
All right. Alchemy Arena sees the first free throw of the tournament for CUNY here at the McHale Center.
We love to see that. I mean, if they're going to play ultra aggressive and earn those shots at the line, I want to see those things pay off.
Another basket. This one lands. I mentioned it all game long. Caleb Roach lands it in there. This Warhawks team able to respond pretty quickly anytime they allow this CUNY team to score against them, as there's a foul called on the floor.
I mean, Caleb just unleashed some handles on him that I'm not sure that CUNY was expecting. I mean, we've seen a lot of assisted baskets throughout this game, and he was like, no, I'm calling my own number right here. I've got the handles, and I'm taking this thing straight to the basket.
Coach Martin, very complimentary of the Warhawks. Mentioned they were a strong squad, a good coach, and mentioned that they really needed to get their defense set to be able to come out of here with a win, as that shot won't land. And he also mentioned that live ball turnovers were a bit of a problem, as that's continued to play out here on the floor so far. Maybe Stanford, right to the right elbow, he'll find his way inside, and the active hands work there from Shelton, the rebound for CUNY. St. Remy back down the floor. At least got one screen, couldn't get the second, as it's back over to Shelton. Kick it back out. Inside, Fakeoff knew that Roach was coming on him, and from the stripe, rattle around as Fleetwood gets the rebound.
It was a great take. Took his time, a lot of patience, just didn't pay off.
Roach will load up, and would have been good for three had it landed, but way far off the mark from the sophomore out of St. Joseph, Missouri.
I felt the breeze in here. I felt it. I got your back, Caleb. Oh, yeah.
Live ball turnovers is what Coach Martin mentions, as Malkeet Singh-Gill could not get it possessed, and a foul called on Shelton.
I mean, Caleb is really pulling the moves out. I mean, I think that these guys are underestimating the ball handling skills that he has, because he is dribbling in and out, crossing over, and just getting wherever he wants to with or without the ball.
High up reach for Fleetwood. He'll get that one to land. And 50 seconds left here before we get to halftime.
This is a team that's on a mission. You can really tell the determination of this Whitewater team. They're not looking past this game, but you can tell that they're looking for something further than this round.
Malkeet Singh-Gill, senior out of Harlem, New York, possessed it initially. This goes back up top of the key, looking for an outlet. Harriet trying to spin around. Got nowhere to go, got a bounce pass inside and drew the foul. Basket would not have gone even if a whistle hadn't blown. And chance to go to the stripe here for Alex Frazier.
I give a lot of credit to this CUNY team. They are finding the open man, and they are earning those shots at the line. I really want to see those shots pay off. I want to see Alex knock these down from the free throw line, because they're working hard to get those free throws.
Won't make it on the first one. Trying to get a free throw here to keep what's been the trend for most of the game, where Whitewater has had double the amount of points of CUNY. Frazier gets the second one to land, 50-25, as Coach Williams wants to think things over.
You love to see it, knocking that shot down from the stripe. They are working so hard to get to the free throw line. I really want to see those things start to pay off for them.
30-second timeout called by Whitewater with 17.4 remaining here in this opening half for both teams in the 2026 NIWBT. Their next game for the winner is at 12 o'clock tomorrow against the Auburn Tigers. In this Game 3 matchup, whoever takes a loss will play at 9 a.m. on Friday against the team that does not win between that 6-11 matchup of SMSU and Eastern Washington. That game set to occur in just a couple hours here from Tucson. Back to action for a bit of change as it's inbounded to Stanford.
Got about 10 seconds left on this in this half.
And it didn't need 10 seconds to draw a foul, did Fleetwood. He'll go to the stripe for two.
All right, let's see what the Warhawks are going to do from the line. They haven't had many free throws. Ooh. Absorbed that contact, got straight to the line. Yeah, I really credit CUNY for being aggressive, getting themselves to the free throw line. Whitewater is scoring in different ways. They haven't necessarily made their day at the line, and that one does not go down.
8 seconds here in this second quarter as Fleetwood tries to drain the second free throw. After the movement, got a whistle. It's going the other way. Foul called on Whitewater. It was a lane violation.
Maybe it's the first game jitters. I don't know what it is, but free throws do not seem to be going down for either team.
Quick toss. Frazier had to reach well out of his range zone and did get a shot, and not enough time for Harriet on the follow through. Had to stretch out to get that one, but that'll do it for the opening two quarters here in this third matchup of the opening round in Tucson, as it's 50-25. CUNY at a 25-point disadvantage against Whitewater. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here. You're watching the 2026 NIWBT on the NWBA YouTube channel.
Obviously, it takes them the first times where you're figuring out the ebbs and flows. That's what I make sure I try to yield, because whenever you want to react, that's what people want to hear. That's right. So good stuff. guy?
Not much. I grew up in Detroit, and they're okay now, but they were bad like my other big shot. I kind of get it.
Puka Nacua just checked into rehab
Oh no! Wait,
an hour ago.
just make sure that
It's ESPN. I don't think they would do a joke about that. Said his lawyer gave him that. So, no, look there around the
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, we got it. That's perfect. All right, cool. This mic is hot. I got to not talk into it.
As he talks into it.
Hello, everyone. Hey, what's up? I'll be here tomorrow, all weekend. Catch you tomorrow, bro. Great seeing you boys. Great job today.
getting set for the start of the second half here with a scoreline of 50-25. The Whitewater Warhawks leading over Cooney. And if you were hearing some of the hot mic moments of us talking there, it was a couple of the players from the Michigan Wolverines who are still here, soaking in some great action. And you could tell that Matt Scott is a gold medalist with everybody knowing who he is and asking for pictures with all that he's accomplished. And really great conversation with them, especially talking about how they're just having fun, regardless of what the result is.
Well, I mean, it's great community here. I mean, you see a heavy competition. You see a lot of intensity. You see guys out here trying to win a national championship. But when they get off the court and they're not between those lines, this is a big family, big community. It's great to be able to be here, soak in some of that love, take some pictures with this great community, because it's really a fun atmosphere.
Well, speaking of community members, you got Mike Woodard, one of the longtime great officials in the NWBA and such, and he also got the honor recently to induct, congratulations to Buddy Barnes, getting inducted into the Hall of Fame for the NWBA. A lot of great folks on the officiating side for this. For the NWBA, keeping busy.
Both those gentlemen were very well dressed too. We didn't see them out. I thought they were going to come out in their uniforms. I thought that's the only way that I seen him. I thought he was going to get inducted in his uniform.
You know, that would have been great. Just have him come up in the officiating uniform.
Yeah, you should have saw Buddy, man. He had a great suit.
Oh yeah.
Both of you guys, you looked amazing out there. I think I just got a technical and I'm not even playing.
It's like a couple of years ago with Duncan on the bench saying Duncan's out of the game. Matt's out of the game.
Trust me, I've said and done enough on the floor that I still have residual technical fouls waiting for me whenever I get back into the game.
Spencer Thompson, Matt Scott bringing the action here. This is the 2026 NIWBT taking place here, Tucson, Arizona. It's Alchemy Arena, Kale Center. Our officials on the floor right now, Rocco Amachia Jr. set up for the inbound in a moment here. As looks like we got a quick stoppage as AJ Fitzpatrick is going closer. I thought he was going to go off of the bench for the second, just making sure things are situated as Kenny Gonzalez goes off. Sarah Sowers and Kedrick Ford rounding out the officiating crew here. Rocco, 25 years officiating basketball, year 22 on the wheelchair basketball side. He's done college nationals 11 times in his career. Sarah Sowers, 7 years in the wheelchair basketball officiating game, 20 years overall as an official. As that shot lands by Frazier.
Shot.
Yeah, it's great.
Alex came out determined, and he just knocked that down. That was a really impressive shot. He had the defense draped all over him, and what an incredible finish.
Trying to respond there was Gallagher, had the range, a good rebound from Stanford, and dump inside, trying to twist around here. That has got to be one of the toughest shots to take. If that had been made, it would have been impressive, but great twist around there for AJ Fitzpatrick, as this Cooney team is not able to get the better of this back pick.
This is the quarter where I like to see the most adjustments. I'm really going to look to see which team is making those adjustments at halftime. I can see one of the adjustments already by Cooney. They're coming out more aggressive. You saw that shot by Alex, and you saw that shot by Khalil. Really aggressive, and they're coming out. They have nothing to lose.
Fitzpatrick loaded up for a three, couldn't go. And just to round out the officials on the court, Kedrick Ford. He's been officiating in wheelchair basketball scene for around 23 years. And a lot of these officials working collegiate nationals multiple times. To my knowledge, this is one of the first times for Sarah Sowers working here at the collegiate scene. Mentions a lot of great conference championships she's done over the years in the NCAA and NIIA scene, as this basket will go inside. Whitewater with a response to get their first 2 points of the second half.
Soft touch, way to get into that, establish that position, knocked it down with a beautiful touch. We're seeing a lot more touches from Alex Frazier. I mean, he came out, he's got 2 shots up already in the second half. He's handling the ball a little bit more. I mean, he's getting ready to take this shot right here too. I mean, this guy got the message. When Ryan Martin talked to them at halftime, I know who got the message, and definitely Alex Frazier is one of them.
under 2 minutes. Make that over 2 minutes that have passed by here. What a finish from A.J. Fitzpatrick. Even when he doesn't make three-point shots, it doesn't faze him. He can get some quick responses.
We've got to talk about everything plus the finish. He got that ball early at the other team's three-point line, got going as fast as he possibly could, made a really nice cut with his hips, and sliced the defense. Like, that was an incredibly impressive play.
Shelton didn't load up strong enough on the shot. Roach has it as he tries to go quickly in transition. Basically a catapult of a shot, or a pass I should say, as Gallagher gets the pass and the bucket.
I saw Caleb Roach in the bathroom at halftime, and I made fun of him a little bit about that air ball. He told me he promises he's not going to airball another three. So, fans, you got that to look forward to. Caleb's not going to airball anymore.
In what other sport will you run into an athlete in the bathroom at halftime? The NCAA, they have no chance that any of the broadcasters would see those players unless you bump into them in the hall. It's great.
I was complimenting his handles. I mean, last time I saw Caleb perform, he's knockdown shooter, but he's unleashed a new bag this year. I mean, I think he's been working on his handles.
How about that over the arm backwards layup there for Patrick Gallagher?
Incredible. Both teams really coming out focused. I'm liking the aggression on Alex Frazier. I mean, the way he's setting up his teammate, and again, there, CUNY is earning their shots at the line. They really do a really great job of absorbing that contact and earning those shots at the free throw line.
Now Keith Singill draws the foul. He'll go to the stripe, but so far it's 8 points scored in this second half for Whitewater, 6 scored for CUNY, as City University of New York trying to change the narrative in this competition and make it a closer contest. And it's been tough for them to try to get any response against this Warhawks team.
New lineup for Whitewater. Look to see. I'm trying to kind of determine what each lineup is doing. Is there a different strategy in the lineups? And one thing that I'm seeing is consistent throughout the game is no matter who's in the game for Whitewater, the plan is the exact same. I'm loving to see that consistency.
Another thing to think about as Fitzpatrick will pass this inside. You mentioned the lineup change, bounces out. Gorecki, count it. Time for him to go to the stripe to try to add one.
That was an impressive play. You saw Nuri Abdus-Salam exploding to get his position, establish that position, wasn't able to get it to knock down, and Zach cleaned him up and earned that shot at the free throw line. Tried to earn 3 the hard way. Free throws have been a struggle for both teams.
Rebound there from Gonzalez to keep the play alive. And Matt, one thing that, like the Jake Williams talked about, that is impressive here, Fitzpatrick won't lay in that 3 as it goes almost out on the sideline, then out, CUNY the other way. But one thing that Coach Williams told us is that they have not had a full roster for every tournament up until this point, where they had all their guys have to step up, because at least every tournament they had either one guy or more injured on the roster. So you mentioned this team is on a mission. Now that they've got their complete roster, you wonder if that 7 seed is going to do some damage here in further games in the tournament.
Absolutely. I think, what a great time to be fully manned this time. I know they do have some injuries on the bench with Jackson Horn. He's out for the season. Unfortunately, super talented player. He's unfortunately in his street clothes right now. He's rocking that Fly Without Limits shirt over there. He's an incredible player, and I know that he's going to be back next year, ready to carry the team. But they, like you just mentioned, they have not been fully squatted the entire season. But what a time to be fully squatted.
Yeah, they had multiple players on their roster out, and you're right, only one injury on them, and the freshman out of Montgomery, who normally doesn't see that much playing time for the Warhawks anyway. So at least in terms of their starters and their main guys, they've got depth and they've got options, as that's a clean block on Khalil Harriet's shot, and the Warhawks turn it over.
Great defense by Nuri Abdus-Salam. I mean, when I tell you that this kid is a freshman phenom, he is special. I mean, offense to defense, like that defense created that easy basket. and they're just on a roll right now. But look at the energy from Nuri Abdus-Salam, giving his team an advantage of 64-33.
Timeout called by Coach Martin. He's having a healthy disagreement with Rocco as it's a timeout full on the floor here for Cooney with 5:08 left to go in the third quarter.
One might argue there was a little bit contact on that play, but you know, these guys are high-level elite athletes, and they are getting after it. Let them play.
You never disagreed with an official in your career, right?
I mean, we just had an official over here at halftime. I think he can tell you about some of our disagreements. I quite literally have been teed up by that man. Hey, there's nothing wrong with passion in the game.
Right.
Nothing wrong with passion.
Whitewater program has won 14 total national championships in 53 seasons, and mentioned how this team as well, they sent 6 of their players to the Paralympics in Paris just a couple of years ago. And another thing that Coach mentioned in terms of Cooney, he mentioned they were a revamped team that can really shoot in the paint, and you could tell the defense knew the game plan. It's been really tough for Cooney to get any sort of shots in the paint, but Khalil Harriet has made it very difficult for them to defend him.
He definitely has. He knows his job. He's a go-to guy, and he is not afraid to put the team on his shoulders.
And a toss there by Shelton. Lucky that he had Frazier in the area. Just had no options to go with.
Love to see this matchup right here. Nuri versus Alex. Those two are, best of friends. They played together in juniors, and they have a really, really good connection. It's really cool to see them matched up against each other in college. Really good friendship, and I would say that's more of a brotherhood.
Not something you see often from Chris St. Remy. One of his wheels going over and back, and lucky break there for the Warhawks. But I don't think even if he had stayed inside of midcourt that he would have been able to get it down for a basket shot. And that just shows you how good Whitewater's full court press has been so far in the game.
Full court press has been great. Another air ball from the Whitewater team, and another bathroom encounter that I'm going to have to make fun of somebody.
Maybe wait for them to wash their hands and talk to them outside of the door.
Oh, it's long distance trash talk. Long distance trash talk.
St. Remy back with the ball, trying to maneuver around. And he gets it inside. There's Malkeet Singo. Couldn't get it off the glass. Another rebound, Fitzpatrick.
Another aggressive athlete from CUNY this half. We didn't see a lot of aggression out of him first half, but he's coming out fire in the second half.
And Gorecki manages to land a basket in. Seems like the Warhawks are comfortable with going with these sort of discus throws over and back off of the shoulders as it gets down, and I don't know if they got it over midcourt in time, but looks like Cooney will retain possession on the sideline.
That defense has really turned up a notch from Whitewater. They have the same demeanor and they have the same poise, in terms of body language, but the intensity is definitely rising. Everybody is locked in, and I don't think that they're playing to the scoreboard. I think that they're trying to reach goals of their own.
That's another thing that Coach Martin has talked about during his time with coaching the women's and men's teams, is that even when they're down, they focus on sequences and sections of games, and what do they do right on these sequences, not thinking about how the score line is, even with, as the trend has continued, where it's double the points in their opponent so far in the game for Whitewater at a score line of 66-33, but Coach Martin has talked about, we want to focus on what we've done right in sequences. What has worked well on this offensive drive, this defensive scheme? And as you mentioned, trying to focus on the small victories. It's what's worked out well for Cooney thus far in the year.
Oh, wow. He really created an incredible shot for himself. Just blew the layup.
And wide open in the paint, Gorecki won't finish as Abdus-Salam gets the rebound, but going for three, Fitzpatrick. Swish!
Just like they drew it up, apparently. You know what? They created an incredible outlet pass for themselves with a transition bucket. Wasn't able to go down, but then, A.J. Fitzpatrick saves the day of that play and knocks down another Olay.
And Shelton almost got off of his balance there as the follow-through shot. That'll rattle inside as Fuente de Oleo manages to bank it in. 69-35, about 3 to go here in the third.
He wasn't happy with that missed layup last possession down. He was determined to knock that one down. You could see it in his face, and he just squared up, knocked down the shot. Easy bucket.
Coach Williams also mentioned in terms of his squad, and regardless of what happens here in the tournament, that the adversity that they face on the court is translated really well outside of the game of wheelchair basketball. One of these teams focusing on the scholar athlete side, trying to make sure they're built for good character and advancing past the college side of things, and very complimentary of his guys on that aspect. And even with the 9-9 record, having a lot of optimism as they are about 12 and change away in minutes from having a date with the Auburn Tigers tomorrow. As that loose ball ends up in the hands of Stanford.
That defense is suffocating. I'm really impressed with this Whitewater Warhawk defense. And that defense is definitely transitioning straight into offense. They're doing a great job of not only getting the stop, but turning it into easy buckets on the other end of the floor.
Gorecki with a great shot there to get the basket in. The Wisconsin Whitewater Warhawks have now passed 70 points so far in the game. A combined 106 points of scoring between these two teams.
They're really making other players beat them. You see Zach Gorecki taking out St. Remy, and I think that there's a heightened focus on Khalil as well. They're making those buckets harder on them and really forcing the other players to try to beat them. You can see that that was one of the adjustments that Whitewater made in the third quarter. It's really impressive to see that they've zoned in on Cooney's threats and really forcing the lesser threats from that team to beat them.
Abdus Salam called for the offensive foul to send it back the other way, and Cooney will get a chance on the inbounder here. So they're just having a discussion here. They had two players on the sideline in terms of the inbound. That's Kedrick Ford saying, no, you got to have one. I can't give you both the rock.
Oh, man.
St. Remy looked like he was going to load up for a three. He was just looking for someone to pass it off to. And I think that's one of the advantages that Cooney is going to feel the loss there on the season, as that shot won't land. Between they're graduating St. Remy as well as Singill, Shelton. They've also got Crystal Jones on the roster, who's a senior that was a star leader for their women's basketball team in years past, but graduating 4 steadfast seniors. And when you look at the reach of St. Remy, not only just his range, but the range of Roger Shelton, it's, you know, the recruitment train is already hard enough in the college game, but to try and replace those guys in Crystal, it's going to be difficult.
That will be big shoes to fill. I think that it's a great program, though, and great programs can attract great players. So I have complete faith that they'll be able to reestablish where they've been.
Back outside, Khalil Harriet. Deep pass to the other end as this goes off of the glass and does reset the shot clock, but not before it's rebounded by Gonzalez. Once again, the Warhawks offense trying to go quickly in stride. Gonzalez almost alone in the paint. Offensive foul the other way. That was a great execution by Shelton and company.
Yeah, absolutely. They saw that he was coming with speed. They used that speed against him, and they got that chair position. Offensive foul going the other way. How much fatigue are we seeing out here? I think that a lot of the production from the first half from St. Remy and Khalil, we're starting to see a little bit less production coming from them. Some of that is from a heightened awareness of the Warhawks defense. Some of that is just the usage. I mean, these guys have been out there the whole time, where the Whitewater team is cycling players in, cycling players out. They're able to get some rest. I think we're starting to see a little bit of fatigue.
From the half circle, no dice for St. Remy. And the rebound there, Caleb Roach, one of those players, a sophomore who's been getting his name called a lot by us so far in the game. He's made a good impact for Wisconsin.
Absolutely. He's an impact player. I mean, he's a combo guard. He's able to put the ball on the floor and attack with confidence. He's also able to just light it up.
Shelton, lucky that ball rolled into the hands of St. Remy as Cooney was trying to get it to the other side, but time expires here in the third frame as we have a score line of 71-35. The Warhawks are trying to punch their ticket to a matchup with the Auburn Tigers in a matchup that should be very interesting in one of the 4 quarterfinals here. One more to be finalized with the next matchup here in Tucson.
Whitewater is definitely not looking past CUNY as they're playing them right now. They're not looking past this game, but they are definitely looking forward. And you can see that their goals are much bigger than just this round. They are looking to get further than this, and we'll see what the rest of the game has to offer, but it kind of seems like it might be decided. Don't call it a comeback, though.
Always possible when those sort of things happen.
That's why we play the game. That's why we play the game. And you know what? Again, I tip my hat off to the leadership of both teams. I think that CUNY definitely has a way to go, but they're not losing their poise. They're not losing their head, and they're still playing with confidence.
Winner of this game plays at noon tomorrow local time against the #2 seed Auburn Tigers. Loser will play against the loser of our final matchup of the day between SMSU or Eastern Washington.
Good to see you, man.
I'll tell you, everybody's coming up to see you, Matt. We had one of our other officials, Gary, is pretty good.
That's right.
Pretty much everyone reffed when he was in college, man. Yeah, and even in the juniors saying he was reffing when you were on that side. So
that's all right, man. It's really good. Like I said, this atmosphere here is just unreal. I mean, there's a lot of competition. It's a lot of intensity out here. But when we all get off the floor, when everybody gets off the floor, it's a big community, big family. I'm so happy to be here, just kind of soaking up this atmosphere.
Caleb Roach banking in another basket here, makes it a 73-35 score line. 108 points scored between these two respective teams. Travel called going the other way. Not something you see often in wheelchair basketball in a travel call.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You don't see a lot of travel calls, but you know what? He was Rocky was right on the money. That was definitely the right call. You like to see the refs stick with the game no matter what the deficit is and just call the right way.
For those of you watching who may not know, on the dribbling side, a player can wheel a chair by 2 pushes on the wheels with 1 or 2 hands in either direction of the chair, followed by 1 or more dribbles of the ball to the floor, after which they may start pushing again. Can't push more than twice in succession, 1 hand or 2 hands in either direction. And I guess that's what the officials saw on the floor. They saw that not being fulfilled and moving it back the other way.
Well, yeah, anytime you manipulate the wheel, that's going to be considered a push. So you talked about them getting 2 pushes before they have to pass, dribble, or shoot. Anytime you manipulate that wheel, it's going to be considered a push. And he manipulated his wheel once, he manipulated it twice, and then he went to pivot again. Yep. That's going to be a travel every time.
It's the equivalent in stand-up basketball if you use your pivot foot to reset and then use your other foot to pivot again without dribbling. You can't do that.
Great analogy.
St. Remy will get the N1 on the basket, as again, consideration of 4 seniors here for this CUNY team trying to finish out their collegiate careers, unless they go to graduate school, and a total of about 5 years of eligibility on the collegiate wheelchair basketball side. So be interesting to see if any of them continue their studies, potentially transfer out to another university, or stay at CUNY to participate with the team. We've seen that a lot in recent years for a lot of players. I mean, COVID certainly made a shift on that with the extra year eligibility, but I'm sure nobody would complain about seeing St. Remy and Roger Shelton back on the floor for another year.
No, these are great players. They're go-to here for CUNY. They've been exciting to watch this entire game, and we definitely want to see them continue to compete in the collegiate ranks.
Another player that people are going to be excited to see how his career progresses is Khalil Harriet, as he stumbles a little bit on that contact. Nothing warranting a foul, said the officials, as it just rolls out of play and the Warhawks retain possession.
Well, he lost control. So I'm not going to act like that assist was on purpose. But what he did is he had that right of mind to see that he was going to fall after he lost control and made that pass off to Sangeet. And he was able to make that shot. He definitely lost control. There was no contact at all. So that's why you didn't see that foul call.
I'll tell you, one struggle that the Warhawks have had, I count several attempts here of beyond the arc shots, and Noah Simeon, Jr. out of Madison, Wisconsin, not able to land one there. So if there's one thing the Warhawks will try to clean up in the tape review, it's those shots from beyond the arc.
That's right. That's right. You know what? Sometimes it's about creating the shots and then getting the opportunity to knock them down. So sometimes you can't even get the shots that you want. It looks like Whitewater is getting everything that they want right now. They're just, you know, some of them they're knocking down, some of them they're not able to knock down. Those ones from behind the arc, they're creating them for themselves. Maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow when they play against Auburn, it'll be another. It'll look a little bit different.
Now, I imagine if the things play out the way they have, regardless of which opponent they face off against, I think Cooney will match up well against either of the teams they could face off against, either SMSU or Eastern Washington, which I think that Cooney-Eastern Washington matchup could be very interesting. You consider two teams trying to recently new within the last couple of years. And I know it's something that Jeremy Lade and I will talk about in our game with Eastern Washington, of EWU's administration deciding to shut down their program. But two teams that started around the same time have been trying to figure things out, and it's one of those that when you have two teams like that face off against each other, that's where you have a really good matchup.
That's right. That's right. I hate to hear that story, that Eastern Washington story, because we don't want to see programs go down. But you know, I know that that team is here. I saw actually it arrived at the arena the same time they did. They're a super prideful team. They're ready to come represent who they are as athletes and who they are as a team. And I'm really excited for them to get out there and leave it all out on the floor. Unfortunate story, but I know that they're going to put a cherry on top.
Mentioned in their media availability, they play for themselves. You hate that for Noah Simeon, as he had a three-point shot and a good look, and it just circles and rims out.
Great shot.
A fantastic shot.
Absolutely.
And the 1.5 junior has gone 0 for 2 from beyond the arc so far in his shots in the game.
You can tell that he's got the confidence to go up there and knock it down. The team's got the confidence for him to take it. You don't just get those shots. You know, you have to create the shots, and then you have to, you know, you got a whole team over there to look at if you're not knocking them down. Everybody's got confidence that Noah can knock that down. Look to see him take some more.
After missing the three-pointers, Simeon mishandles the ball, and it stays on this end of the floor for Cooney. But timeout called by Coach Martin, and the Cooney bench, 5:26 left to go. It almost looked like Roger Shelton on the bench was signaling his team over, saying, I called the timeout. I want to talk to you here. He's a general on the floor.
That's right. I mean, not only a go-to player when he's out there playing, he's a player that they look to for leadership. He's a player that they look to for poise, and clearly a leader on that team.
Coach Martin, when asked what he wants this 2025-2026 season to be remembered for, he said wants it to be known for taking another step and continuing to progress this Cooney program. And you also hate to hear about the women's team not able to field enough players this year and get things situated. And same situation for Whitewater in shutting down their women's basketball program for the time being. And it's one of those moments where, especially for a guy like Ryan Martin, it's a kind of a brave new world for guys who try to start their own program and get things situated. And if there's one example you can look to in how you lead by example, it's the man who's leading Cooney right now. But yes, says,
play. Oh my goodness. Zach wasn't able to knock down that layup, but that was intense.
Yeah.
That was intense. He beat him all the way to the basket. There's a lot of speed, a lot of, oh man, that was a great play.
But yeah, just to finish that thought with Cooney, if there's one leader by example you want to look to in terms of trying to guide things in the right direction, it's Ryan Martin.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I mentioned it earlier. These guys on the coaching staff, both head coaches, incredible leaders. Incredible leaders. This college division in the NWBA has some incredible coaches, and these are just two bright, shining examples of that.
Rich history with them on their playing careers and trying to translate that to the coaching side as they all try to get their programs for Whitewater trying to keep it on the right track with winning a championship. And finally, Caleb Roach drains a three.
Love to see it. Love to see it, especially after that first half. He pretty much vowed that he was going to come back and knock one down, and he delivered.
Back in possession here. This is over to Khalil Harriet. He tries to weave around. Another great example where as much as Cooney keeps trying to get some screens to help him, there's not much area to go. Whitewater doing really well as Khalil Harriet will have that one hit off of the rim. Won't get it to land. Back over the other way, Gorecki inside of the paint. Good maneuvering of his chair, but loses the rebound.
And those are some elite chair skills. To be able to create that basket, to be able to avoid that chair contact and weave into the lane, that's just incredible chair control. Zach Gorecki, you are impressive, my friend.
Full timeout called by Coach Martin. 3:30 left to go in regulation. A 76-41 score line as Cooney's coach Ryan Martin tries to talk things over. Also looks like Crystal Jones may be getting some action in here. Senior out of Brooklyn, who has her favorite player in Chauncey Billups and pursuing a career in radiology beyond the walls of Cooney. And one of those major stars for Cooney over the years with the women's team, and she is now on the floor. Comes the 3.0 senior trying to get things going. She's also joined by other teammate here on the floor. That is listed as number 5 for Cooney. That is Millie Latch, the freshman out of Silver Spring, Maryland, who is joined here. Pursuing a degree in psychology as well. Good to see them get some action here with 3:30 left as we've got a stoppage on the floor right now. Not quite sure what's going on here. Okay, they're readjusting the shot clock. That was it. Making sure they were situated with it going out of play. 26-second put on the shot clock. And we get back to action.
Technical difficulties, that's all.
As long as we don't have a horn that can't be turned off like we did in March Madness a couple of weeks ago, then we're all good as Jones, on her first shot attempt of the game, goes off the glass.
You love to see that level of confidence and aggression when you come out on the floor. You want to make an immediate impact. I mean, she came out here ready to go. They called her name, they gave her that pass, and she had the confidence to shoot that thing.
Tries to go up for this, another one on the other end. 2-point bucket made by Khalil Harriet.
And again, he is their go-to guy. I mean, especially with St. Remy on the bench right now, he's going to be the person that's going to be carrying the load. Look to him to not only get his own shots, but create shots for others.
Cooney taking it back the other way, trying to get something going here. Another thing Crystal Jones mentioned, among many of the New Yorkers, which is expected, their disgust for Chicago pizza and how they love the New York slice and the tradition of it. And here's the thing, I will make some of the folks upset, especially from the Illini and the Chicago community. Deep dish, Chicago deep dish is not pizza. It is a baby pool filled with sauce and cheese. It has its place. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you can't, I don't know if you could call it pizza. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. But.
Oh, the Whitewater team just erupted.
Yeah.
You can tell when they have established their goal, when they have reached their goal. They were probably looking for a specific player to score or maybe reach something that we're not all aware of, but they are. And you love to see that eruption over there. I also want to talk about the last couple of times down the floor. Ooh, nice finish.
A good shot by Shelton.
And one by Shelton. I want to talk about the last couple of times down the floor from CUNY because Crystal Jones, she has come out with this aggression and this confidence that is just not only impressive, but you can see that it paid off on this time down the floor because everybody's coming down with a little bit more confidence and ready to go.
Can't make it a three-point play. Shelton on the attempt. 90 seconds left to go in regulation. A 33-point lead is the difference here as Whitewater continues to act like they're down by 8. Count it as Stanford will go back to the stripe.
This is not a team that plays to the scoreboard. They don't care that it's 80-45. They are playing this game like it's 0-0, and they're taking it one possession at a time. That is, a testament of true leadership.
And Shelton getting the rebound on the missed free throw. He'll try to take it back down. And Shelton trying to inbound pass to get several players in, and you also see the warm-up pullover on Chris St. Remy, so his day is done in this matchup. Shelton had a little bit of time on the bench as well to give him some relief. And you could tell looking at the both of them, they managed to get a sweat towel to mop up the hard work that's been showing visibly on both of those respective players. Dump to the outside. Micah Keller can't make the finish. The freshman out of Red Hill, Pennsylvania. You could tell how much the bench wants him to score.
They made me want it. They made me want it. I was on the edge of my seat. You know what it is? I think they wanted to get him his bucket. You know, he hadn't scored yet in the game. They wanted to get him his first bucket of the tournament, and I think we all kind of wanted it for him.
They try to get it back to him in some option as this goes back. Jamie Stanford, deep toss. How about Micah Keller again? He's got it off the glass. And that bench is elated.
How can you not cheer for that? Like, they got all the guys on the bench screaming. Like, that's real camaraderie right there, and that's what you would love to see.
Back in the area, Harry at final seconds, winding down. He'll go for maybe one last shot. He won't be able to get it off. 82-45, the final score here from the second to last matchup of the night. Whitewater has punched their ticket to the quarterfinal round against Auburn, and CUNY will play against either SMSU or Eastern Washington.
What a fun game. Both teams are very well led. A lot of great leadership from the head coach down. And it's really, really fun to see the execution by both teams. That was an honor to call, and I can't wait to see the rest of this tournament.
Well, great to work with a gold medalist. Gotten to work with several of them over the years. Appreciate you, Matt. That was fun, especially to get to hear your stories about Whitewater and how the program has gone, man.
I appreciate that, man. This was a great game to call, and I'm sure we have more down the line. I'm not sure exactly what games I'm calling, but I'll be back here tomorrow, and I think you're going to be the guy next to me.
It'll happen at some point, but for Matt Scott, all the hardworking men and women that make this run so smoothly, I'm Spencer Thompson saying so long from Tucson. Whitewater moving on to Auburn. CUNY will await SMSU or Eastern Washington. NIWBT action continues here on the NWBA channel in a moment.
Take care.
Jeremy Lade's supposed to be open. Yeah, which you would think that they wouldn't do, just he's like kind of jealous Peter has. He's never lost the label like the main custom ones, but yeah, can't complain. Yes, sir.
So yeah, thanks for all that you do. My words for over there
Thank you for your service. My dad was a good way.
Oh, is that right? You're home? Yeah.
Yeah, he said
It's a homemade card, so.
Yeah, no, my dad was desert storm. So he's in South Well, my mom didn't consider it as well. She said nothing. Like, this is in 2004. She's like, you got kids, so long, my father, I'm not going to be able to. Like, he probably would have asked me. So yeah, he retired in 06. So he was retired in 06. So it's like 24 years might be on that. He was in Alexandria. He was based there. He settled down in Virginia. So he was stationed in South DC. My dad's now he's got a supervising MD because Tennessee you can't own your practice with an MD right. But yeah, no, he loves what he does. He worked in pain management for years. Anyone can come to the NWBA tournament. here's something better on this whole pile. One. And, oh, perfect. There's two. So those are kind of scribbled of like correction on class majors, if you can read. Unfortunately, that's my handwriting, so it's a little more legible. Oh, by the way, this is the just the Eagles. For your purpose of evaluation, it's the Eagles. Once it gets to one side, we're going to talk about it, but obviously we're not calling it the Eagles. We got about because it's deep. Good to work with you. Get this home.
And now, let's meet the starters. First for the Eagles. A sophomore from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Number 7, Trevor Ward. A junior from Spokane, Washington. A sophomore from Ledyard, Oregon. Number 30, Tyler Jenkins. A sophomore from Everett, Washington. Number 31, Benjamin Polino. The Eagles are coached by David Evians, assisted by Eunice Watt. And now the starting lineups for the Southwest State Mustangs. A senior from East St. Paul, Manitoba, Canada. Number 3, Joshua Brown. A senior from Culiacán, Sinaloa, Mexico. Manuel Fuentes Cervantes. A junior from Lincoln, Nebraska. Number 00, Laney Cruz. A sophomore from Westminster, California. Number 32, Robert Booth. And a junior from Verona, Argentina. Number 5, Facundo Urban Gerter. Entering the coach of the Mustangs is Brian Powell. And the fifth starter for the Eagles, number 41, Samuel Vaughn.
Final game of day 1 for the 2026 NIWBT. Men's division about to solidify the quarterfinals between these two squads, as we already know the matchups of Alabama versus Edinburgh, UTA versus Illinois, Auburn versus Whitewater, and Arizona, the host team and program, awaits either the Mustangs of SMSU or the Eagles. Welcome to everyone watching around the world. I'm Spencer Thompson alongside Jeremy Lade, proud to be with you in Tucson, Arizona. Well, Jeremy, you just got on site a couple of hours ago. Not anything you're unfamiliar with in the collegiate scene. Basket immediately goes for the Eagles to start off, and this is a matchup that, especially with all the other outside noise, everything going on both sides, this is one that should be competitive.
Yeah, a lot of energy in the gym right now, a lot of energy in the city. Obviously, University of Arizona going to the Final Four, getting ready for that. We see all the Arizona athletes around the gym waiting to see who they're going to match up with in the next round. A lot of excitement around this game.
Good amount of fans from both respective teams in the crowd as well. You see a couple of SMSU shirts, people making the long trek out here from Minnesota. As this is possessed to start off, going to the other side for the Eagles. Samuel Hahn trying to get something going here. Averages close to 8 points a game, and that basket will bounce in and out. As star is an understatement for Emmanuel Fuentes Cervantes, the star out of Culiacán, Mexico, who's been tremendous, as tries to get the basket there, does draw the foul. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
Yeah, a lot of credit for Emmanuel. When you watch the way he scores in so many different ways. You're going to see him like there, where it was a give and go. He gives up the ball, cuts off of it. He's going to knock down a bunch of threes. He's got a nice little post-up game. So in terms of offensive ability, he really could score from multiple ways, which makes him, you know, the collegiate MVP, one of the top players in the division right now.
He's part of the All-American first team for this season for SMSU within the NWBA. Also his teammate and Furman Wingert are All-American second team for this respective Mustang squad. And after those free throws. It's now a score line of 3-2 as Eastern Washington almost drains a 3 there. Mike Lucas with the range. He's normally shooting 30% from beyond the arc. Fuentes, as he usually does, trying to possess the rock. A good pass inside. No foul drawn. A good rebound by Jeffer Ward.
Yeah, that was a great backdoor cut. We see the baseline official opting not to make that call. He caught the offensive player leaning in to catch that pass, which is why he ultimately fell over, and official said it wasn't enough for a foul.
And how about another good basket there? This time drained in Samuel Hahn, and now the lead over to the Eagles.
The Eagles taking advantage there on the offensive end. They had Lou fall down on that drive to the basket, and the Eagles attacked for that 5-on-4.
Fuentes, he's trying to find a way to respond. He'll load up for 3. That one normally lands as the Mustangs try to keep it in play. Goes out, almost swiped back in by Wingirter, and headed back the other way for this Eagle squad. This is a team that has gone 0-7 in their college games this season, 5-15 overall, as Coach David Evgen, who graduated from SMSU with 2 degrees in 2016 and 2018, has done what he can to build up this program as well. As a member for the Columbia national team for 2 years as well. And considering everything in terms of building this program and starting a new culture, and the first in the Northwest for wheelchair basketball, he's done pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Make no mistake about it, the Eagles have, as they can, a 3 as we're talking about their how strong their program is and how much they've built up their program. But they got their work cut out for them today. SMSU is a very strong program. They lost a few games in the second semester. They kind of dropped them down to the 6th seed, but they're definitely a contender to win this thing.
Man, a big 3 from the leader of this Eagles team in points per game. Mentioned his high percentage of shooting 3s, and he has felt confident in his progression per his coach as he transferred back in from Arizona, and you're already seeing what his coach described as a fiery, competitive athlete in the way he's played on the floor so far. Inbound coming in here on the right side to Joshua Brown. SMSU trying to respond to adversity quickly. Count it, as Fuentes will try to make this a 3-point play.
Fuentes making a nice cut off the basketball, catching the defense, watching the inbound, cut backside with a pick, and end up finishing that layup with a little bit of contact on the backside of his chair, getting the and one.
Fuentes from the stripe. He's got a 3-point play on that shot. He's got him within 1 here against the Eagles. Assistant coach Eunice also very well spoken in the media availability side, as this 3 will not land. Looks like Lucas was going to warm up on that one, and Eunice with experience on the Illinois and U.S. Paralympic Training Center during his time in coaching over the years. Fuentes with a great backwards layup, and the lead goes back to SMSU.
Fuentes really just playing a little bit of bully ball right now. Not doing it with the basketball, but without the basketball, showing his chair skills, using his hips to get around, and finishing some strong layups through the paint.
Ward on the back pass. Mike Lucas loading up for 3 yet again. He has been left alone on the left wing several times, and he's already drained 2 from that position.
The Eagles know the recipe for some March Madness. When you want to upset a team, you come in and hit them from the cheap seats, and that's exactly what the Eagles are doing right now.
A mishandling of the ball by 0 in Landon Cruz, and it goes back the other way. The Eagles have momentum.
And if you're the Eagles on the defensive end, that's exactly what you want. You get a chance to force Emmanuel to pass that basketball into some of his teammates, make his teammates the scorers. That's another great point for the rest of you.
Man, how about Jeffer Ward, who is not leading on the points per game category, but leading the team in the defensive statistics side. The 2.5 sophomore has made this a 4-point advantage. Brown tries to respond. That won't go. Out of bounds. Eagles up, coming up.
The Eagles have started this game really strong. I expect SMSU to call a timeout at some point to reel it back in. You know, a lot of excitement around this game, talking about what a great team they are. They know they're a great team, and obviously the Eagles firing on all cylinders right now, giving them all they can handle.
Samuel Hahn Trying to get a response of his own. He'll shoot it from the stripe. He's got it. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're the 11th seed, and just like you called it, interim coach Brian Powell is going to call a full timeout to try to break up this 14-8 run. You can see Brian Powell, he was an assistant on the coach for 3 years. He's coached for 6 years total. He was a former player with the SMSU program. And you talk about stress leading into his tournament. His wife just gave birth to their child on Friday, 4 weeks early. Had to have a C-section. And shout out to Mrs. Powell and their newborn child, hoping that they're enjoying this broadcast here. And nice that she gets a good shot of her hubby on the broadcast right now.
Yeah, her hubby's probably stressing out a little more than she wants to see right now. I think, you know, coming in, SMSU was expecting to pull away early, and right now their energy intensity kind of shows that expectation. And the Eagles came in swinging. They're swinging. They're hitting from the outside, shooting those shots with confidence, and giving SMSU a really strong run here early in this game.
Coach mentioned this year that they were trying to be a more gritty team and take care and accountability, as well as taking in second chancers within their program, and it's very much what they've tried to do this season. That shot won't land. Another rebound, Tyler Jenkins, and it's going back the other way. Mike Lucas with a deep pass, alone to the plate, Jeffrey Ward, and he'll have to circle back as Fuentes was in good position. Ward, too strong, Fuentes on the rebound.
The referees, we see a bunch of contact happening, and they're letting a lot of that contact go. Both sides are going to have to make the adjustment, knowing that defense is going to be allowed a little contact.
Good response by the senior out of Argentina and Wingirter, and gets the basket on there to get it within 4.
And if you're SMSU and you're down a couple of baskets, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to generate some easy hoops, something in transition, opening up that court. If you're the Eagles, you want to pack it in the paint and make them earn those shots.
That bounce from Jenkins won't land. It's going back the other way as Wingirter tries to take it down the floor. Wingirter averaging about 14 points per game as well, as he tries to be a supporting cast member. And we got a foul on the floor. An inbound pass coming up. Our officials for this game, Daryl Hargreaves, Sierra Brand, and Gary Navasil, as we have a good combination of experience between all the officials on the floor. Daryl did not give us a number on his bio, but he's officiated multiple Paralympic Games, World Champions, and Parapan American Games. Sierra Brand, 4 years at the wheelchair level, 5 years total of officiating. And Gary, 27 years total, 25 at the wheelchair basketball level. A lot of experience combined with the 3 officials on the floor.
Yeah, we talk a lot about teamwork when you see the 5 athletes on the floor for either team, but these officials, 3 individuals working together, trying their best to cover as much ground as they can and make the correct calls, and this is a great group of officials that are helping our sport move forward.
Wingirter to the stripe. They change it from a inbound pass to a couple of free throws up here for Wingirter. He'll try his second one as Fuentes looked like he adjusted something on the right wheel of his fellow senior. 4.5 for Fuentes, 2.0 for Wingirter, as this gets rebounded by Jeffrey Ward. 3-point game, 1 for 2 there for the Argentine. Here's Mike Lucas, not able to get to the same position he wanted to, but gets about to the right elbow. He'll go for the shot, foul drawn.
Yeah, we see SMSU extending their defensive pressure after the Eagles knock down a couple of threes from deep. And what that opens up is some picking angles, and that's exactly what the Eagles did there. Because the Mustangs were extended so far, they were able to set the pick on that pressure, and we see a shot attempt from inside the paint.
Maybe one of those games that comes down to free throws. Lucas with the highest percentage of points made from the stripe on the season at 58. And Central Valley High School graduate looks to add to his points total here, and he goes 1 for 2 to make it a 2-possession game. Coach Evjan also mentioned in the previous season that the Eagles had a lot of tough draws and they were shell-shocked at times, but said it was good experience on the big stage in Illinois. As this gets within a 2-point game, Fuentes trying to heat himself up.
And we saw the Eagles extend their defensive pressure. They went with the full court press right there. I liked what the Mustangs did. They're setting the picks, and they turned that defensive pressure into a good offensive look for themselves.
Samuel Hahn will send this back over. Mike Lucas on the outside of the top of the key, slung around. Samuel Hahn trying to maneuver around here. He'll go for the 2-pointer. Tough bounce, it won't land. Fuentes managing to get the rebound. Facundo Furman, wing girder, heading the other way. He'll bounce back around, try to reset. He'll go back out. Fuentes, it's good.
That's what we're going to see from Fuentes. That's why he's one of the top players in the division. Again, we've seen him knock down layups. Now we see him knocking down that shot. Didn't even touch the rim from three-point line.
Deep pass to Jeffrey Ward, tried to get it to one of his other teammates, and Fuentes swipes it away. It's now a 1-point lead after that last three by Fuentes. Brown going inside. They've got it to a 3-point advantage over the Eagles.
Yeah, big momentum shift right now. We saw 2 transition baskets for the Mustangs and a 3 from Emmanuel, really turning this thing around in the open court.
Lucas couldn't respond. It bounced off of the rim. Fuentes on another rebound leads the team in that category on the season, averages 12.5 per contest. And inside, he leads the team at about 26 points per game. Gets another basket there as Coach Evgen tries to calm things down. 5-point advantage with about 2:02 left to go in the first.
Yeah, the Eagles right now extending a little bit too far on the defensive end, whether it's in the full court press or even there in the half court set. They were banking on being able to guard Emmanuel one-on-one. They're going to need some help defenders in those spots, and to not have anyone come over, that's going to be the result, is going to be Emmanuel knocking down a layup.
SMSU made the decision to have a coaching change for the Mustangs in the offseason last year, and when asked about it, Coach Powell mentioned that it was an easy transition with being on the staff and that he knew everybody, and he said especially the seniors made it easy, and it's always a reassurance when you have your leaders step up on the team, especially when you have a difficult moment like that. But according to Coach Powell, everybody knows him well, they trusted him, and were able to try and steady the ship with him now at the helm.
SMSU with a handful of seniors, not only just a handful of seniors, but senior contributors. So knowing that what they have on the line and this is their last chance at it, it's nice to see that they came together to take a run at this championship.
Jeffrey Ward received the inbounder back over to Lucas, trying to set up here Samuel Hahn. Got Fuentes on him, trying to find some space on the outside. Active hands won't go. Good positioning there by Ward as he draws the foul on the floor.
Furman caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He saw the pass and went after the pass. Didn't realize where the offensive player was. Ended up having too much chair contact there.
Junior out of Spokane Valley, Washington. He's played in 20 games on the year here, every one of them for Eastern Washington. Of course, with having a roster of 8 players, most everybody gets action, as that will graze the net. Nothing doing for Mike Lucas on that attempt.
Yeah, the quality of shots for the Eagles right now doesn't look like it did in the first 5 or 6 minutes. That 3 was well beyond the 3-point line. The first couple that he hit, I think the Mustangs were a little bit surprised by him knocking down those 3s. But we see that defensive pressure and defensive intensity getting picked up a little bit for SMSU.
When Girder will load up himself, no good. Lucas in good positioning in the paint. About 1:20 left to go in this opening frame. 5-point lead as the Eagles, that'll just be a high up pass. Bellino will get it back out inside for 2. Lucas will have that rim out. Tell you, for an Eagles team that started out hot, it's now turned the tide with several timeouts and a 5-point disadvantage. Fuentes, he gets it to a 7-point lead.
Yeah, when we're watching the Eagles on offense, you'll notice that they're shooting very quick in the offense, in the shot clock. And early on, they were knocking down those shots. When they're not knocking down those shots, they got to get some ball movement. They got to generate some hoops as we watch them turn it over in transition.
Tell you, Ward had a good idea on the deep pass with Lucas. He had his man beat, but a little too strong on the pass as back over on a baseline inbounder. Wingirder, another one of those guys. He has a lot of honors within the NWBA. He was an all-rookie player in his freshman year. He was an all-academic honorable mention last year. A lot of smart guys within these teams in the men's division, as Fuentes won't get it to go. Good rebound, Ward. We get to the final 25 seconds, no shot clock to worry about. The Eagles can just slow down the tempo to whatever they want to do. But instead, inside, Jeffrey Ward trying to go for a shot. He'll pass it up. Bellino with distance. That one won't land. Wingirder gets it back.
We have Josh Brown holding out Lucas in the corner for the last 2 full possessions. Interesting strategy by the Mustangs to keep their top offensive player out, but it makes it difficult to play offense when you have a 4-on-4 versus a 5-on-5. You just don't have the people in the same spots that you're used to, and we saw the Mustangs come down in that last possession and not really have a place to swing the basketball to because they were playing 4-on-4.
Fuentes off the mark on that 3 attempt, well wide of the rim, and with this inbounder, that'll likely just take us down to the end of this opening frame. Picked up, and after 10 minutes, the Eagles came out swinging, but SMSU has come back in front. It's a 22-15 lead as we head into the second quarter. As we continue covering, this is the 2026 NIWBT, sponsored by RGK. RGK Wheelchairs and Sunrise Medical have spent over 40 years engineering performance, empowering athletes, and pushing wheelchair sports to new heights. Innovation isn't just what we do, it's who we are. We believe greatness comes from relentless progress, which is why we're committed to delivering equipment that meets the intensity of today's athletes. We're thrilled to be back as sponsors of the NWBA and the 2026 NWBA Championships. Here's to another year of incredible competition and unforgettable moments.
Coming into the second period, I hope the Eagles are talking a little bit about using those early shots that they hit to develop some other shots. Right now, they're settling for those early shots that they were making early in that first period, and then they didn't make in the second period. They got to put some defensive pressure on the Mustangs and really force SMSU to play some defense instead of bailing them out by just taking super early shots.
How lucky are we to have Fuentes right in front of us on this inbounder? I mean, as he looks back, it's so good. You know, there's good fans cheering around here, but he heard us. Great to see Fuentes having a good spirit, but lucky to see him in front of us on that inbounder to start out this second quarter. As trying to get things set up, Joshua Brown, high up pass, there goes Fuentes. Won't land it, a good rebound by Bellino, but good positioning.
That was a nice pass by Brown over the top of the defense, fell right in softly to Emmanuel's hands. Emmanuel just not able to finish on that one.
The discus pass over to Samuel Hahn as he'll go inside the paint and got 2 to land on the shot. Got it back within 5. Wingirder on the pass over to Brown. And load it up. Fuentes makes some good contact there with Lucas. Fuentes inside. Wingirder left alone just inside of the paint.
And the Mustangs changed their lineup here coming into the second period. Went with a little bit more height, and number 31, Wells, going with, again, a little bit taller of a lineup. See if that works out in their favor.
Junior at 3.5, too strong on the pass attempt, and heads back the other way. Brendan Williams is looking at him, getting some communication, knowing exactly what happened there. As Furman will get it back in his possession, top of the key. He'll try to go inside himself. Quick pass. Brown is in good position. Not enough mustard on the shot, but lucky enough that Brendan Williams mishandled the rock.
Yeah, back-to-back opportunities for the Eagles right there. When you talk about what it takes to upset a team, to beat a team that's going to be a higher seed than you are, you're going to have to limit mistakes. We've seen them turn it over on their previous possession on offense, and then right there, they need to pull in those rebounds to be able to keep this game close.
Fuentes back up top to Brown. They'll sling around Furman Wingirder. High up pass. They trust one of their main guys, and another player that is pretty good at what he does. In Alex Wells, the 3-0 junior out of Canada, just one of those guys who is in good positioning, uses his size to get baskets like that.
Yep, that's exactly right. I think their first lineup is a little bit quicker, a little bit more in the open court, and then when they go with Wells, they're looking to pound it in the paint a little bit more, which is exactly what we saw on that play.
Out of Torbay, Newfoundland. Also one of those guys who's got a broadcasting and digital media major. We might need to talk to him after this tournament, see if he can get involved on the broadcasting side. Played in 21 games last year, averaged about 3 points per game. He got a bronze in the CWBL Nationals tournament, one of those steadfast contributors as he goes into his final year of his collegiate career, unless he decides to go to grad school and use that 5th-year eligibility. Fuentes will try to go inside. Another easy basket, one of many who make it look so easy for the Mustangs.
Yeah, that's points off of turnovers. Again, we see the Eagles with that turnover. It's a 4-point swing when you turn the basketball over on offense and then followed by giving up 2 points on the other end.
Lucas sends this back around. Frobisher. Pass out to the outside. Mike Lucas trying to set something up here, top of the key. Frobisher, the senior out of Oregon, he'll try to do it himself. And it bounces off several times, picked up by Brown. 7.5 underneath it left to go in this first half, and no shot. Looks like they will send Fuentes to the line. If it was active, they're actually going to rule no, that it's an inbound pass. Didn't get the shot off in time.
Both teams coming in with a little bit of a different lineup. The Eagles right now seem like they're struggling with the speed of the Mustangs, giving up a couple of buckets in transition, as well as having a couple of turnovers.
Going up for that shot there, no dice as it rolls out all the way to the sideline and back in possession of the Eagles. And you mentioned about starting to have a little bit of fatigue early on, and that's one of the struggles you have when you only have 2 substitutes on the bench.
Yeah, when you got to run, and especially against this SMSU team, they're fast, and they're fast on both ends of the floor. They're going to make you work for all 94 feet, and it shows.
Good shot with a kiss by Jeffer Ward. Another Canadian on the court right now from Vancouver. Gets it done as they'll toss it inside. Fuentes again. Didn't get enough strength on there, used his reach, but they'll call him for the foul.
I like that last possession for the Eagles. That's one of the rare possessions we've seen them take a pretty clean look. That was about a 12-foot range, and I think all of the other shots were like 18 feet and deeper, some deep threes. So the Eagles trying to use some of those made outside shots into some easier stuff.
What a finish by Mike Lucas in transition. Man, you talk about the speed on some of these players. A great finish for him to get it within 7.
It's another great example. Lucas hit a couple of threes, not settling for the outside shot there, driving the basket.
Fuentes couldn't get it to land on the block call. He'll go to the stripe for a pair. Now that's one thing that the Eagles also talked about, as you saw in that last offensive stride. They may, at least what Coach Evgen mentioned, that they make up for their lack of size with speed, off movement, and chair contact, and that's what you're seeing play out here. I know it's a 7-point disadvantage, but they're really making up for the lack of size.
Yeah, their last 2 buckets, if you're the Eagles, you're really excited about those 2 buckets because they were off of ball movement. SMSU, they were forcing the defense to rotate, and the Eagles taking advantage of some easier hoops where early on in the game they were shooting some deep ones.
The graduate out of La Bavera Upper Secondary School in Henry Kusha, the 3.0 freshman out of Espoo, Finland. Him and his teammate in Santeri Karov, both from the same city in Finland as freshmen. Recruited over here from SMSU. Steps in, 2-point shot. That one will land after a couple of bounces off the rim. Good shot by Frobisher.
Yeah, the Mustangs are only changing 1 spot in their lineup, but that change has significantly made a difference on their defense because the last 3 possessions, we see the Eagles taking pretty easy shots and taking advantage of those shot attempts.
Usually a finish that's made pretty well by Wingirter, and just like that, the Eagles have gotten it within 6 to a 3-possession game in a way. Technically 2. That finish won't land either from Bellino. Back-to-back possessions for these teams that they've not managed to get the ball inside of the rim. This goes back up inside Furman Wingirder. He'll get the finish that time.
Yeah, one of the challenges is you play in a big arena like this, and having that no wall for a backdrop can be a little bit deceiving. So when you see them playing for their first game of the tournament, sometimes you see some shots that normally go, they struggle to knock some of those shots down.
I believe depth perception is how that affects on that as well. And you talk about some of the arenas, and we'll get to see him tomorrow. Blake Gazaway will be on the call for that UTA-Illinois matchup. But UTA, they officially being adopted into the athletics program for their university, and they're going to have a bittersweet goodbye to their arena, where even the coaching staff said it was not made for fans to be in there, but still a lot of memories built in there. You could say the same about a lot of these other programs, as that shot won't land from Hahn. And a lot of them have iconic venues, even though most of them don't play in the main arenas unless it's in events like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about UTA, a historic program. I remember playing down there. The practice facility we affectionately call the sweat box. So I know it's sad that they're moving on from those facilities, but the future is bright, and that just shows how far wheelchair basketball and adaptive sports is going.
High pass by Hahn. The bench had to scream at Tyler Jenkins, who was focusing on pushing his wheels and not where the rock was going. Didn't result in anything bad as Hahn tries to get around Wingirder. Hahn in the stripe, tries to go himself. Good pass off last second. Frobisher couldn't get the finesse. It's a 31-23 score line, an 8-point game in what feels like it's going to come down to the wire. Fuentes off the mark. Good rebound by Ward.
If Fuentes settled for the three in that situation, Furman had a really nice seal-in transition. I thought Emmanuel could have followed him in for a layup, but ended up hitting the brakes and shooting the three instead of taking that easy transition layup.
Hahn thought about it himself. He'll go up for the high pass inside. Couldn't get the finish. Good rebound trying on the second attempt. Couldn't get the finish, Fuentes. But what a move by Frobisher to get past the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be having a conversation at halftime if I'm SMSU. There's been a couple of times where they jump that shooter, giving up wheel position, and the help defender doesn't end up sliding. So the help defender has to be there in that spot, and that's definitely a defensive rotation issue.
30-second timeout here on the floor. I believe that was called by the Eagles as they try to get things going. Mentioned David Ebgen. They launched this in 2017 club in their first NWBA season in 2018. You think about the history, being the first wheelchair basketball program in the Northwest and trying to get things going. And we'll certainly get into it deeper in the competition, but a lot of candid conversations with this coaching staff about the fortunate future for the program and what things look like going forward. But for now, they mentioned they're playing for themselves, they're playing for their teammates and their brothers, and you could see that with not just the start they have, but how much they're fighting to keep this a close one.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the adjustments David and the Eagle are making as well. We talked about the quick and early deep shots that they're taking. You look at the last 5 or 6 possessions, and they haven't knocked all of them down, but their offense has really worked well to generate some easier looks for the Eagles.
Trying to get this in stride. Kusha could not get it to land, but had such great opening in the paint. You would think if Fuentes takes that shot, he's even had trouble getting some of his shots to land as Jeffrey Ward takes it back down. He'll go for, almost thought about taking a shot, but had the ball not secure in his hand there. Got it off the shot, but drew the foul.
Yeah, if you're on the Mustang sideline, that's a foul that you don't want to give up. You forced a contested jump shot. The offense already passed up on the first look, and you end up fouling on the second look, which is a decreased percentage anyway. You just want to have a little bit of token defensive pressure there, not send them to the free throw line.
Free throws may be what this game comes down to, as it'll be 0 for 1 on that attempt by the sophomore from Douglas College. He's one of those guys that Coach mentioned. He helps push Mike Lucas to be better, and he's high caliber in his practices. Jeffrey Ward, and misses the pair attempts there as it remains an 8-point difference. 31-23, about 3 left to go. Make that 33-23 in a 10-point contest as Fuentes gets it in the paint.
Yeah, Fuentes has shown that in a one-on-one situation, the Eagles are going to have a hard time stopping him. The Eagles have to make that adjustment and know that they have to bring some help defenders when he's driving in transition.
Jeffrey Ward, he'll try to get inside. He got a pass off last second. You wonder if that'll benefit. Bellino not on the finish. It looked like Jeffer may have had an angle to go for himself on the shot.
Yeah, he could have. It would have been a little bit cross-body, but getting one to his teammate for what was a really good look, it's just shots that the Eagles aren't knocking down right now.
Man, a good look by Joshua Brown, as he's been getting those several times on the night. Couldn't get it to land. And in a game that's only had a bucket in the last couple of minutes is a 10-point difference. Can Mike Lucas get back to his form that he had earlier in the game? He's trying to readjust, but good pressure from Brown.
I would think neither team is really excited about the percentage of easy shots that they've made in this first half.
A lot of easy shots. They haven't gotten them to land. Just lobbing it up does reset the shot clock, and rebounded by Kushka. Trying to go for the back pick there, Kushka on Jenkins. And going inside, it works as Fuentes will get the N1.
We saw Fuentes slicing through 3 defenders there, made a one-on-one cut, and then split 2 defenders. The Eagles have to do a better job of knowing that's the #1 threat, and they have to put a share on him.
Fuentes will go back to the line as it's already now a 12-point lead, highest that the Mustangs have had so far in the competition. And I always talk about these games being games of adjustments, and you wonder what the Eagles will talk about, as it's been a good game plan for them that worked at the start, but most of it has just fallen off at their shots from inside the paint.
Yeah, they've missed some easy stuff from in the paint, but on the flip side, the Mustangs have missed a few from inside the paint as well. So I think they want to tighten up things on both ends of the floor. Offense has to be a little bit better. Defense has to be a little bit better.
And one of those that Jeffrey Ward wishes he could load up for on the shot. I wonder what the metric is on any fouls here in the period, as the officials are going to talk it over, make sure they know what's going on here, piece together their situation, and looks like they are going to go to the stripe. Well, at least I thought they were. Okay, we got multiple people saying 2 shots there. Bit of confusion at first, but Jeffrey Ward will get a chance to shave this down potentially to 11 points.
Yeah, the referee's not calling that a shooting foul, but the Eagles are in the penalty, so going to the line to shoot bonus.
And he'll get one of the pair there. It's only difficult because when you look up at the scoreboard, you don't have a foul count for either side, so you just have to wait until the officials say something on that metric. 1 for 2, Jeffrey Ward. This goes back out on the sideline, and the Eagles will have 1:38 in total to try and shave down this deficit, down by 12, as the Mustangs take it back down. Back up top of the key. Sling this back out, Fuentes. High up pass. Looking inside, Fuentes has got a good angle, and he's got a good basket off the block.
Fuentes a willing passer right there. He got the basketball, didn't have a shot, got rid of it quickly to Brown, and immediately cut off of his defender, got the basketball back for a give and go. That's a great play.
Can Lucas and company respond? Brendan Williams, they just settle for taking it around the perimeter, and it's an offensive foul called on Ward.
Lou made sure the referee knew that he got a little bit of contact, a little bit of soccer salesmanship in that one, but it was the right call. Offense getting a little bit aggressive, setting that pick.
Actually called that on Augustine Cully, the junior, checking in out of Moxie, Washington. He mentioned in media days when we said Moxie, he was asked, do you have Moxie? A lot of confidence said, oh yes, as this Mustangs team trying to use a little gusto on that shot in by Robert Lou.
And we see Fuentes again, willing passer, finding the open man, cutting to the basket, able to do so much more than just score.
Mismatch on the shot clock. That will go way up high. Fuentes on the rebound. They'll reset it, as alone is Kusha, and he won't finish, but Brown in position on the rebound. Lucky he had his teammate there, and it doesn't reset the shot clock because it didn't make contact with the rim. Back out on the left wing, here goes Joshua Brown trying to find his path in. Fuentes almost got the pass. Foul called. Evgen and company can't believe it.
it's definitely one of those plays in my coaching days. If it looks like a foul, the referee's probably going to call a foul. So when you swing at a ball, it looks like you're going to foul them. It looked like a lot of basketball on the replay.
Yeah.
We have the benefit of a replay. But when you bring the lumber, the referee usually is going to give you a foul.
And you're right about we have the luxury replay, those real-time situations when you're piecing the angles together. Probably one they missed. You heard the disgust from the Eagles fan base that has traveled out here not too far from Washington area. But regardless, they get the ball back and they try to get one more shot off. It'll go short and out of play. 40-24 our score at halftime. It's a 16-point deficit, the largest that the Eagles have had to overcome so far in this competition as they look for a chance to punch their ticket to the next round against the host #3 seed in Arizona. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here from Tucson. You're watching the 2026 NIWBT, which is sponsored by Performax. Performax Wheelchairs, a community of champions who remain loyal to all things built to last. Join the team and unleash your inner champion today. Also sponsored by Eagle Sport Chairs. We build custom wheelchairs, an official sponsor of the NWBA.
one, Robert Lou was like leaning to catch the ball. And I was like, yeah, that's a no call. And then the one, Josh Brown was leaning in the whole time.
Defender here, he turned into his chair and fell sideways. Diego Marty.
I didn't think really, honestly, just like they have good chest. Like he was trying to be like Eddie hurts him.
That end going up to the shot. Oh, okay, that's my call? Yeah. At the end? Yeah. That's what, yeah. So, it was all ball, but when he went like this, when he went like this, he was running forward and he was in the back. I didn't see that. Yeah. That's why we're thinking that. That's why when I came out,
Half number 2 about to get underway here. Final game of day 1 in the 2026 NIWBT. Spencer Thompson, Jeremy Lade bringing you the action here from Alchemy Arena, part of the McHale Center here. Lovely campus of the University of Arizona. U of A, they call it here, although there's another team in the tournament that calls themselves U of A as well, and both of them have red on their respective color schemes. As Mike Lucas, it will not get a 3 from that deep range, which he's usually been hitting throughout the game, and it's a 40-24 score line pending a score here, as that will not land its way in. 16-point difference as Mustangs look to put on the gas and close this one out.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite times of a basketball game. Coming out of halftime, you have the most amount of time to talk to your team about making some adjustments. I want to see what both teams, what adjustments they made coming out of that first half.
I'll tell you, Fuentes has had his issues. We talked about it leading into the break, how both of these teams have had some really easy look shots and have not been able to get the finish on it, and it's part of why this game is as wide of a gap as it is. But now Jeffrey Ward, another one not landing, and a good rebound by Lucas, but he tosses it away to Joshua Brown. Fuentes in transition, trying to set something up on the right wing. He'll just reset and get it back out to his teammate and Robert Liu. Westminster, California native duns it off, and not strong enough. Good pass off. Trying to get something going here is 55 for the Mustangs. And Fuentes will dump this back off around the free throw line. Inside Fuentes, another finish, but he'll go to the stripe.
Yeah, we see Fuentes getting plenty of shots. They're the shots that he's normally going to take. I fully expect him to make that adjustment. One of the things I'm keeping an eye on for the Mustangs is Josh Brown. Normally we hear his name quite a bit. He does a lot of scoring. We see him knocking down some mid-range jump shots. I feel like his attempts are really down in that first half. We saw him miss that layup early. If I'm on the Mustang sideline, I really want to see Josh get going in this half.
Fuentes getting a free throw in there, 41-24. And get the setup 42-24. Seeing if we could find 55 on the roster here for the SMSU team so we can properly address him. And he's not listed on the roster, not on the media availability. We'll see if we can get an answer for you there. Probably a jersey swap last second, which happens a lot more than people realize here in the collegiate game, as that shot won't land, as the Eagles wanted to bank this in. The sophomore out of Olympia, transferred in from Centralia Community College, will go to the stripe for two.
We see the Eagles coming out in the second half. It's more of what we saw towards the end of that first half. They're really getting close looks. They're getting good looks. They're not knocking them down right now, but if I'm sitting on that Eagles sideline, I'm excited about what our offense is doing, and it's just a matter of time for them to knock down some of those pretty solid looks.
42-25. Fuentes from the left wing will dump it off. A shot from the stripe too strong, as trying to get it in there was Jeremy Holland, freshman out of Los Angeles. This one goes off. Good pass to Jeffrey Ward, who tries to get things going here. Back out, trying to go for a three. I tell you what, it's a great reassurance that Mike Lucas has one more year in his collegiate career as a junior right now, but the graduate of Central Valley High School, after he got off to a hot start on the three-point line, he hasn't been able to get things going, and that's Santeri Carvo, who is actually wearing number 55 instead of 77. So we got that clarified there.
Yeah, Lucas has really shown his wide range as well. We saw him knock down some early threes, which is in his wheelhouse for sure. But he's really shown that when the Mustangs come out and give him some defensive pressure, he has the ability to get to the basket. They just haven't been knocking down those layups at a high enough percentage.
This will go back the other way inside the paint. Dump off Fuentes, draws the foul, did his teammate in Wing Girder.
Furman was driving hard there. I'd love to see him bounce stop, keep the defense with him, and then Emmanuel is going to have that layup on the left-hand side. He ended up coming across in transition, almost taking the layup away from his teammate, where slowing down would have done more than speeding up.
One thing we did get clarification from at the officials at the break, so that foul that looked like it was all ball, the player who committed it reached in with his back plate from behind, which you can't do that. So that's why you saw the official point to the ground in terms of the foul there, as that basket will count. And chance for a three-point play coming up here, but that's clearly why you have the official on that side. That was Gary Nesfasil who called it over there. He had the better angle on seeing that.
Yeah, one of those things that might get lost when you're watching this on video is you can't hear the chair contact. So yes, it looked like the block was all basketball, and even the referee said it was primarily basketball, but that chair contact is the reason that he stepped in and called that foul.
Again, we couldn't see it from this angle, so great call there in real time. Foul just outside of the lane.
And the Mustangs on that offensive end, getting Josh Brown involved in the offense, able to knock down a layup and hit his free throw. Let's see if that starts to spark his offense a little bit here in the second half.
Inbounder coming up here. That's Samuel Hahn, who dumps it back off, going inside. 2-point shot, another one that just won't land. As good of the looks as these are getting. As Furman Wingirter gets the ball, he'll try to go himself in the paint. He'll easily lay it in transition.
Furman, right place, right time. That basketball gets tipped. Ends up being a great outlet pass, not intentionally, but he picks up that basketball and gets an easy 2 in transition.
One of many benefits you have to getting a Division I NCAA court for this. How about those court cameras? As that 3 will finally land. Mike Lucas was looking for it, and he's finally got a 3 for the first time since early in the first quarter. Might be the spark that they need, but Fuentes responds on the other end with a 2, and it makes it 49-28.
The Mustangs are doing a better job spreading the basketball around. They're able to score from multiple positions. That's what we want to see the Eagles doing. The Eagles are moving the basketball around. They're just missing too many layups right now.
2-point shot will get in on that layup. Samuel Hahn, it's like he heard you, Jeremy.
And those are the ones they got to knock down. They turn some of those outside shots, which forces SMSU to pressure them, and they turn those into layups. And if they can knock those down, they can make this a game.
Brown with a pass to Carvo. He's got it with the kiss. Mustangs leading by 21 with 6 left in the third. Great finish there from the freshman 3.0. Here's Samuel Hahn. Deep lob, good interception there by Fuentes. Leading the team in steals coming into the day at 28, and he loses the ball himself. Samuel Hahn picks it up, dump off to Lucas. He'll go easily for a basket. And a timeout called by Coach Powell, trying to prevent any sort of strong run, maybe to break up the momentum of the Eagles as they've got it within 19.
Mustangs a little bit sloppy in that transition play. They had a few of their players kind of meet at midcourt, so Fuentes didn't have anywhere to go. He ended up getting a little bit contact with the defender, but that wasn't really the defense. That was offense. There was no other options for him, and he's got to be stronger with the basketball, but the Mustangs have to communicate a little bit better on what lanes they're taking.
5 and change here in this third. Mentioned that for the Mustangs, their big plan against Eastern Washington, very simple: stop Michael Lucas. That was what coach put it very plainly, that they needed to stop the attack that Lucas had, and for the most part, they forced him to take tough shots from beyond the arc.
Yeah, we talked the whole first half about the Mustangs missing layups and about the Eagles missing layups, and both teams getting good opportunities at it. I think what we're seeing here in the second half is the Mustangs are knocking down those layups and getting fouled and still knocking them down, and the Eagles are still having trouble getting their layups to go, and that's why we see this gap in score right now.
(51-32). Back to resumption of play here as the Mustangs will get back to action here. Here's Tellez on the inbound, freshman out of Mexico, graduate of Ocean View Christian Academy. As he gets the ball back, the exercise science major company goes off to Joshua Brown. He will dump it off, outside shot, won't land. Trying that was Kusha.
We'll see an opportunity here for the Mustangs to have some players play a role that they don't normally play, with Fuentes on the bench right now. Josh Brown, we saw him bringing the ball up in transition, not something he'll normally do when Fuentes is on the floor.
One of the rare things to see is Fuentes watching from the bench area. As the Finland teammate tosses it over to Brown. As they try to put the finishing touches on this competition. Still plenty of time, but the Eagles need to get some stops quick. Need to get some baskets early. Here's the freshman from Finland. Won't get it to land. Back over to Lucas. 3.5. Leads the team in pretty much every category, and that 3 just get off of the rim. Again, he's a junior. You think about next year with him going into the final year of his collegiate career, if he could keep getting shots like that and generating offensive production. As long as he gets them to land, unlike what we've seen for most of this game, then they won't have a problem in the future.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing on the Mustang side of things, they had trouble inbounding the one with no defender up there. In that situation, Lucas ends up getting a wide open three-point look, and I think that's a product of Emmanuel sitting on the bench and being their offensive and defensive leader.
Molino gets the rebound here. Lucas with a quick pass over to Samuel Hahn, trying to go inside, and he'll be blocked against, and he'll go to the stripe.
The Eagles bench encouraging them as they continue to drive the paint. I love to see that energy on the bench. I love to see the Eagles really trying to force the issue and not settling for those outside shots, getting their reward here by shooting a couple of free throws.
Shots from the free throw line have been a struggle for the Eagles so far on the night. One of those they'd likely at least have 6 or 8 points here to have it within a 12-point game. And that one will land to go 1 for 2. 18-point competition here in Tucson. Winner moves on to face the defending national champions in the Arizona Wildcats in what's expected to be a very full crowd here in Alchemy Arena at the McHale Center. Toss to the outside. Mike Lucas trying to wind up and do something here. He'll toss it up top over to Ward. Tough shot. Couldn't get the finish.
Definitely some basketball excitement in Tucson, Arizona, as the men's team is on their way to Indianapolis, getting ready for the Final Four. And as you mentioned, the wheelchair basketball team getting ready to play in the quarterfinals tomorrow against the winner of this game.
Yeah, Media Day was relegated out, if that's the term, as that finish won't go again from Jeffrey Ward. Everything was supposed to be here in McHale, and they had practice for the men's team going to the Final Four, and they had a send-off earlier today to send them off to Indianapolis. So everything else in the amazing rec center here at the University of Arizona.
Yeah, and I think the theme for this game right now isn't that SMSU is outplaying the Eagles by this vast majority. I think what we're seeing is the Eagles unable to capitalize on what I would describe as some pretty high percentage looks, unable to capitalize on all the work that they're putting in on the offensive end.
That one won't land there from Alex Wells. Holy Trinity High School graduate. On his 23-24 campaign, played in 27 games. He had almost 3 points per game and 64 total rebounds. So far in the year, coming into the game, 56.3% from the field. Even at the NCAA level, it's hard to hear of someone making over half of their total shots. As this one will finally land, Samuel Hahn will get a basket.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity for the Eagles right now. The Mustangs have 4 starters sitting on the bench, and the Eagles have to put a run on right now. They're gonna force the issue on the offensive end, keep getting into the paint, and start focusing up and knocking down some of those attempts.
Have to string together some stops too, and if you can't do that against Kusha, then your chances of getting a major comeback here start to dwindle. Can they lean into Mike Lucas as he goes inside of the arc? Has to settle back for Samuel Hahn again. Lob over, great screen, great setup, and the finish lands for Jenkins.
Yeah, the Mustangs can't be happy about their defensive rotation there. I'm not sure if they were planning on jumping that shooter, but either way, the help defender has to slide over, and they have to force the outside shot, not that layup.
Back outside, Wells will get it off the glass. And even when you have baskets starting to land for the Eagles, they were trying to string together a run, but it's now 4 and 4 on both sides for scoring on the last couple of drives. Can they set up here? That one won't finish. Good swipe out of the air by Brown.
Yeah, once you dig yourself into a little bit of a hole, you can't afford to go basket for basket. You got to start winning possessions on both ends of the floor.
Bounce pass, another good shot, another great finish. 4 points straight now for Alex Wells.
Yeah, Eagles sideline can't be happy about that right now. Again, 4 starters out for the Mustangs right now. This is a prime opportunity for them to put a run on.
Mike Lucas from the half circle, he'll go for the shot. Again, getting the distance, he's got the power to get it up to the backboard, but trying to get it in the accuracy side has been a challenge. East St. Paul, Canada senior. He'll look for a pass off, gets it over to Kusha. He's got a great finish in the paint.
Yeah, that was a cross-body finish, absorbing a little bit of contact from the defender, able to find his target and still knock that one down. That was a tough shot.
Mike Lucas, rattle in and out, got his own rebound, but not able to get the follow-through up shot. And all of a sudden, it's a 23-point lead. Kusha about at the stripe. Slinging around Wells, thinking about loading up himself. Up to pass off, foul on the floor.
I thought the referee, Gary Nesvasill on the baseline, did a really nice job. Josh Brown fell down, and I think most referees are going to blow the whistle and say the player was in danger. He was far enough away from the basketball. He didn't make that call. And then when Josh Brown got up, Eastern Washington used their foot plate to hold him in the paint, trying to get a 3-second violation and force the official to make that call. But I thought that was great patience there.
Despite the disagreement of the Eagles coaching staff, it's still a foul called as Joshua Brown to the line. They had a substitution come in as Brendan Williams steps back in.
And this is probably one of those strategy things for Coach Powell on the sideline for the Mustangs. We've seen Fuentes get plenty of shots. We saw Furman get all of his shots. And now with those two on the bench, we're going to see Josh play a primary role, which again, if they advance to play Arizona tomorrow, you're going to see Josh get a lot of looks. So this is a great opportunity to get some looks on the game floor.
On back out, Jenkins. Just the story of the game for the Eagles. They've gotten contact with the rim, and they haven't been able to make the finish as it's just hurled by Brown. No shot there as we reach the end of the third frame. 61-37. The Mustangs 10 minutes away from advancing to play the Wildcats in the quarterfinal. The 2026 NWBA Intercollegiate Championships sponsored by Molten USA, the official basketball of the NWBA. And now, How I Roll Sports. How I Roll Sports is proud to be the official maintenance partner of the NWBA Championship Series. Always here when you need us, supplying you with the best adaptive sports equipment for over a decade. That's how we roll. One thing we have not talked about, it's been mentioned on a couple of the other previous broadcasts, but something that Jeremy and I and other folks around the league and around the teams we've talked with throughout this weekend. So if you'll notice, for the players on the court for the Eagles, they have put tape on the acronym for their university that they started with in Eastern Washington, as well as put a tape logo, the logo on the backs of their jerseys. For those who are not aware, the administration for EWU decided to shut down the wheelchair basketball program. Per the storyline, they were told they were housed in the Health Sciences College within EWU. They were told over the summer they would no longer be housed under it, and it was told not to recruit any other players. To head coach David Evgen, they said, hold off until we know which college you're going to. And the administration knew that they were going to shut down the program prior to the Christmas break, and they didn't, in their logic, they did not want to ruin anybody's Christmas holiday, and told them afterwards in the spring. And coach had to keep it a secret from everybody, including his assistant coach, until he finally had a conversation and said, I can't keep it a secret anymore. And he told the team, this is what's happening in terms of not being housed in the Health Sciences College. And a lot of understandable frustration from the players on that realization. They did have a meeting and conversation with the dean of the college when they were told about the decision to shut down the program, and there was a lot of frustration with a lot of these players, and especially with international player in sophomore Jeffrey Ward, he was one of the most vocal in saying, I'm an international student. What do I do now? Because I've got less than a semester to figure out where I transfer, and considering my international student status, what do I do here? And I know certainly you, as a Paralympian yourself over the years and being a representative and advocate of the community, it is challenging to hear when you have a program shut down, especially with this just being their 7th season overall. And it's one of those, you hate it for all the young men on this floor that were promised scholarships and to pursue their educational opportunities and be able to play the game of wheelchair basketball in the Northwest, and for it to be ripped out under them after they had played 3 tournaments since that decision was sort of made, and to go and weave through those decisions, it's one of the tougher things to hear in the collegiate scene over the last couple of years.
Yeah, sad, frustrating, disappointing. You kind of hit the nail on the head when you talked about the players and coaches that are currently on the roster. If we take a step back and talk about what this means, it means young athletes with a disability have one less option to choose. And I think it's fantastic when we look at the diversity of universities and the diversity of basketball programs and diversity of locations across the country, and to have one less option for athletes. And obviously the terrible storylines of the kids that are there now and the coach that is there now. It's one of those things that you never want to hear at any level. But when you talk about wheelchair basketball, the limited number of programs and opportunities and options for individuals with disability to go play wheelchair basketball on a college campus, a very, very sad, disappointing, frustrating storyline for sure.
They had tournaments for about 3 months, or 3 tournaments in general, before the news was broken. And this team has decided that they wanted to close out the season the best that they could, do the best that they were able to, as there's a lot of cheering here on the court for one of the team managers for SMSU on the job he did to just fix something there. But think about it this way as well, Jeremy, and those who are listening. You have 1 senior for the Eagles right now, 1 junior, and the rest of your 8 players are sophomores. So you have a lot of people that are within this Eagles team that are trying to think about the next decisions they make. As what a great 3 from Brendan Williams, the sophomore draining it from distance and makes it a 27-point game. But when you have that situation to think about, the timing of the NWBA allowing a transfer in the intercollegiate scene is perfect. None of them thinking they would transfer out from this program, but at least they have that option. But you hate it, especially for these sophomores halfway through their collegiate career. If they want to continue playing the game, especially in this level, they have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, first off, tip of the cap to the Eagles, to Coach Evge, and to the whole program in terms of still wanting to come out here and compete. What a show of character and how much fight that they have. The other challenging thing about that transfer is anytime you transfer, it's just not the cleanest process. You're going to lose some credits. You're going to lose some requirements. So when we talk about the impact that it has, big picture, we can look at the impact that it has on these athletes right now, and financially what it's going to cost them, and time-wise what it's going to cost them. And it's a choice that some athletes make, but these athletes are being forced to make the choice to transfer, which is the hardest thing to digest.
And make no mistake about it, from the conversations we've had, one of the biggest supporters of them in this has been the NWBA. Like everybody at the administrative office, and I think even if they did not have a transfer rule in this situation, like in terms of Curtis Lease and everybody else over at the league office, they're the biggest supporters of helping them where they can.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's just a product of where the NWBA is heading and what their goals are, and they want to provide options just like the college division, which is under the umbrella of the NWBA, wants to provide options. So everybody in this situation is heartbroken and disappointed and frustrated, and the NWBA will do everything they can to lessen that blow, but there's just no way to take away the sting of something like this.
Yeah. And I think when you take a step back, even though none of them want to be in this situation, I think if Mike Lucas decides he wants to go somewhere else to continue his career, he will not have any trouble finding a place. I think with how great of a player he is, I'm sure he's already had some conversations with some other teams, if at all, to see where he might go next.
Yeah, I haven't had a ton of opportunity to watch the Eagles play this year, being all the way out in Washington, me being located in the Midwest, but watching all these players move up and down the floor, it's evident how much effort and how much work they're putting in. And I have no doubt that any of them that want to continue to pursue wheelchair basketball will find a home. It's just, again, heartbreaking that it's not the, their first choice in terms of where they wanted to get a degree. And like I said, it just kind of slows down their progress towards a degree, which is one of the toughest things to swallow.
Especially when you talk to a lot of these coaches and programs, pretty much all of them, and they heavily emphasize the student first and the student athlete role. And you hit the nail right on the head, Jeremy, about it's, yes, in terms of the athletic side, it's a challenge because of the program shutting down, but at the end of the day, with transferring, you have to think about the transfer credits, how things perfectly go over if you choose to head out. And it's not a situation anyone wants to be in, but not to focus too much on it. But for those, listening, just for those administrators thinking about programs and the future of adaptive athletics, especially on the wheelchair basketball scene, maybe the bigger West Coast universities should consider it. I mean, Washington would be a good option. Oregon has the resources now with the Big Ten money coming in and their realignment from the Pac-12, and other universities in California might consider something like that. I mean, Washington State would probably be a good option too, and a lot of great places that could potentially house a lot of these young men who might want to stay on the West Coast. But regardless, it's a lot of great options in the future, not a shortage of them for these guys, but at least for now, they focus on what's on the floor and focus on where they are right now, and where they are is in Tucson.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Eagles have dug themselves a little bit of a hole here, unable to capitalize on some of those great looks their offense has been generating. But again, showing some solid foundation, solid fundamentals, just unable to keep it close with SMSU. And that's what we saw in that first period. They were able to knock down some shots and keep it close. And that's what you want to do, is keep the pressure on the higher seeded team.
The Mustangs bench went crazy because their sophomore out of Omaha, and Caleb Nilius, has gone 0 for 3 now on his shots. As you can see, they are trying to pass it to him so he can go off for a shot. Wells will not drain it in. Nilius does get the rebound, and he gets it again. He'll try to lob it up, and everybody wanting him to get his first points here in this competition.
Yeah, we love to see the sportsmanship, want to see everybody get involved, and at the same time, you still want to see good basketball, so we see some rebounds and some putback attempts. So when we watch the Mustangs be able to keep that well within the flow of their offense is fantastic.
3:56 left to go here in regulation. You got a 69-43 lead here for Mustangs over the Eagles. A game that started out great for the Eagles, had a good run. They had a lead at one point in around the late first quarter, early second quarter, and the Mustangs decided we did not want to go out early. We want a chance against the Wildcats to try and knock them off from defending their national championship. And the Eagles respond with Hahn getting a basket.
Yeah, we see the gym has emptied out a little bit. It's getting a little bit late here in Tucson, Arizona. The Arizona Wildcats no longer on the sideline. Know that they're going to bed thinking about playing the SMSU Mustangs tomorrow. They got their hands full. The Mustangs got their hands full. Should be an exciting day of wheelchair basketball tomorrow.
There's Caleb Nilius with his first basket of the season. The sports management major only got 2 on his sophomore campaign. Played in 9 games, went 1 for 8 on shots from the field, as Brendan Williams not able to drain that 3, and it's going the other way for the Mustangs. But great to see the graduate of Omaha Burke High School, who only played in 6 games heading into Tucson, to make a basket, and you could tell his team celebrating him on that made basket.
Yeah, I think this gets lost in the mix sometimes. You know, we talk about all these athletes that are on the floor, and we talk about Emmanuel and Furman and Josh Brown and all these guys that are getting buckets. What gets lost in the mix is everybody's in practice every day, grinding hard and working hard. And that's in all sports, not just wheelchair basketball. That's in the NCAA men's tournament as well. It's always great to get some people that have been putting in all those effort in practice get an opportunity in game situations as well.
The 2026 NIWBT is sponsored by Top End. Top End is proud to celebrate 40 years of supporting adaptive athletics at every level of competition. For 4 decades, Top End has been dedicated to innovating custom sports equipment that helps athletes at every level compete, grow, and succeed. We're honored to work alongside our Top End ambassadors, elite athletes who represent what's possible through hard work, innovation, and opportunity. Always remember to keep pushing. Yeah, you mentioned it. Late night here in Tucson, about 9:32 local time. Those of you on the East or in Central time watching this one, we appreciate you. Appreciate you sticking along with us as this game under 3 minutes left to go in regulation. Mike Lucas from outside the arc, he'll go inside. And another good shot that banks its way in there as Frobisher will land it up. Preview for you for tomorrow's matches. 8 a.m. we get started. Alabama and Edinburgh as the first quarterfinal. Follow that with probably the game of the tournament in UTA and Illinois at 10 a.m. local time. That continues with a noon matchup between Auburn and the Whitewater Warhawks, who won against Cooney earlier. And then 2 p.m. you've got Arizona facing off against likely SMSU with the way this thing is going down. And then the women's side gets started in the NIWBT. That'll be number 2 and number 3 seeds in the Lady Moving Mavs of UTA against the home team Arizona Wildcats, and then followed by the number 1 seeded Alabama Crimson Tide. And what a dynasty they've had in the women's division as they face off against the Fighting Illini of Illinois. And then the final game of the day at 8 p.m. will be between Michigan and Missouri. Another fun-filled day of basketball for all of us here in Tucson. And a lot of great games to start out the day tomorrow. Which one stands out most in your mind?
Oh boy, I tell you what, grab your popcorn, grab your Doritos, whatever you want when you're watching some basketball. I'm on upset alert tomorrow. I think the top couple of seeds got their hands full. Auburn's playing UW Whitewater. UW Whitewater coming in as the 7 seed. They lost a couple of games here in the second semester that dropped them down, but make no mistake about it, they can run with anybody. That Illinois game, Illinois is tough. Everybody, I mean the top 7, 8, 9 teams on the men's side can give everybody a run. So I'm excited about the games tomorrow.
And especially Coach Powell mentioned that their last game, they had the most against Arizona. The last time they faced them, they had a 3-point shot rim out from Fuentes was the reason why they were not able to win that competition. And it's key for them to get hot at the right time. And you could probably talk to Coach Powell after the game and he'd tell you, well, in the beginning was not the right time for us when we should have, but at least they were able to steady the course, get back. But the big thing for them is to have the same start the Eagles had against them tonight. They have to do that against Arizona.
Yeah, the Mustangs are going to have to knock down some of those easy stuff that they missed in the first half. When you talk about the home court advantage of Arizona playing in this arena and having a crowd behind them, you certainly don't want to let momentum slip away from you. Arizona ready to take advantage of that situation, but the Mustangs are good. They can score from multiple spots. Arizona's good. I fully expect that to be a fantastic matchup tomorrow.
And they've been inviting a whole bunch of people for those afternoon games here in Tucson, especially with that being a Thursday afternoon set of competitions. But that shot clock will expire as the Eagles will try one last time, get a shot, and try to add some good points there. But it looks like they're going to hold on to it in the paint. Final 10 seconds. Wells is going to toss it all the way. Nilius, he's just going to go after the basketball. It goes off of his wheel. They have a whistle there for, looks like they have a foul, and we've called on the Mustangs, and 2.6 left here as they're going to wrap things up. Just one more inbounder, probably a final shot here for the Eagles. And with that inbounder, this final shot, the quarterfinal round is set. Arizona knows they will face off against the Mustangs, number 3 versus number 6 in the final quarterfinal of the men's bracket. Final score of 71-49 for the final game of day 1 here in Tucson. Any final thoughts, Jeremy, as we go into the quarterfinal round and the semifinals in the women's bracket?
Yeah, I'm excited to see what tomorrow holds. Again, I think the Mustangs have to clean up their finishing a little bit. I think they're going to have to fire from all cylinders. We're going to need to see Josh Brown's mid-range game that we've seen throughout the season. But Arizona at home, they got height, they got shooters. Should be a really fun matchup.
That's going to do it for day one of the 2026 NIWPT. For Jeremy Layton, all the hardworking men and women that make this run so smoothly, I'm Spencer Thompson saying so long from Tucson. SMSU is moving on to Arizona. Final score is 71-49 as Eastern Washington will face off against Cooney on Friday morning.
Are you on, I got 10 a.m. Are you the 10 a.m. yet?
No, you got Blake Gasco from Missouri on that.
Okay, I know.
So I've got the Bama and
And then are you on 4 o'clock game? Are we back on?
I believe so. I know I'm doing the women's semis.
That's one of the women's semis. That's 4 o'clock. That'd be UTA